Yo, what is up, everybody? It's Noah here, and today is an amazing day because today is the day that we are finally releasing the project that I have been working on for the past 4 months nonstop. That is our Ecom Labs program. And to celebrate me releasing this Ecom Labs program, I decided, you know what? I'm going to release my other program, the AI Commerce program, for free on YouTube, which is going to be this video that you are watching currently. Over 30 people that have used these exact videos that you're about to watch right now to scale above 100K per month. I have some people doing 200K per month and even 400K per month. So all these videos are extremely valuable. You can use them, take notes on them. It's a lot of sauce. I have been charging about $5,000 for access to get into this program for the past, I would say maybe 8 to 9 months. So if you want to join the new Ecom Labs program, it is a completely revamped program where it's not just videos. It's where we find you 3 winning products. We build your website, we build your offer, and we even fund your business. Now, if that's something that you are interested in, go ahead and click the link down in the description so you can see a little bit more about it. You can learn more about it. I have a video explaining what the Ecom Labs program is a little bit in depth. But in the meantime, go ahead and watch the rest of this video because this is going to be a saucy one. I'll give you everything you need to succeed with ecom in 2026. All right? Enjoy the video.
Welcome everybody to the smartest decision that you have ever made in your entire life. Today you have decided to take the leap and join the AI Commerce program. And for that, I just want to give you a nice round of applause. Obviously guys, if you are watching this, you are an action taker. You have decided that you do want to do better for your life. And for that, I'm going to reward you guys with this AI Commerce blueprint. Obviously, there's not many people on the internet talking about AI commerce, so you guys are one of the few people that are utilizing AI to run your e-commerce store. So with that being said, you guys are going to have a big competitive advantage within the field of e-commerce. And whatever niche you're in, I promise you, most of your competitors are not using AI the way that you're going to be using AI. So with that being said, let's go ahead and stop the yap and get straight into it. So essentially, I do want to walk you guys through pretty much what AI commerce is before we start, because if we are going to be doing this, you do need to know what it is. So obviously, AI commerce is just branded dropshipping enhanced with the efficiency of AI. So as you guys know, AI is only getting smarter and only getting better. And the things that you can do with it are only becoming more and more limitless. To be able to get those high limits with the AI, you do actually need to know how to use it. So that's what we're pretty much teaching in this. But first, we're going to talk about, we're going to compare normal dropshipping versus branded dropshipping because some of you guys haven't even caught up to what that is. So the philosophy that normal dropshippers have is just relying on finding a winning product. Obviously, guys, we're not going to rely on our product because that is almost impossible nowadays. Obviously, there are so many people trying to do e-commerce in 2025, and the problem with that is there is not a unicorn product that no one is running. Every good product out there, someone is running it already. So you cannot compete on winning products. I'm going to tell you guys what we're going to compete on in a second. And the reason that this is not good because most people think that they can just find a winning product and just launch it up on Facebook and scale with it. That's never the case, obviously. What you're going to do if you keep trying to do that is switching product to product, and every time you switch a product, you're going to burn more money on tests. I've seen that happen over and over again. On top of that, when you just completely rip from competitors one for one, you'll have a chance of getting DMCA'd because competitors will most likely see your store and they'll just shut you down, and that is not what you want. And on top of that, if you don't know how to run a branded e-commerce store, then your product, if you manage to make it win, it will just be a pump and dump. What a pump and dump is a store that just comes up, you make a bunch of money, and then it just dies off and you don't know how to continue it. Obviously, there's no longevity in that, and you don't want to live life like that. Starting dropshipping stores, making a bunch of money, and then having no income for a couple of months until you find another winner. That is a miserable life to live. So the answer to this is to do branded dropshipping. So what branded dropshipping is, you start long-term brands with the intent to reach 7 figures, which is $1 million. So in order to do that, we don't just compete on product. We compete on competitive advantages, which I'm going to tell you guys about in a second. And another couple points about branded dropshipping is that every time you're spending money on your ad account, you're not wasting money. You're buying data. Because if you choose a niche, if you choose a market, and you choose to be in that market, then obviously you're building your pixel up so that it'll understand who your customer is. On top of that, you guys are building towards something much long-term versus having quick pump and dumps. You can make more products that go into that niche, etc., right? On top of that, guys, a branded dropshipping store has way more customer trust than a normal dropshipping store because you'll have back-end things like emails, SMS, you'll have affiliate programs, all of these different things that will bring word of mouth to your store. And when you have word of mouth, you'll just make money on complete autopilot. On top of that, guys, whenever you run a branded dropshipping store, you will have higher margins because you will be investing in hiring your AOV, getting new SKUs. You'll be able to build a relationship with your supplier, lower cost of goods, which in turn will give you higher margins, which is more profit. And before I go into the competitive advantages, I do want to talk about why branded dropshipping in 2025 isn't the best thing and AI commerce is better. Obviously, there's one big problem with branded dropshipping. It's slow. And actually, I'm gonna make another problem. It's slow and too difficult beginners. The problem with this is that most beginners do know that branded dropshipping is the best way to make money with e-commerce in 2025, but they don't have the skills in order to do a branded dropshipping store. They don't know how to do market research. They don't know how to do product research. They don't know how to do customer research. They don't know how to do copywriting. Guys don't know how to build good offers. All of these problems that you would have to learn that takes a lot of time to learn. And most beginners don't succeed for that very one reason. And on top of that, even if you do know this, starting up a branded dropshipping store and doing all the research and all that stuff, it takes too much time. It could literally take 2 to 3 weeks to start up your own branded dropshipping store. And the problem with that is you don't even have proof of concept on your business yet. So chances are, if you are a beginner and you spend 3 weeks launching up a branded dropshipping store just for it to fail, now you're discouraged and you want to quit ecom. So these are the two problems of branded dropshipping, and the solution to this is AI commerce. And the reason for it is because you guys can build stores like you're a professional because you have a professional in your pocket. It's called your AI. So if you know how to talk to AI correctly, that means you only have to learn one skill to run a branded dropshipping store. You have to learn how to talk to AI. You don't have to learn copywriting. You don't have to learn offer building. You don't have to learn CRO. You don't have to learn market research. All that stuff you don't have to worry about because AI is a professional in all of that and it will do it for you. So that means not only do you get good quality tests, but you get fast tests because AI can get things done in a matter of minutes. Because guys, there isn't anything that AI can do that a human can't. But AI can do things 10 times more fast and efficient than a human possibly can. So with that being said, guys, you guys literally have pretty much Superman in your pocket to run your e-com store for you. So with that being said, AI commerce is the answer. You guys will be able to launch stores in a matter of a day or two while being a complete beginner. You don't have to learn a million skills, and obviously you'll be able to compete with these competitive advantages. Now, like I said, when you're running branded dropshipping, if you want to succeed, you do need to run competitive advantages. Now, there's only 7 competitive advantages, the main ones at least. And pretty much when you start your store, you need to have at least 2 or 3 of these. So obviously, guys, I'm gonna go through all of them. The first competitive advantage is your budget. Now, this is how much you can spend on Facebook. Obviously, guys, Facebook is a bidding platform, which means that they reward the highest spenders with the best customers. Now, obviously, you guys can go on Facebook and just put your budget at $2,000 a day. The problem with that is no one in here wants to spend $2,000 a day on the first day of testing. Only big corporations do stuff like that. So budget is one of those competitive advantages that you don't start competing on at first. But at the end of the day, it is a competitive advantage. But I'm gonna get back to how you can use budget to compete. So the second competitive advantage that you guys have is pixel data. Obviously, like I was saying earlier, you're not wasting money on Facebook, you're buying data. So the more money you've spent on Facebook, the better your pixel data will be, which means the more customers you'll be able to find. Because obviously, guys, the algorithm on Facebook needs to know exactly how to find your customer, and they do that with the pixel data, and they only build your pixel data whenever you're spending more. Now, the third competitive advantage is backend economics. So what backend economics are things like email flows, SMS bumps, affiliate programs, all these different things that happen after your customers have already become your customers, and you capture them in another way through the backend. Now, obviously, guys, the third competitive advantage, this will scale your store, but in the very beginning, you actually have 0 customers, so this is not a competitive advantage that you start with. But these last 4 are things that you can start with on your first test. Now, all of these different things, you'll be able to blow your competitors out of the water. So let's start off with front-end economics. This is your AOV. The way to get a higher AOV is with a better offer and a better funnel. Obviously, if you guys have a really good offer that incentivizes purchasing more than one product with a higher AOV, then you are going to outspend your competitor. Imagine your competitor is getting 20 orders per day at $30. And then imagine you're getting 20 orders per day at $60. You literally have double the revenue of your competitor, which means what? You can up your budget even further than your competitor, which is another competitive advantage. And on top of that, when you up your budget, what does that mean? Your pixel data goes higher. So that means you can scale way past your competitor. So that is the first competitive advantage that you guys need to have. Now, the second competitive advantage you guys need to have is perception of value. So what this is also offer. If you make your product look like this is a no-brainer purchase, I need to have this, there's no reason that I shouldn't buy this right now, then that is perception of value. So you just do things like urgency, scarcity, guarantees, and the copy on your website. The copy on your website is what you're saying about the product that makes the product seem more valuable. So the next competitive advantage that you guys can compete on is your creatives. Now obviously I'm going to give you guys a creative system where you guys can make way better creatives than all your competitors, but this is one of the best ways to compete, because if you can have better creatives than all your competitors, then you will attract more customers and Facebook will favor you a lot more. And then the last competitive advantage you guys can have is angles. Now what angles is how your product is presented to your customer. So like an example, say you guys have a perfume product, right? This is your perfume product. Now you guys can just market this as smell better. Now obviously this is probably the weakest angle that you possibly could think of, but it is still an angle. But imagine you had a perfume bottle and instead of saying smell better, you say attract more men, right? That is a better angle than smell better. But obviously there's a lot more creative angles that you can go with, and you can angle it towards single or divorced older women. So instead of saying just attract more men, which is a very, very general term, even though this is a better angle than smell better, you guys can angle it towards older women, and instead of saying attract more men, you guys can angle it towards older women and say regain your confidence. Now obviously that's just one example of an angle. There's multiple different angles. Obviously this was just completely off of the dome, but obviously with AI we'll be able to find more angles. But these are the 7 competitive advantages that we are going to be focusing on, so keep this in mind as we continue. Now obviously AI can do pretty much all of these competitive advantages except for the first 2. Budget and pixel data, that is completely untouched by AI. But we will be building our backend economics, front economics, perception of value, creatives, and angles, all with our AI. So pretty much that's what you guys need to know for now. And just to start off, I recommend everyone just compete on creatives, angles, and perception of value. Those are the best things that you guys should look for. So essentially the next steps that we're going to be taking is the first thing that we need to do is find a winning/validated product. That's going to be the first one. So moving on, I'm just going to give you a layout of what your next steps are going to be to go ahead and start up your e-commerce store. Obviously, we're going to be starting off in the testing phase. This is the most grueling and trenches phase that you can be in. Obviously, this is when you're trying to figure out what is working in the market. Scaling is very easy, but when you don't know what's working, when you don't know what's going to hit, this is what we call the testing phase. Now, essentially, testing phase is about 0 to 30K per month. 30K per month is 1K per day. So obviously, the first thing that we need to do, guys, is find a winning product. And obviously, I'm going to show you guys that in the next module. And the second thing that we need to do is craft a good offer around that product. All right. And then the third thing we're going to do is we are going to follow the AI marketing strategy to compete on creatives and angles. And then after that, whenever it's time to start scaling, what you're going to be doing is focusing on the momentum scaling creative system, which is an entire system I made exactly how to come up with good ads. And then obviously then you guys are going to start your back-end economics, start your front-end economics, and then you're going to compete on advertorials and landing pages. And then at that point, you're going to be taking a picture just like this. So with that being said, that's just the intro to this video. Welcome to the AI Commerce Program. I'm happy that you're here and I'm wishing you the most success. And obviously guys, I'm here for you guys. I do want every single person in here watching this to pretty much take a picture just like this. So with that being said, guys, we're going to move on into product research, which is the first part of your business. So let's go ahead and get into it. All right, guys, so I just want to make this quick video to talk about our strategic approach that we're taking. So obviously, we're not just normal dropshippers, guys. We're brand new dropshippers and we're using AI. So what does AI bring us the power to do? It brings us to launch high confidence tests. This is something that I kind of came up with, a name that I came up with. But this is how I refer to, damn, what the hell? This is how I refer to how well we're going to test, guys. High confidence tests. So what this means is we're launching products that have well researched, and we determine the market fit and the validation. Now we can do this very, very quickly with AI. Now, typically, if you want to launch a high confidence test without AI, it will take a lot of time to research the product, market fit, validation, all that stuff. We can do it very, very quickly with AI. And then we're also coming out with a good offer. And then this is just perception of value, good website, good product photos, social proof, clear descriptions, and objections handled. I'll go deeper into all the things that make a good website and how to make a good website very, very quickly in the website section. And then another thing is we do want to test a solid amount of creatives before we ever kill the product. Why? Because we're doing a high confidence test, guys. I'm not saying you will find a winner and scale your store on your first ever brand, but I don't want you guys to launch 35 brands like most people tell you to do before you find a winner, guys. You should launch maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 brands. As long as they're all high confidence tests and you actually follow everything correctly, then you're more likely to find a winning brand and scale it from the beginning, guys. And this obviously would take time if you guys didn't have AI, but we're not going to take too much time. You guys can launch a high confidence test in a day. Literally one day is all it takes to, start from literally nothing to having a good test and a good brand. Now, the reason I do this, guys, is because I don't want you guys to fail a lot. Like a lot of times in e-com, failure is kind of mandatory. Obviously, I've started tons of brands that have failed. It's kind of mandatory, but I don't want you guys to have to experience it as much. Maybe 1 failure, maybe 2 failures, kind of guaranteed. But I do want you guys to hit it pretty quickly, right? So after you make a list of several products so the steps that we're going to take is after you make a list of several products that you think are good, I want you to message me on the communication channel and give me the list of products that you think are the best. Message me privately, by the way. Give me the products that you think are the best, and I will tell you which product you should run with, or I'll give you the top 2 or 3 products that I think are the best on the list. This will save you time and money from testing bad products, because at the end of the day, a lot of you guys are beginners. You guys, won't know exactly what the product, what the market is looking like. Because sometimes I can tell you guys, hey, I've seen this product before. I know who's ran it before. I know the struggles that they've had with it. Don't run that product. Although it may look like a good product, right? But you guys wouldn't know that because you guys haven't been in the e-com game as long. So I want you guys to send me your product list. I'll teach you guys in the product research section how to make a product Excel. Send me your product Excel list. I will go through it and I will tell you which product to pick. From there, you're going to go ahead and start running. You're going to go ahead and start creating your offer in your website. And then before you launch your offer and website, I want you to send it to me so I can make sure that it is good. There's no problems with it. There's a lot of mistakes you can make on the website that beginners don't see. Obviously, I will try my best to help you make sure you don't make those mistakes. But before you launch it, send it to me. I'm going to make sure it's good. If it's good, then I will tell you it's good and go ahead and launch. And then now you have a high confidence test, a high confidence launch, and I'll be confident in you that you'll be making money with that store. And after that, that's really it for the high confidence launch, guys. That's really it for the high confidence launch. I just want to throw this video in here so you guys know the strategy we're approaching with. Obviously, when it's time for you guys to send those things, I will actually make a separate video later on in the product research section, and then I'll make a video after the website building thing to tell me to send your stuff over. But with that being said, I'll see you guys in the product research section because this is the end of the intro. Alright y'all, welcome to the product research module, and in this video I'm going to be talking about what exactly is a winning product, because if we want to find them, I guess we must know what a winning product looks like. There's a saying that I like to run by, and that is, money is made when value is created, and value is created when pain is alleviated, and pain is alleviated when problems are solved. A little poem for you guys. But I need you to understand, guys, that problem solving products are the best products to sell, but don't get it twisted. Most products that are out there on the market are problem solving in a way. Like even like a clothing brand, like if some cool looking hoodie is still a problem solving product, it's just a different type of problem they're trying to solve. It's a social problem. People want to fit in. That's a problem if they feel left out, and the hoodie will make them feel fitted, like they fit in, or they lack confidence and the hoodie will make them have more confidence. It's still a problem solving product. So essentially, guys, the mindset you guys should come in with when you're looking for a product is how big of a problem am I solving? The bigger the problem that you solve, the more money that you're going to make. Simple as that. So let's go ahead and scroll down into here, and I'm going to pretty much point out one of the most important things to look at when picking products, and that is how fast can your product solve the customer's problem. Because guys, people are super lazy. They don't want to wait for things. Now, here's your product, and here's the problem getting solved. And this is the time that it takes. Now, obviously, guys, there's value here. They pay for the problem getting solved. But what they're really paid for is the time taking so much shorter. So, like, which one do you think is more valuable between these two? Obviously, this is the most valuable one. So, imagine this being braces. This takes 2 years. Now, obviously, guys, people pay for braces all the time. Braces are pretty expensive, but what is even more expensive than braces? Veneers. Why? Because all it takes is one surgery. It takes a day. 1 day. That's why veneers are $15,000 and braces are only $1,000. It's because, yes, they're solving the same problem of fixing your teeth, but the problem that veneers are solving is that it's a lot faster. So what you guys need to take from this lesson is if you guys can find products that are shortcuts to a problem, then you guys have a winning product on your hands, and that is something that you guys can make hundreds of thousands of dollars with if you find that type of product. All right? But before we find our product, guys, we do need to find a product in a good market. So the way to pick your market is only pretty much with two things. It has to have an emotional pain, and it has to be uptrending or evergreen. Now, obviously, guys, the emotional pain is the most important part. I wrote this down here. The bigger the pain that your market is in, the more money that you can make. Obviously, if someone is trying to solve the problem of finding a new Pokemon card, that is not much of it as an emotional pain as not having a husband. That is an emotional pain. So obviously there are several markets out there, which I'm going to show you guys. We're going to talk about what an evergreen market looks like. There's only pretty much 4 evergreen markets. And what evergreen means is this market has never gone away and it will never go away. It's by human nature to have an emotional pain in this market. So the 4 evergreen markets are beauty, health, relationships, and wealth. So obviously, guys, for beauty products, anything in the beauty niche is going to sell, whether it be a Botox filler or like make your teeth look wider, make your skin clearer, anything of that nature. It will always sell because people naturally want to look more beautiful. And then when it comes to health, people who are feeling any type of pain, whether it be in their back, whether it be in their energy, whether it be in whatever, that is going to sell because people hate feeling unhealthy. It is an emotional pain to feel unhealthy. All right? And the next evergreen market is relationships. So these products will look more like giftable products, but at the same time, a lot of these markets tie in together. And a lot of times people want to be more beautiful so they have better relationships, right? Or people want to look healthier so that they have more relationships, right? And then even like wealth, people want to be healthier so that they can work harder and be wealthier, right? Wealth products look like energy drinks or energy products, anything of that sense where you can market to them and tell them you can make more money if you get more energy, if you get more in shape, right? All these different things. These are the main markets that are the best ones to market to, all right? And then there are uptrending markets. I don't really recommend getting into uptrending markets too much, but if you can catch a good uptrending market at the right time, there's a lot of money to be made. So like an example, one of the recent markets that have been uptrending is the holistic health market. So what this is like clean beauty, clean health products. A lot of people are not trusting medicine nowadays. So like things like CMOS, She Legit, stuff like that are really, really trending up. And then another market that has been trending is streetwear. A lot of people want to wear those streetwear type of clothes for some reason. I don't really know why, but they do. And another thing is men's self-care, because self-care has always been for women, but recently a lot of men have been getting into it. And if you can start a brand around men's self-care, then it is kind of uptrending right now, so that is a good thing. Now, guys, we're going to go into the proven markets. Obviously, we have the 4 markets here, but there's obviously several sub-niches that you guys can look for products in. So obviously, let's start off with beauty. These are not all the niches within this market, but these are just a few. So you got things like hair growth, hair loss, curly hair care, postpartum hair care, which is a big one because a lot of women who have babies, they start to lose their beauty, they start to lose certain things, or they feel less confident. So this is a really, really good one. Skincare, anti-aging, eyelash growth, lip care. There's so much more to even look at. There's toenail care, there's finger care, there's all types of stuff, guys. In the beauty market, as long as it makes someone feel more beautiful, it's going to be naturally desired. Now we have things like body care. This is also kind of within the health/beauty niche, but weight loss is always going to sell. Weight loss was selling in the 30s, and weight loss is going to sell in 30-30. It's always going to sell. People who are fat never want to be fat, so we have weight loss, stretch mark reduction, which is an insecurity. We have body acne, neck pain, back pain, loose skin repair, shapewear, anti-bloating. All of these things are connected to an emotional pain, and if your product is able to solve this well, then it is going to be a winner. And then we have like passionate/lifestyle. So like I said, holistic beauty. Pets are a very, very good market to get into because a lot of times people care about their pets way more than they care about themselves. So if you're able to sell to the pet market, then this is a good market to sell into. Pet owners, a lot of times, if they see that their pet is feeling pain or they think they're feeling pain, they damn near feel the pain as well. So pet market is a really, really good thing to get into. Obviously, you guys got waist trainers, spiritual health, and babies. These are all passionate markets to be in as well. And then you got health and wellness. You got clean supplements. So this is like things that don't include chemicals. You got morning routine stuff. I've never really seen a morning routine product that I would sell, but there are products in this type of area. You got mental clarity / cognitive health. So these are things like nootropics, and this fits more like the wealth niche, obviously, health and wealth, because obviously you can market this like you guys can have stronger cognitive health to work harder, work longer, make more money, whatever, right? Stress relief is a really, really good market to be into as well. Sleep support, nootropics, mood boosters, and energy boosters. And pretty much those are just a few of the sub niches that you guys can look at whenever you guys are looking for products. All of these are proven markets. If you can find a good product in any of these sub niches, I promise you guys, you will make money. All right. But there are a few markets that you guys do want to stay away from. So apparel and jewelry. I know I was talking about clothes earlier and streetwear, but it has to be very special to sell clothes. I don't recommend any of you guys starting to sell clothes in the beginning. There's a lot of problems when it comes to returns, a lot of problems that come with sizing. So I recommend you guys do not touch apparel at first. It's still a good market. There's a lot of money to be made in apparel, but not at first. I don't recommend that. Jewelry is not a good market to get into because there's not much of a competitive advantage to start with jewelry. Jewelry is one of those things where it's like, if it looks cool, maybe I'll buy it. But there's no urgency to that. There's no impulse purchase to that. Jewelry is not a good one to get into. Now, cool gadgets is another market I see a lot of people try to get into, but it's really not good to be in. Things like projectors or like cool things, cool toys, stuff like that. I don't recommend anyone getting into cool gadget markets. Like I said, there's no real urgency or no real problem being solved or emotional pain in cool gadgets. So I don't recommend anyone get in that. Home decor. I mean, people go to the store for that. There's no reason to do that. Phone accessories and seasonal products are also other things that you shouldn't get into. So these are just a few to avoid. Alright, boys, so now we're moving on into the product. So obviously, whenever you pick your market or whenever you're looking around for products, you just want to keep those markets in your head so that you know which one you should sell into. So obviously, let's go ahead and find a product. The product is the device or the solution for the person's problem in your market. So obviously, we're going to go ahead and look at what you need in a product. So the first thing and the most important thing that a product should have is that it satisfies an immediate need. So what that means is they have a problem, and buying your product will fix their problem fast. So like obviously, should be a part of the solution. It shouldn't be a halfway solution. It should be satisfying their need completely, immediately. Now sometimes your product can't satisfy a need completely. Like an example, maybe you're selling a lip care product and you have a glow serum, but then you should have a moisture too, right? That's where product bundles and stuff comes in. But essentially, you need to have the vision for your brand as a way to satisfy a problem immediately, right? And the next thing that your product needs to do is it cannot be found in stores. Why? Because we're selling on e-commerce. We don't want someone to see our ad and then go into Walmart and go purchase the same product. Then we lose the sale, right? So essentially, don't sell anything that is found in stores. It needs to be unique to the internet. The next thing that your product needs to have is that it needs to be easy to ship and it needs to have a good cost of goods sold. So what that means is you'll have a cheaper product, right? You guys don't want to sell products that are too expensive because then you guys won't be able to scale. You guys won't even be able to make profit. We want to make profits. So you must have a product that is easy to ship and has a good cost of goods sold. The way to pretty much look at this is with easy to ship. I know you guys are beginners, so you guys wouldn't really know how much a product costs to ship. But if it could fit in a shoebox, then it won't be that expensive to ship. So think of a shoebox, a size 12 shoebox or size 9, whatever size you wear. Can your product fit in that? If it's yes, then it's good to ship. If not, then, you know what I'm saying, obviously shipping a desk or a couch would be so difficult, right? Now, good cost of goods sold, obviously the only way to really tell this is to ask a supplier or go on AliExpress and see what it looks like in terms of price. Obviously, we don't ship off of AliExpress, but AliExpress is a good way to look at, essentially like get an estimate of what a product will cost. Another thing you guys can do is go on a website called 1688. 1688 is the website that Chinese suppliers do get their products from, so you can get an idea if it's a cheaper or more expensive product on there. So the rule for cost of goods sold is essentially you want a product that you can mark up at least 3x to 6x over, again, minimum 3x. You guys do not want to sell a product that you cannot sell for less than 3x the price, right? And then there is also another rule when it comes to your 3x rule. You do want to have at least a $20 margin. So this is very, very important because trying to market on Facebook and have an efficiency less than $20 is a lot more difficult than most people think. So if your product costs $3, obviously the 3x rule doesn't apply to this because 3 times 3 is $9. this is not a good price to have. If you sell a product that costs $3, you need to sell it for at least $23. But if you guys have a product that costs $10, shipped out and everything, the minimum price you can have on this is $30. All right, that is the basic rule for cost of goods sold. And then the next thing you guys want to have, this is not mandatory, but this is very, very good to have if it has a potential for upsells or a potential for subs. So for subscriptions, this will be things like supplements or things that are reusable, things that need to be replenished. That is a good product if it has to be replenished and if it runs out. Then you guys can have subscriptions. You guys can retarget people when they need more bags or need more moisturizer or whatever, right? When it comes to potential for upsells, the way to think about upsells is like this. Product solves a problem, but every time a problem is solved, another one is created. So an example, guys, Apple does this very, very well. When you guys look at your iPhone, obviously, you buy an iPhone to solve a problem, whether it be for productivity or contact or whatever, right? You guys buy an iPhone. Once you buy an iPhone, what happens now? Now you need an iPhone case, right? So that is another problem that is created from you solving the first problem. Now if you have an iPhone case, you might need music to listen to on the iPhone, right? It doesn't really matter. That's a $, music, whatever, right? Like every problem that you solve, most of the time, if you think hard enough, you'll be able to find more problems that it creates. Obviously, guys, when it comes to this, you guys can use AI to think for you, but that's a conversation for later. Now, the very next thing that your product needs to have is a unique mechanism. This is also one of the most important parts of your product because this is the special way that your product solves the customer's problem. Now, obviously, guys, weight loss has been around forever, but there are weight loss products that don't work, right? That's because the new weight loss products are the ones that have unique mechanisms. They solve it in a different way, and that is what entices people. So if you find a product that is like, oh my God, this is like something special about this that solves my product in a special way, then that is a good product. Now I'm going to go ahead and walk you guys through a few examples of winning products. A couple of them I've sold, a couple of them I haven't sold, but I know people that make millions and millions of dollars with them. And I'm going to point out the unique mechanisms of them and why they were winners. So the first product we're going to look at is this turtle pillow. So for the ones who've known me for a while, this is actually a product that I sold. This was my first winning product way back in 2023. I made over $300,000 organically with this product. So it was very, very good for me. But I'm going to tell you guys, you might be thinking, what problem is this solving? Well, I'm going to tell you. Let's go back to the niches, guys. This is a relationship niche product. The problem that I solved with this product right here is I took the angle. Obviously my competitor, he was selling this too. They were just taking the angle of, look at this comfortable pillow that you can wear that looks like a turtle. Guys, when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, I got so much money on my hands, because I immediately thought of a better angle. I said, this is a good product to give to your girlfriend. Once I did that, guys, it immediately took off. And that's because I was in the relationship niche. I was making relationship type of videos, hanging with my girlfriends, giving her a pillowcase. Got this for my girlfriend's anniversary, got this for my girlfriend's birthday, whatever. Those videos took off completely, and I completely angled it as a completely different thing and solved the problem of relationships, right? The unique mechanism of this product, guys, is that it looks like a pillow. Now, obviously, I can just market a pillow that you can wear, but the fact that it looked like a turtle just made it even more cuter. Like, look at the light colors. It's just very, very lighthearted. That is the unique mechanism of this product. Now, next product I'm going to show you guys is this product right here. It is a permanent hair removal device. Now, it's literally this super, super small product, but guys, this product has made, I think, over $100 million. As you guys can see, it's very, very high priced. The angle that they took with this is that this is at-home laser hair removal. Obviously, if you guys know, laser hair removal costs it's pretty expensive, maybe $500, $600. I don't really know how much it costs. I've never got it. But essentially, they say that you can do it at home with this one device. It's a permanent hair removal device instead of having to go to laser hair removal appointments. And they price anchored it. $189 is not that expensive compared to $600. So that's why they're able to get away with such a high price. But this is a really, really good product. The unique mechanism of this product is that you can do it at home without having to go anywhere. That is the entire thing. They just angled the entire business around their unique mechanism. This is another good product right here. This is also a really, really good product right here. This is a contour relief pillow. So obviously a lot of people have neck pain whenever they're sleeping. There is a market out there for that. There is older people who actually, like, every night they are tossing and turning because their pillow is uncomfortable. And I think they marketed this as neck pain, shoulder pain, back pain, and alleviates your pressure points. Now, obviously, this is a pretty clear reason as to why this is a winner. If someone has neck pain and you say that you can solve it, then it is a winner, guys. And the unique mechanism around this contour pillow is the way that it's shaped. I think they market it in a way like dermatologist approved or scientifically crafted or something like that. So it makes people believe that this will actually solve the problem. Obviously it's just a pillow, but as you guys can see by the way it's shaped, that is the entire unique mechanism. Now we have this product right here. This is a tongue scraper. Now obviously if you have white tongue, that is insecurity. People don't want to have white tongues when they're talking, so this is an emotional pain problem that you guys can use to sell. Now the unique mechanism on this is the ingredients in here that do it. Obviously they don't have it listed here, but if you guys were to point out the specific ingredients that actually make your white tongue go away forever, then this would be a good product to run and you guys would find success. I don't think the competitor is doing it, so you guys can probably do it. Now this product right here, this is an example of a uptrending product. There was a time where like grounding / like getting connected to earth was a big trend, and when that was happening, I know a guy that was selling this product right here. They said instead of having to go outside, go barefoot in the grass and step on the grass to get grounded with the earth, you guys can just use this electric grounding sheet which you plug into the wall and it gives you, you know, the wavelengths that you guys need. And then they even angled it into other things that grounding has in terms of benefits, like reducing your insomnia, eases your anxiety, reduces your pain, stuff like that. And this is in a really good niche. It's obviously the health niche because it's alleviating the pain of your customer. So this is another winner product. Now last but not least, this is my 7-figure brand product. If you guys don't know, this is the product I'm currently still running. And don't even try to rip me because you will not be successful. I have too many competitive advantage on this. But essentially what it is just beef tallow. If you guys know what beef tallow is, it's pretty much just a natural moisturizer. And the problem that I'm solving is just that it's a moisturizer. It's making your skin clear, making your skin moisturized, making it plump, whatever. But the reason that I'm successful with this product is for 2 reasons. The unique mechanism I have is that it's a natural product. There's only 2 ingredients. 2 ingredients right there. That's it. And the angle that I'm taking for this is that the reason that the older women's skin is not clear is because they're using too many chemicals. So this sells because it solves a problem with a unique mechanism. Now guys, we're moving on into product validation. Now this is pretty much whenever you find a winning product, obviously I'm going to show you guys the product research methods in just a second. But whenever you guys find a winning product, you guys need to validate it because you guys don't want to just run a product and assume that it's a winner. Now there's a couple ways to do this. First of all, you guys want to only sell products that a competitor is already making at least 30K per month with. The reason for this is because that is proof of concept. You know that if your competitor is selling a product for 30K a month, that you can sell it for even more. Reason being, they might not be using all the competitive advantage that I listed out earlier. But you guys can use that and out past them, right? But there is a market for your product if someone is already selling it for 30K a month, right? And pretty much guys, the way to find out if a person is selling a product for at least 30K a month is to go onto their website. Whenever you're doing your product research and you find a website, you want to get this Chrome extension called SimilarWeb. It's a free Chrome extension. You guys can just go on the Chrome Web Store and just download it. And essentially guys, you guys can see what their store is looking like. Now obviously this is not a product I would sell right now because as you guys can see, it is downtrending. You do not want to sell a downtrending product, but they are still making about 30K per month. And the way to calculate that is their monthly visits is 60K per month. It's almost identical to 1 visit per dollar, right? So 60K visits, 60K dollars, I guess, in their Shopify, right? It's not an exact estimate, but it is an estimate to see if they are driving traffic to their website. So the person running this brand is driving traffic to their website. So obviously this is a good product, but they're downtrending, so I would not sell that. And then obviously guys, when you're looking for product, your product wants to fit all the criteria I listed up above. This is a question I have received a lot. Is my product that I found too saturated? Now, saturation is not a real thing in e-commerce because once you just put in a competitive advantage or multiple competitive advantages, you can blow out all the competition. But there is one way that I would not sell a product that looks really good to me is that if I see 1 or more competitors absolutely killing it with all the competitive advantages. So I see people with having good landing pages, good creatives, good angles, good offers. I see them doing all types of things. I don't want to compete with that person. They have way more competitive advantage than I have, and me trying to start and compete with them will be a lot more difficult. So essentially what you guys want to do when you find a product is go on the Facebook ad library, go on Kalodata, go on TikTok, try to find all the competitors you can possibly find and try to see, are they really good at running their e-com store? Do they have good front-end economics? Do they have good angles, good offers? If it's no, but they're still making money, then that is a gold mine. You can step in, bring in all of that, and make more money than them. And when it comes to creatives, if I see someone that has over 200 ads launched, then I'm like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing. He's launching up a bunch of ads. I probably won't want to run it. But there is an exception, like I said, if their website just looks like trash, if their offers are not good, if you think you can do better than them, then try to do better than them. So that's essentially what a winning product is, guys. And now that you have an understanding of that, we're going to get into how to find these winning products. Alright boys, now that you guys know what a winning product looks like, it's time to go ahead and start finding winning products. But before we start finding winning products, you guys do need to make a product spreadsheet. This is how you're going to track all your products. This is how you're going to know where everything's at and just be able to refer to them and go back and look at them. So obviously what you guys want to do is just come into Google Sheets. Obviously it's free. Come in here and just name it product research. You just put the date. So today's, I think, the 5th, so 25. And yeah, pretty much now what you guys want to do is just come in here and you guys can just spread this out and then say product name. Come in here, do you can do link, make that a bit bigger, and then you want to put just a note section. Nothing too complicated, guys. Obviously you can add your own tabs to say this is a good product, a bad product. You guys can add social media links, all of that, AliExpress links. You can, but all I really do, I'm not gonna lie guys, is just do product name, link, and notes. There's nothing else you really need. Go ahead and just bold this over, so make a little border, boom. And then now what you're gonna do is whenever you find a product, you're just gonna put the name of it here. I'd actually probably make this smaller, make this one bigger, because your links are pretty long. And now that you guys are ready with those sheets, whenever you find products, throw a product in here, link to the Kalodata, link to the Facebook ad library, whatever. Any notes you may have on it, like, oh, this guy is not really using competitive advantages, I can outshoot him. Or you can say, like, just whatever, guys. You can even put second products in here that are similar to this one as a way for upselling. Doesn't really matter, guys. Don't complicate this. This is just where you store all your products. But it's very important to make this. Alright? Alright, boys. Now we're going to go ahead and get into the Kalodata product research method. Now, this is one of the better methods to use to find products. Obviously, it is a bit saturated now. A lot of people do use Kalodata, but it still works if you know how to use the right filter. So I'm going to go ahead and walk you through a few of the filters that I use, a few of the ways that I find new products. Obviously, guys, if you don't know what Kalodata is, what this is a platform where it tracks all the TikTok Shop products, and the meta and the strategy for this is to take it from TikTok Shop and bring it over to Facebook. Why? Because if it's working on TikTok, then it has to be working on Facebook, right? So essentially, that is a strategy when it comes to Kalodata. And let me just go ahead and make myself smaller. Move this over a little bit. But here it is, Kalodata. Obviously, when you open the app, it does cost money, guys. I recommend you very much get this. It's not that expensive, but it is really helpful. The first place I like to come into is product, and the first thing I like to do is sort this by the last 7 days. So what I'm looking for is what is absolutely banging on Kalo right now. Last 7 days, and then sometimes you can do category. You can be like, I want to sell a beauty product, I want to sell a health product, whatever. But usually when I first hop on Kalodata for the first time in a while, I'll go ahead and just leave it there. And then I like to make the average unit price above $25. This is because we don't want to sell anything cheap. You can do 20 as well, but I just recommend 25. And then that's about it. You just go ahead and click submit. And now it's just time to scroll. So what you want to do is you want to scroll here and just try to find a product that you think is hitting. And actually, I don't recommend being up on this front page because obviously this guy did 600K in one single week, which is absolutely amazing. But these products, I promise you guys, there's already some guy on Facebook just ripping with it. So what I like to do is come down. Sometimes I'll scroll through here, but I like to scroll down to like the 5th page and just scroll around. So let's just scroll for a little bit. Alright guys, so whenever you find a product, what you guys can do is click on it. I found this product and this one caught my eye, and what it is a lymphatic drainage. So the reason that this caught my eye is because I know that lymphatic drainage is a beauty thing. I know that's a trending thing. People like to do this to make their face look slimmer. It's like a natural Botox. So essentially this is like some type of product. I think that the unique mechanism of the product is that it's like a natural way of doing it. I'm not really too sure. But what you guys want to look at whenever you guys do see products is the graph here. As you guys can see, they are uptrending, right? Now obviously there was one day they had no sales. That is a good sign. They probably sold out, right? So essentially the case is they're actually uptrending, and you can see that within the last 7 days they've done 55K. Last 30 days they did 150K. So a lot of the majority of their sales was literally just this past week. If you guys look at that, this is a good sign. Now the cool thing about Kalodata is you can scroll down and you can literally find all the videos that are making them the sale. So obviously we'll save this for later. This is for marketing. We'll use this when it comes to marketing. But this is a really cool thing about Kalodata. So essentially, what do you guys want to do whenever you find a product? Go ahead and just copy it and go back into your product research thing. Paste the link here, and you want to name the product. This is a lymphatic drainage, right? I don't have too many notes for it, but I will say uptrending lasts 7 days, right? Whatever you can think of about the product that you can observe. So that is one way to look for products on Kalodata. So now we're going to move on to the next way, right? This is my favorite way to find new products that have just emerged, but I will say my success rate with this is not always there. This is very you might succeed with this. I have found good products like this, but not always, right? So essentially, what I like to do here is I like to go ahead and just reset the filters first, and then I go into launch date. I do within the last 7 days. Obviously, I do unit price above. For this one, I do 20. And then I like the revenue trend to be growing. That is about it. I'll do that, and I'll go ahead and just click submit. What we're looking at are brand new products that just got launched on Kalodata and have just began making money. Now, sometimes you'll see some banger stuff on here, sometimes you won't. But as you guys can see, this product has popped up again. This is a brand new product. Low-key is kind of cool. Hold on, this is a banger. All right, guys. Literally on camera, I just found an absolute banger, and I'm going to tell you exactly why this is a banger. There's obviously the product checklist we went through earlier. Now, that is something you always want to keep in mind, right? You know, not sold in stores, solves a big problem, emotional pain, all that, right? Now, this product, I don't even know what it does. I'm going to be real. I guess it's a muscle relief cream. I guess, right? But obviously, this has just been launched within the last 30 days, or last 7 days actually, and they just launched it and they're making sales. 13K already on this product. Now, here's some secret sauce, guys. I was gonna save this for later, but I'll tell you guys now since this product has it. When you're looking for a product and you look down at the creatives, sometimes it's not always good to look for a winning product. It's good to look for winning creatives. This product right here, the conversion rate on the creatives are absolutely crazy. So as you guys can see, I like to go for 10 sales per 1,000 views. 10 sales per 1,000 views. That is absolutely crazy on TikTok. Remember, TikTok it's not a shopping platform. It's a social media app where people dopamine are cooked. So if there are 1,000 people watching, and out of those 1,000 people, 10 people are purchasing, which is, I believe, 1% of the viewers, that is absolutely amazing. This product has 27 sold in 1K views, and then it also has 11 sold in 500 views. This is a 2% view to conversion ratio. This is absolutely crazy, guys. When you guys realize that you can have 1,000 views on Facebook with $30, you realize that 11 sales is crazy for 1,000 views. So this right here, I would run this product merely off of these creatives, because these creatives are absolutely hitting for this product. They're not even getting a lot of views, but they're getting crazy amounts of sales. Honestly, guys, this is an example of a winner. I really don't know what it does, but this is something that I would sell. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and take this and just add this into here, and we're gonna name it Pain Relief Balm. Obviously, guys, I can see where this is going. This is a pain relief problem, and I would market this to older people. I can already tell that this is a good product. And since this is such a banger product, I am gonna put this in bold. There are some products that you'll see, you're like, this is absolutely a winner, I know it is. Then what you guys want to do is put that in bold. Damn. So obviously, yeah, this is a banger product right here. So that is a way of finding products on Kalodata. Obviously, that's just one of them. So let's move on to the next one. Another way I like to do it is I like to go into the video and ads. So now, like I just said, guys, instead of looking for winning products, we're looking for winning creatives. So in here, I like to try to find creatives that are just banging for certain products. So what I'll do is I'll come in here, obviously click 7 days. Then I'll go ahead and come into the ROAS, and I like to put the minimum ROAS of 4. So these are just creatives that are just absolutely just ripping it for this product. I like to put the minimum like 30 seconds. And then I'll go ahead and click submit. And now what we're doing, guys, these are the ads that it's showing us. But instead of looking at the ads, typically, guys, what I'll do is I'll go and still look at the products. But at least we know that these products have actually like high ROASs and high conversion rates. So obviously this looks pretty cool. I don't know what it is, but it's cool. This and this. And let's just scroll here for a little bit until we find some winning ads. I was literally just scrolling and I found another banger product. This product was super low and it's starting to uptrend now. What it is magnesium oil spray and magnesium oil lotion. So obviously you guys can see the benefits here. There's multiple different angles you can take with this, but this product is absolutely ripping it. And if you guys scroll down, the creatives do look pretty good. These guys have 1K views with 5 sales, which is not exactly up at the 10 sales, but it's still pretty decent. 1K views, 5 sales, 1K 8, 603. It's not horrible, but this is another example of a way to find products on Kalodata. So guys, that is pretty much all of the ways that I do use to find products on Kalodata. Just play with the filters. Obviously, you guys don't have to copy my exact filters. You can, and just scroll a lot longer than me. I wasn't really scrolling that much, but obviously if I've scrolled more, then I probably would have found a whole lot more products. But try to find products that fit the criteria that haven't really popped off yet, and if it's on the brink of popping off and their creatives are actually hitting, then it could be something that is worth testing on Facebook. Remember guys, look for winning creatives on Kalodata, not necessarily winning products, but you do want to look for both at the same time. So that being said, that is how you use the Kalodata product research method, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Yo, what is up boys? It's Noah here, and in this video I'm going to be telling you guys the newest, best product research method, guys. No one is really talking about this one, so I do want to say this one thing. You guys are hearing about this product research method, please leave this in this group. I don't want you guys to leak this. Not too many people know about this, but so we're gonna go ahead and do this product research method. So guys, as you guys can see, we have TikTok loaded up. I say go ahead, if you guys know what the burner method is on TikTok for organic, this is essentially what we're doing, but we're doing the burner method for TikTok shop. So like this is like the in-between of organic, burner method, and Kalodata. So essentially, what you guys want to do is we're going to be looking for products on the actual TikTok shop and just looking for organic products. So what you guys want to do is you guys want to come into the home page and then obviously go into shop. And guys, there are so many products right here on that you guys can look for and just scroll and just find. So essentially, like obviously the first product we see here is pretty good. It's like a tongue scraper or whatever. But what you guys want to look at is you want to look at how much is sold. So as you guys can see right there, this one has 327 sold. But you guys want to look for something that's at least like 3K sold, so you can see that it's just not starting to pop off on TikTok shop. It's not very big yet, but it's starting to pop. So like this right here, this is a bit more sold. This is something that you probably see on Kalodata. But even this is a pretty good product, guys. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is a good one. You guys can just scroll here. And then I hope you guys know no one's really looking here on the dropshipping sense to bring this over to Meta. So like this is why this is so powerful. So essentially another thing you guys want to do is go ahead and just add to cart. Click to add a cart and just continue to scroll. And the reason that we add a cart is because eventually what we want is we want our For You page to just be a ton of TikTok shop creatives, so that we'll be able to find products just by scrolling around. So my bad. And then yeah, let's just scroll through here. If you see a product you like with a bunch of stuff sold, just go ahead and add it to your cart. This mouth tape is pretty cool. Like these are products that, you know what I'm saying, like I've never seen, and all these are pretty good. And just as long as it's validated here, then it's a good product. You got this tongue scraper here, 5K sold. Magnesium body butter, guys. This is literally a gold mine worth of products. This is like Kalodata mixed in with organic. Because at the end of the day, guys, Kalodata, the first like 10 pages of Kalodata, the first 500 products of Kalodata, everyone has seen them already. So it's like this is like finding products right before it starts. So essentially, whenever you do find a product, what you do want to do is pretty much roll over to Kalodata, and you'll be able to rip the ads from it. Because whatever you find on here is on Kalodata. It's just not on the front page of Kalodata. So essentially, you guys can still see the creatives that people are pushing. You guys can take those, rip those, and pretty much this is how you be the first person to a product. In most cases, right? Like a lot of products you guys will see here is something that like I've never even seen. Like I've never seen this product right here. So yeah, guys, this is one of the go-to product research methods. I say do this, add these products to your Excel sheet. Obviously, send them to me whenever you guys find out what products you have. Whenever you guys make a product Excel sheet. And yeah, bro, like just continue to scroll. Like you guys can do this while laying in bed before you go to sleep, while y'all are sitting on the toilet. You guys can do this whenever. So this is a really go-to product research method, guys. So yeah. All right, guys. So now that you guys know how to product research on the TikTok burner method and on Kalodata, move on to the next method, which is the Facebook ad library method. So obviously this is another free way of product research. And Kalodata is the only one that you have to pay for. So if you don't want to pay for Kalodata, I recommend just doing the TikTok burner or this one right here. We're going directly into Facebook ad library and seeing what other people are running. So obviously every time you run an ad on Facebook, it will show up here, and we can just find other people who are running ads. So essentially, go on Google, type in Facebook ad library, it'll take you to this page right here. Go ahead and just click all ads. And then what we're gonna do here is we are going to look for ads using keywords. So obviously every e-commerce guy or dropshipper running a store uses some type of keyword within their primary text. It could be free shipping, buy one, get one free, limited time only. All these different phrases and words that people can use in order to market. So for us, let's just use one of those keywords. We can use free shipping, right? So we know free shipping works because they have free shipping in their primary text. That means that they are selling a physical product. So let's go ahead and just click free shipping. This is not the hack, guys. This is not everything you guys need to do. What you need to do is come into the filters, right? So these filters are very, very important. This is gonna make sure that you find good products. So what you guys wanna do is come in here, click English, then you want to come into here and click Facebook, Instagram, and then make sure you do a video. And then active ads, make sure it's on active, right? Here's the cool part. What you guys wanna look for are active ads that were launched 2 weeks to a month ago. So what I mean by that is it's been running for at least 2 weeks, but it's only been up for at least a month. The way to do that is you come in here and you want to go to a month ago. So let's go ahead and type in, today's 6/5/2025, so let's do 5/20/25, right? 2 weeks ago, actually, today's Thursday the 5th, so we'll do May the 5th, okay? And then for the next one, you want to do 2 weeks ago today. So Thursday, and the 22nd. So we're looking at ads that were launched between May 5th and May 22nd, and we're going to go ahead and just click apply. If it's still active, then that means it must still be working, right? So let's go ahead and just lower myself. And just scroll here and just look for brands. Obviously, you'll be able to tell what a brand looks like. Some of them are kind of trash, like this is some random jewelry brand, they spam ads. Go ahead and keep scrolling. But let's see, we got this one right here, Shopify. What I like to look for is when I first hop on, I like to see the likes. This guy has 1.3 million likes. I'm immediately not gonna look at that. They're way too big for us. So let's keep on scrolling. This guy has 200 likes, so let's see what this is.
You will never be stuck with that.
That one of the solar power banks you have to put in the sun for 12 hours and then.
So this guy's selling a solar power bank. That's not a bad product, but unfortunately you can find that in the store, so we're not gonna sell that. So let's keep on scrolling, keep on scrolling. This method does take a little bit more time, but it is very effective. What's this?
Plot twist. Everyone thinks it's called nerdy nuts because of the nuts inside, but it's actually called nerdy nuts because you have to be freaking nuts.
Alright, it's food. I don't recommend selling food on e-commerce. It's not a good thing to do. A lot of legal problems. Alright, y'all, so I just scrolled for a few minutes on here and I did find a product that is a potential winner. So essentially what this is, I just watched the video. It's like a jaw gum that you chew, and it's apparently rough and it makes your jaw bones look more defined. So it's essentially an insecurity problem for men, solving men's looks. So that is a good thing to sell. Obviously I looked at this. They only have 2,000 likes, which is enough. They're selling enough that tells me that it's validated, but they're not crazy up there. Like I wouldn't sell anything that has more than like 10,000 or 15,000 likes, but they are on the lower end. So what you guys want to do is go ahead and just click view ads, and you're able to look at how many ads they have. So they only have 8 ads, actually, funny enough, which could be good. So essentially what we want to do is we want to go ahead and just click shop now and see their website, and they clearly have a messed up website. But let's say that this is their product here. Obviously, just from first glance, I can tell that there is a lot of work that we can do. There's a lot more improvement we can do against this person, get more competitive advantage. But essentially what you do is just go ahead and just copy and just throw this into your product research thing. And it is a jaw shaper product or whatever. Now pretty much whenever you find a product on here, the next thing you want to do is validate the product. But I'm going to show you guys how to validate a product in the next video. But this is essentially a decent product that, it solves the problem. It fits the criteria. It's very small. This is something that I believe that can be sold. But yeah, that's pretty much how you do the Facebook ad library. This one's a bit more manual. If you guys really want to find ads, you guys do have to scroll on here for a while. There are obviously tons and tons of ads that are launched up every single day. So if you guys just take the time, if you guys are bored, you guys can literally just play video games and scroll on Facebook ad library at the same time. This is a brain rot way of finding ads, but I promise you guys, using Facebook ad library is a really, really good way to find ads. Now, if you're really looking at trash ads, you can change the keywords from free shipping to buy one. So like, remember how I was saying buy one, get one free? Instead of saying buy one, get one free, I wouldn't do that. I would just say buy one, because obviously buy one, get one free is too specific. You may not find everything there. And then make sure to put on the filters that you had on before. So that's pretty much how you do the Facebook ad library method. Like I said, guys, scroll on here for hours. You will find products 100%, no time. So that being said, I'll see you on the next one. All right, boys, so now I'm gonna make this super quick video of one of my favorite product research methods, which is GetHooked. Now, this is pretty much like Facebook ad library on steroids. I only recommend you guys get two softwares for product research. It's Kalodata and GetHooked. I recommend GetHooked less for product research, but for marketing. So, you know, obviously you guys will hear more about GetHooked when we get into the marketing module. Obviously, guys, get hooked. That's kind of hard to say, but get this, right? It's very, very good. So essentially, it's just like Facebook ad library, except you can see the ads a lot more clearer, and there's a lot more filters you can run. So essentially, this is all of the ads, and then here are all the filters I like to use. So obviously, the first thing I like to do is 4 stars and 5 stars. This is kind of GetHooked's way of rating how well the ad's performing. And then what you want to do is come to the ad format. I like to do video. You can do image too, but I do like to do video. And then I go into status, still running. You always want the ad to be running, always. Niche, you can pick a niche if you want to, if you're looking for a specific one. I usually just leave it alone. And the runtime, you want a minimum of 7 days running. You want your ad to be pretty much brand new, but not too new. Sometimes I'll even do 10. We'll do 10 just to make sure that the ad is actually a good ad. And then language, obviously English. And then channels, Facebook, Instagram. Start date, that doesn't matter. And then video length, I like to do 1 to 3 minutes. This is because we're getting good quality ads, and now we can scroll again just like before. Obviously, the one problem with GetHooked is you'll see the same ad over and over. So you can hide brands. You can click, you know, Rise Superfoods, so that you don't see that anymore. And it'll hide all of that. And just keep on scrolling here. There's tons and tons of products here. You got Neuro Drop, which is decent. Healthletic. Pretty much, guys, if you guys see a product that you guys like, go ahead and just click shop now, and then you can validate it here. Essentially just keep scrolling, find products. There's tons and tons of products on here. Some tooth product. Not bad, guys. You guys get the point. Just like Facebook ad library, scroll here. You'll find products on here for sure, as long as you guys just keep scrolling and looking. Only thing annoying about GetHooked is that, you know, you see the same brand over and over, but that's what you can hide the brands here for. And yeah, this is one really good way. You can find bangers like this. So, quick little video about GetHooked. Alright, boys, now that you guys have made a list of products and found a bunch of products, it is time to go ahead and begin to validate it. Now, like I said earlier, guys, there are a couple of criteria you need to look at when validating products. You need to look at, is there a competitor already making $30K a month? This is important because we need proof of concept. You don't ever want to reinvent the wheel. There's also another criteria. It's, does it have good creators? Why? Because when we first start our e-com brand, we don't want to go and make our own creatives, because the reason for that is because you are not a marketing expert yet. Obviously, you don't have years of marketing under your belt, so you don't know how to properly market, even if you think you do. So essentially what you want to do in the very beginning, whenever we do start to market, is to rip ads and rip scripts and make it into our own. Obviously, there's a way to do it better than your competitors, but we'll get into that later. But like I was saying, make sure the product has at least content on it. If it's on TikTok, on Facebook ad library, if it's on Kalodata. If there's content somewhere for it, that's good. So essentially, let's start with the first one, obviously. A competitor's already making $30K a month. The way to do that is to go ahead and go to the website. So for this product right here, we already have the website, and for the Kalodata products, we don't have the website. So what you can do for the Kalodata products is you can pretty much just click on it, and then this is lymphatic drainage supplement, right? You can go to the Facebook ad library and try to find competitors. So let's go ahead and ad library and type in lymphatic drainage supplement and see what we can find. So these guys right here look like they are running a quiz funnel, but I can't tell if it's a lymphatic drainage. Let's keep scrolling. It looks like I can't really find anyone selling that exact product, but we did find an indirect competitor. What an indirect competitor is someone who's selling the same solution but not the same product. So essentially this is kind of the same product, but it's a little different. But I would still take this as a direct competitor. And as you guys can see, The way to look to see if they're making 30K a month is I would go ahead and click up here, click on similar web. This person just launched their brand, so there's no data on it, so there's not really much to see here. But you can also look at their followers. They are looking kind of good. They do have 109 likes, and if they just launched the brand, that means that is starting to work. And I would even just look into their ads, see how long ago they launched. They already have 7 ads, and they just launched on the 1st of May. So they've been running for a little bit over a month. 7 ads is not good enough. To me, it sounds like it's not working because they haven't launched any more. But maybe they're just slow. I wouldn't take this as a banger immediately because nothing really looks too good about it. But let's go ahead and move on to the next product, which is this jawliner. Let's go ahead and click the similar web extension. And as you guys can see, they're not making 30K a month, so I probably wouldn't run this. They just launched the store last month, and they are at 209. Although, yes, they are going up, they are still not scaling, which honestly I can kind of tell from their website. The website is not that good. But essentially, when you guys do find products and you make a big list, that is exactly what you want to do. You want to go on the website, look for the similar web, try to make sure it has at least 30K visits per month, look for all the competitors you can possibly find and see how many people are looking for it. So yeah, that's pretty much how you validate a product. Obviously, whenever you find a product, you'll pretty much know if it's a winner. Just as long as it's making money and it's not being sold by some big e-com guy, that's all that really matters when it comes to a product. As long as it's making money, it fits the criteria of a winning product, it has creatives, and it's not being sold by some crazy big e-com guy, your product is good. All right, see you on the next video.
I know you guys just learned how to find products, but if you want me to do it for you, click the link down in the description where you can join the Ecom Lab program where we find your products, make the offer, run up ugly image ads, and you can talk to me personally, all right? Click the link down in the description because I talk more about it in that, okay?
All right, shop boys, so now that you guys know how to find a product, let's assume that you have already found one. So the next step to building your e-commerce business is to build the website. So before we go ahead and talk about your website, there is a couple of things that I do want to mention just so that you guys understand. This is just a typical business thing rather than e-com, but I'm gonna show you how it applies to e-com. There's only 3 components to any business. You can think of every single business in the world. They all contain essentially these 3 parts of it, right? There's acquisition, sales, and value delivery. So within e-commerce, we kind of work this a little bit backwards. For us, we find our value delivery first. So for us, that is our product, right? Think of any other business that can be like a restaurant. The value delivery is the food, right? Now, the top part of the business is the acquisition part. Now, this is your marketing. So this is, people coming into the door, and essentially when they come into the door, they go through our sales funnel, which is essentially our website. So the website is a very, very important part of the business because this is where you sell to people. Within your marketing, which is something we're going to talk about in later modules, this is how you get people to click on your website. Now, what they click on matters because when they click on the website, they need to be sold into getting their value, aka your product, right? That's just a little tangent I wanted to go on just so you guys can understand what the website is, how important it is, and the role that it plays within your business. All right, so before we go ahead and begin building our website, we need to know what a good website even looks like. So first of all, the first 3 things that we need within our website is it needs to look clean and branded. Also, it needs to be easy to use. People need to know how to navigate the website very easily. The buttons need to be clear on what they do and where it will take them. And it has to have low friction. Now, what low friction means is that it's not difficult from the customer clicking on your website to purchasing an item. It is not a difficult task to do. It should be very, very simple. Obviously, guys, you guys need to realize when you guys are marketing on social media, you're catching people at their dumbest states. So essentially, they're not really thinking. They don't feel like using their brain. They're just literally just being zombies scrolling on social media. And that's like, not saying that they're dumb people, but that's just the reality of the state that you catch people in whenever they are scrolling on social media. So your website shouldn't be complicated. It shouldn't be here and there. It should be very, very easy to figure out how to purchase a product off of it. All of these 3 things can be done with one simple task, and that's by getting something called the Shrine theme. I'm not affiliated at all with the Shrine theme, but this is genuinely like what I use on all of my stores, and it's actually the best theme that you can use. It's super, super easy. It's built for high conversions. It's built for impulse purchases, which is exactly what we're working with. So I do recommend anyone getting the Shrine theme. Now, the Shrine theme does cost money. It costs about $150, but if you guys don't want to pay for it, I do have the cracked version linked down below. I don't really recommend you guys use that because it is outdated in 2025, but it still works if you don't want to drop $150 right now. But if you can afford to pay for the Shrine theme, I recommend that you do. So that's it for the Shrine theme. This is how you're going to be able to get a low friction website that's easy to use and is clean and branded. Obviously, you're already getting a competitive advantage over tons of people just by using this renting. So the next thing that matters on a website is social proof. Now, every website needs to have social proof. Why? Because people want to see that it works for other people before they try it on their own. It pretty much includes reviews, GIFs of your product in use by other people, and places that you have been seen at. So like things like you're on TikTok, you're on Instagram, you're on Facebook. On every single website that I build, I include a little area that says I'm on TikTok, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook. It kind of gives social proof. It brings more trust to the customer. Trust is a very, very big factor when selling online. And if you can get over that trust hump, then people will purchase from you. Now, the last and most important part of your website is that your website actually entices the visitor to purchase. Obviously, nothing else matters unless people come on the website and they feel like, oh my gosh, I want to buy this product, right? Obviously, part of that is your product itself, but there are other things that you can use to entice the viewer to purchase your product. So this includes the three most important parts of your website. That's your copy, your offer, and your product photos. So essentially what the copy is like what you're saying on the website. It's the text that you see everywhere. Is that text convincing to tell someone to purchase? Does it tell them that they need to purchase right now? Now, your offer, in my opinion, is actually the highest lever that you can pull to increase your conversion rate. If you have a good offer on the website, then your conversion rate is going to skyrocket. Now, a good offer and a bad offer can be the difference between a successful and an unsuccessful e-commerce store. Now, obviously, guys, we're going to get into the specificities of this in just a second, but the last important part of your website is your product photos and your media. So the product photos is essentially the first thing that people see whenever they land on the website. So this has to be good. It has to be eye-catching. It has to be clear. All of these things, right? And the media is essentially less important than product photos, but it's what the people see later down the website when they see it in use, when they see how it works and certain things like that. So going deeper into the offer, because this is actually, like I said, the most important part of your website. The saying that I like to go for when it comes to crafting an offer is make an offer so good that the customer feels stupid for saying no. If someone lands on your website, because remember guys, we are selling to cold traffic on Facebook. Cold traffic means people have never seen us before, they've never heard of us before, and they are just landing on this cool website that they were intrigued by an ad. So this is their first time on the website. They need to see an offer that like makes them say, I cannot pass this up today. I have to buy this right now today. I need this in my life. That is how you should think about your offers whenever you're crafting them. So there's obviously several different ways to craft an offer, but the main, 5 ways that I make good offers, I do this on all of my websites, is by value stacking, which is essentially making the customer feel like they're getting way more stuff than what they're paying for. Because remember guys, a purchase happens when value exceeds the price. I'm gonna say that again. A purchase happens when value exceeds the price. If they feel like they're gonna get more value for purchasing your product, they don't mind spending $40 on your website. They don't mind spending $20 on the website. But if they feel like your product is not worth $40, $50, they're not gonna purchase it. So essentially, value stacking is just increasing the value of the product. There's several ways to do this with free gifts, with buy one, get one free, several different things, right? Obviously, the next thing that I like to do is quantity breaks. So essentially, everyone does quantity breaks, but the way that I do it is a little bit different. So obviously, what a quantity break is the more that you purchase, the less that it costs, right? Every website does it nowadays. But the cool thing that I like to do with quantity breaks is including shipping thresholds. So essentially what this is like on all my websites, I do a certain thing where like if you buy 2 or more, or if you have an order above a certain amount, then you get free shipping. What that does is it brings more value to the quantity break. Obviously they're getting 2 products for essentially cheaper each, but they're also more enticed because they know that they can get like free shipping with the double product. And obviously on the second or third option, there is more value in it. Now obviously guys, I'm gonna show you how to do all of this when we actually do build a website. But I do want you guys to just have an idea of what a good offer looks like, okay? Now the next thing that every offer must have, I see a lot of beginners miss out on this, is not including urgency and guarantees. 2 things, right? Remember, like I said, we're selling to cold traffic. People need to have a reason to purchase this right now. Because always remember guys, any reason is better than no reason. So if you give them a reason to purchase this today, saying, hey, it could be Memorial Day sale, summer sale, spring sale, whatever, right? Anything. Just make sure that they feel like they need to do this now, or else they're going to miss out on the sale. Or you can just put a low stock on your website so that people feel like it is low stock and they need to purchase right now. Urgency is a big game changer when it comes to converting cold traffic. And the next thing that you guys need to put on your website is a guarantee. So guarantees is essentially, another word for it is risk reversal. Because a lot of people feel like, hey, I don't know if this product will work for me. No matter what product you're selling, they still may have that little like tingling in the back of their mind saying, this may not be for me, this may not work for me. Including a guarantee on your website is always going to convert people so much better, because they're going to feel comfortable purchasing from you, because they know that from your guarantee that, you know, if I don't like this product, if this doesn't work for me, then I can just return it. It's a win-win situation, and essentially I don't lose anything, right? So this makes people more comfortable. Obviously, you always want people to be comfortable whenever they're buying off your website. So on your copy, guys, always remember to sell the outcome, not the features. Your copy should be structured in a pain to solution type of way. Your product doesn't matter. I see a lot of people try to make their website just sell the product all over the website. This product is this, it does this, it has the best materials, it has... No one cares, bro. No one cares about the materials. All they care about is getting their problem figured out. So essentially, whenever you write your copy, you do it like this. But we're going to use AI to do this, so don't worry about that. Now, product photos. Essentially, the way to have a good product photo is to make sure that it's clear and that it's very, very easy to tell what it does whenever you see it. Now, bonus points if you have product photos that have sales copy on it. Essentially, an example of that is this right here, where you can like see the benefits that it has. But essentially, you don't have to really worry about this yet until you're really trying to focus on getting better product photos. Now, guys, I'm going to quickly walk you guys through the proven conversion architecture. This is a scientific way that I've decided to make websites to maximize conversions, right? Obviously, this has brought me 10% conversion rates on my stores, and this has worked very, very well. So I recommend you guys, you copy this. Now, obviously, I'm going to just run through it fast because I'm just going to show you whenever I actually build a website, but I just want you to have an idea of why I structure it like this. This first part is called the top fold. The top fold is the most important part of your website. Obviously, whenever people send me their websites and I judge them, I only look at the top fold. I don't even scroll down, because a lot of people make the mistake of caring about the bottom fold and thinking that that changes the outcome of your website. Absolutely not. The top fold is what matters, right? So obviously, with the website, you have a brand logo, you have a product photo, which is, you know, the first thing people see. Urgency text, this is part of your offer. Then the name of the product, the price, the benefits of what it does, and your offer. So essentially, whenever people land on your website, you want them to see mainly just this, right? Sometimes you'll only see this, but the reason that you want it like this is because they see the product, they see that it's running out, they see that people like it, they see how much it costs. Already they're like, okay, it costs that much. But then you sell them with the benefits, and then right after you sell them with the offer. That is the mindset like people think whenever they quickly scroll. It literally takes like 1 or 2 seconds for that whole process to happen in their head, but that's exactly what happens. Now, a lot of people, sometimes they'll just go ahead and buy, they like the offer, all that stuff. But some people still have that little doubt in their mind, so they scroll down, continue scrolling on the website, then they see the reviews, the social proof, they're like, okay, this is more legit. Then they find out what it is, and then there's your guarantee, the risk reversal. Now they're more sold. Some people just come right here and just go ahead and purchase, right? Some people are still not sold on your product, so they're very, very skeptical, they want to read more about it. Then that's why you have the sales text, right? And that's essentially the top fold, and that's how you sell. Now, every now and then, I've tracked the heat maps. I'll tell you maybe like 60% of people don't scroll past the top fold. 60% of buyers don't scroll past the top fold. I'm telling you, I've tracked it. Now, every now and then, the other 40%, they will scroll down, and this is where you'll see more info on the product, like the headline, sub-headline. You'll see what the product looks like in use. You'll see the Guru Discovery Story, which essentially is like a method that I use to sell my products, which I'll show you guys in just a second, one of my websites. And then obviously more credibility. And at this point, they may just have a couple of objections in their head, which is the reason they haven't purchased yet, right? They may say, I don't know if this will work, or how does this work? How does this work? That's where you handle that right here. I essentially call this a frequently asked questions section. And this is going to get a lot of people sold, because if they're at the bottom of the website, they're already thinking like, you know, there's probably something wrong with the product in their head. Now, this is where you handle that. And after that is just more social proof. That is essentially all you need for a website. But whenever you are building your website, focus 80% of your effort in the top fold, because this is what matters the most. Your best copy on the website should be on the headline. This is what matters the most, okay? And I'm just gonna walk you guys through one of the websites that I have built. So this is actually the product that I ran on my YouTube channel, where I did a week-long dropshipping challenge that I made like a few $1,000s with. Essentially, this is the website, and I'm going to show you guys how I structured it and why it works. So obviously, guys, like I was just going over, you have the brand logo, you have the product photos, urgency, reviews, name of the product, price, and like I said, by this point they're like, okay, now they're reading what it does, and then you have the big offer. This is the selling point. Most people just click add a cart by here and just buy the product, but like I said, some people scroll down. You got reviews. I forgot to add, you can get like the shipping time thing here, and then what is it, how to use it, ingredients, risk reversal, and then you got the key copy right here, right? The sales copy. Put that there. This is the whole top fold. Now the rest of it, if they want to keep watching, they can look at videos of it. And this is a guru discovery story. Essentially what I did is I said this was created by a team of female chemists and energy coaches. It just makes it sound more legit. It makes it sound like super like a big project. People love being part of big projects. So this is good here. More social proof. And at this point, it's just objection handling and social proof, okay? So that's essentially just a rundown of what a good website looks like. Obviously, I've structured all of my websites like this. I run 5 to 10% conversion rates on all my website. So this has worked for me, and I know it'll work for you as well. Now, I'm just gonna go ahead and go over the common mistakes that people make whenever they're building their website. So the first mistake is writing too much copy or too long of a copy. It makes your website look completely disorganized, and the reality, guys, like I was saying earlier, people are brainwriting while they're scrolling. No one's reading all of that. So you don't want to have super long copy on your website. It's going to turn people off of the website. They won't want to purchase anymore. So the best way to handle this, if you want to put a lot of info on your website, is to consolidate everything into the bubbles. If you guys saw where I put the what it is and risk reversal, all those little boxes, you guys can put as much copy as you want in there, just so your website looks clean. Now, bad copy. This is where a lot of people mess up as well. Obviously, if you're a beginner, you're probably not a professional copywriter. That's why I'm going to show you guys with AI how to get some good copy. But writing bad copy means you're not selling to the person that you're trying to sell to, right? Because when you write your copy, you don't want to sell the features of the product. You want to sell the outcome of the product, right? What do they get whenever they purchase your product? Because no one is buying your product. They're buying the solution, right? Always remember that. Your product is just the vehicle that they're getting to get to that solution. If you're selling a hand pain product, they don't care about your product. They care about getting their hand less painful. That's what matters. So you need to write towards the solution, not the product. I see a lot of beginners start writing, this product has this, it has this, it has this. No one cares. You can talk about the features in a sense of this is the reason that you get your solution. Now that's just a little copywriting lesson, but like I said, guys, you won't have to worry about this. We're gonna do copywriting with our AI. Now another mistake I see a lot of people make is they have ugly product photos. It could be super low quality, it could be lame product photos. You don't want to have low quality photos, and you want it to be very clear as to what your product does whenever they see the photo, right? So don't have ugly product photos. This is very important. Now the last mistake I see people make is having a weak offer. If you have a weak offer on your store, you're not gonna have a competitive advantage over other people, and this will ensure that you don't scale. So like I said, guys, so that wraps it up for this video. Now we're gonna get into the research part of building your website, because it is important to research before you start building the website. So I'll see you on the next one. Yo, what is up, boys? So now it is time to build the website. So obviously, guys, you guys have found a product now, you found something that you believe in. It's time to build the whole thing around it. Now, like I said, guys, we are getting a competitive advantage over all of our customers, and you guys will see why. We're gonna build this website using AI. So obviously, AI is way smarter than we are. And instead of trying to sit there and try to make our website on our own, we're just going to follow the template that we have from before of how to build a website, and then we're going to use AI to plug and play everything. So this is the product that we're going to run with. This is a product I found on Kalodata. It's kind of like an Adderall, but a safer version. And that's essentially the angle that I'm going to take with this. It's like a natural Adderall. You can lock in better. It's going to be more of a supplement that solves a problem of not being able to focus, which is a problem that a lot of people have nowadays. So let's go ahead and start building the store. For this one, we're going to use ChatGPT, and we're also going to use Gemini. So let me just go ahead and open up Gemini. But we'll just leave these open for now. So let's go ahead and start our research process for the product. So the competitive advantage that we're going to get over everyone else is having our AI understand our product and tell us what we should do for it. So like I said, guys, the first thing we're going to do is research for it. So come into your AI prompt Notion. So the first thing that we need to do is deep research on our product. So the first thing we're going to do is come into the foundational docs to deep research. And here we have a whole bunch of prompts, and this is what we're going to use to research our products. So the first thing you're going to do is go ahead and just copy this entire prompt, go into ChatGPT and just paste it. Now, before you go ahead and click enter, what you want to do is upload a PDF of your competitor's sales page. We found this product on Kalodata, so we're going to have to find someone who's selling this on Facebook. So if you guys haven't already done competitor research, which you should have already done, go ahead and go into the Facebook ad library, type in your product here. If you found your product and you already have your competitor's website, you don't have to do all this. But let's just find a competitor really quickly. Alright guys, so I went on Facebook ad library, I couldn't really find it, so I just typed it in Google and I found the actual product here. Now as you guys can see, it gives us all the info we need on the product, including its USPs and its features and everything. So essentially what you guys want to do to copy the sales page and give it to your AI. So essentially what you guys want to do is get this extension right here, and what it does is it's going to take a picture of the entire page. So what you want to do is just click capture entire page, and it takes like maybe like 4 seconds, and it's just going to turn the entire page into a PDF. And if you guys do want to know what the extension is called, it's about to show it right here. You just go into the Chrome Web Store, type in Fireshot or type in Web Page Screenshots. It's the one with the blue logo. But essentially just come in here and just click Save to PDF. Click Save. Go back into your ChatGPT and paste it right here. Now, before you click Enter, explain what you're selling and to who. So essentially what we're selling is dopamine brain food that people use as a way to focus. Now, I already kind of have an idea of an angle I want to take for this product, so I'm gonna try to market towards entrepreneurs, so like hyper productivity. So I'm gonna say this is for people who are trying to get hyper productivity. To get more work done. Now obviously guys, that's just one angle. You don't have to always put the angle in. I could obviously angle this towards college students. I can angle this towards corporate workers who have a hard time focusing at work. There's many different angles I can take. I can even angle it to kids who, you know, have trouble focusing, or parents for their kids, right? A million different angles for this product. But essentially, I'm just gonna throw it in here. This is just one I want to test, and just click enter. So essentially guys, what the AI is going to do, it's going to pretty much just tell you what it thinks about the product. And this is some really good info that you can have here just to strategize your store a little bit more. You don't have to read it, but it is some good info. But we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next prompt. So now what you guys wanna do is go ahead and copy out prompt 2. And we're going to make a prompt to do deep research on our product. Now this is important guys, because remember, we're using AI to build our website. And to build a good website, AI needs to know what it's building, right? So go ahead and copy this one and then paste it into here. But before you click enter, what you guys want to do is download these 2 PDFs right here. So you have PDF 1 and then you have PDF 2. Now what this is are 2 very long excerpts explaining to the AI what we mean by deep research, because we want it to give us the exact results that we want from it. So come here, just click download on PDF 1, go to PDF 2 and click download, and now go back into your AI and throw in both of those documents. We just told AI that we want them to deep research on certain places like forums, Amazon reviews, Google, because we don't want them to just deep research on random websites necessarily, although they still will. We want us to be focused on like things like Reddit, things like Amazon reviews. Why? Because that's where our customers are hanging out at, and that's where they give their opinions. So essentially that's what we want from there. So now let's move on to the next prompt. So essentially guys, this prompt right here, prompt number 3, is telling us to give us a deep research prompt that we're going to use. Go ahead and click paste, and then you want to enter the product that you're selling. Alright guys, and now you have this beautiful prompt that we are going to use to go crazy, right? So essentially just go ahead and come in here and just copy and paste this entire thing. And what we are going to do is we're going to go over to Gemini, and the reason that we're doing Gemini is because Gemini actually has the best deep research capabilities out of all of the LLMs. So I've split tested this, you know, I've tried multiple deep researches, and this is the best one. So go ahead and just click deep research and then paste it. So essentially what it's doing now, it's just going to like, so essentially what it's asking now is going to ask, so essentially what it's asking now is it's asking, so what essentially what it's doing now is it's telling us pretty much what it's going to do to research. So it's just giving you like the entire like process that it's going to do. And if you approve of it, just go ahead and click start research. And this is going to take maybe like 6 to 7 minutes. But what it's going to do is going to scrape the entire internet for every single thing on the problem that our person experiences and the goal that they're trying to get to. So we're gonna have a super comprehensive document understanding exactly what our product does and who it's for. So let it sit for like 6 or 7 minutes, and I'm gonna see you guys when it's finished researching. All right, boys, so as you guys can see, we have a full document of deep research. This is amazing amounts of knowledge that we can use to pretty much market our product, right? This is everything we need. And obviously we're not gonna read all this right now. You can, but we're gonna give it to the AI. So go ahead and just copy and paste this entire thing right here. Just go ahead and just click all of this. Tons and tons of research. You do not need the references, but you can take the rest. So go ahead and copy, go into Google Docs, open up a new document and paste this right in here. And what you are going to write in here is deep research for my product. Or you can just type in your product, which is dopamine brain food. Look at this, guys. Literally 27 pages of research, literally like on our product that we have just found, like literally in a matter of 20 minutes or so, right? All right, guys. So now the next thing you want to do is scroll down into here and look for creating a buyer persona. Now what we're going to do is we're going to find out our customers. So now that we understand the problem, we understand the solutions to in the market for it, now it's time to figure out who is our product for, because it's very, very important to know who it's for. So go ahead and come in here and copy and paste prompt 1. And what you're going to do with this is you're going to upload your research document and plus the sales page that we just copied. So come back in here and open up a new chat. Always open up a new chat whenever you're doing a new task. So just that's a note for later. Go ahead and paste that in there. You want to upload that fire shot page that we had, and then come in here and download this deep research page. What you want to do is go ahead and just click enter on this. And what it's going to tell us is to upload the avatar creation prompt. So that's what it said right here. And what the avatar creation prompt is this super, super long prompt after that one, and just copy and paste everything. So what it's gonna do now is it's gonna cook up a super, super in-depth persona of exactly who our customer is. This is what we're gonna use to sell our product, right? Obviously we need to know who our customer is to sell it. So let this cook up for a little bit. All right, boys, we got the shades on because we just found out who our customer is. All right, so pretty much. All right, so as you guys can see, we literally know exactly who our customer is. If you guys don't realize the value that this knowledge is right here, we have our customer down to its name and age. Now, obviously, I'm gonna say this now. I know it's a little bit ahead since we're not in the marketing phase yet, but one of the secrets I use when I market is I write my ads like I'm writing to one person. Why? Because that one person shares the same problems as the next, right? You don't wanna write in a crowd, right? You wanna write towards one person, because when someone views your ad and they feel like this was made just for them, they're more likely to purchase, right? So essentially this is just understanding our customer like this one person. Imagine Jason, he's 29, he's smart, blah, 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 but he feels like he's falling behind, right? It talks about the problems that he has. It talks about the emotions that he feels from having that problem. He talks about his biggest fears in life. All of this really, really good info. And what I use this for when it comes to marketing is I know his problems and I bring that up in my ads, but then I also know his life after he solved the problem, right? So what you want to do when you sell, obviously, this is just a little tangent. It has nothing to do with the website. But whenever you sell things, you want to talk about the problem and then talk about what his life looked like after the problem. You want to sell the dream of, accomplishing it. So as you guys can see, you have everything here. Like, if a genie could snap his fingers, what would his life look like? This is what it would be. All of these different things, guys, objections he might have about your product. He may say, I don't want to feel fake or wired, right? You can use that and handle those objections in your ads and your website in order to convince him to purchase. So what we're gonna do now is we're going to go ahead and just copy this entire buyer persona and throw this into a new document. Go ahead and click blank document, paste it. All right, now that we have our buyer persona, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next step. Now the third foundational doc that we need to have is the necessary beliefs to handle. So what a necessary belief is, it's something that your customer needs to believe before they purchase from you. Like an example, you have to believe that an iPhone will make your life better if you want to purchase an iPhone. So that's essentially what it is. So we're gonna go ahead and find out our necessary beliefs of our specific product. So first of all, we got to tell AI what is a necessary belief. We don't want to say, hey, find us necessary beliefs. They might not know exactly what we mean by that. So let's go ahead and just copy and paste this entire first prompt. Obviously, guys, remember, go into a new chat, paste that in here. And what it's doing right now is just analyzing the text, and it's going to understand what a necessary belief is. Now that it's finished, we're going to go ahead and copy prompt 2 and go ahead and paste that into here. And then remember, guys, you want to upload your deep research and you want to upload your buyer persona. So download that and upload the buyer persona here and go ahead and click enter. So this is really, really good info, guys. Obviously, just if you look at the first one, I believe that my lack of focus and motivation isn't just a character flaw, it's a chemical imbalance I can support naturally. If you guys were to write your sales copy, you can talk about how it's not their problem. All your chemicals are just off, and our product is the one that's going to solve that to get you the solution. There's so much that you can do with this stuff, guys. So essentially what we want to do is just save this necessary beliefs document. And like I said, and do as you did with earlier, just go ahead and make a new document for it and name it Dopamine Brain Food. Now that we have our 3 foundational docs, what we're gonna do now is craft our offer and our branding. So guys, the first thing we're gonna do is go ahead and make our offer. So come into the offer creation template, and this is the whole thing we're gonna paste in here. And this is going to give us everything we need to know about our product. So let's go ahead and just copy this entire thing. Obviously make a new chat, guys. And the one thing you guys wanna do here is come up with a sales price and your cost of goods. So I recommend you guys selling it pretty much the same price as your competitor. Obviously, you can price point test later on. You can go up in price and down in price depending on how your store is performing. But for now, we're going to just sell it at $29.95. Or we'll do $29.99 just for the sake of it. And cost of goods sold, guys. We don't know exactly what this will be. Obviously, you could hit up the supplier before you start selling it to find out how much it costs. But I don't really recommend that because at the end of the day, suppliers will give you cheap costs if you just negotiate with them. So essentially what we're going to do to try to get an idea of how much this product costs, we're going to go ahead and just screenshot it. So capture this and go into AliExpress and just pretty much just drag the picture up here, and you should be able to find the product here. There isn't an exact product on AliExpress for this. This may be because it's not on AliExpress, but at the end of the day, guys, with my private suppliers, this specific product, it should be able to be found. But if you have a product that's easy on AliExpress, you can just put in here and have an idea of how much it costs. So I'm just going to make an estimate on the cost of goods sold. So essentially what we're going to put in here is we're just going to say like maybe it costs us like $9. So we're running a little bit over a 3x markup on this product, so that's not bad at all. Before we do click enter, we do want to upload all the documents we just had. So you want to do the deep research, you want to put in the buyer persona, and then you want to put in the necessary beliefs form and go ahead and click enter. And this is going to craft us an amazing offer that we can use on our website just for us to test in the very beginning. All right, guys, as you guys can see, we literally have an entire business strategy to do our offer for our product. Now, it came up with some names for the product. We're going to come up with a name later whenever you put the website, but you can get some ideas from here. Dopamine Drive, Clarity Field. I'm probably just going to leave it as Dopamine Brain Food. I think that's a really, really good name, so I'm not going to really change that. But obviously, you can see ideas of ways to increase your value, right? We're going to use this later when we build the website. But to increase perceived value with like ebooks or journals or videos, right? All extra things you can do. Not only that, you can see pretty much how much you'll profit on each bundle. You can see like ways you can structure it, etc. How to position this as an all-in-one solution. How to do this, right? Everything here is very, very useful, guys. For your specific product, you can go ahead and try to understand it on your own level. But what we're going to do is we're going to make AI understand it. So we're just going to take this again, and we are going to make it into a new document. This is our offer document. This is something that we're going to actually come back to on our own and look at when we're building our website. So just go ahead and type in offer document. And now the last thing we need to do before we go ahead and open up our Shopify is go ahead and write some copies. So what we're going to do now is we are going to come into the last prompt over here called writing website copy, and copy and paste the first prompt. Go into a new chat, paste that, and then what you want to upload is your offer brief, your buyer persona, and your deep research. So let's go ahead and upload everything that we just got. Offer document, buyer persona, and your deep research. Go ahead and just click enter right here. So guys, what it just did is just gave us like ideas of how we should start and approach our copy, how we should position it. I do recommend you guys read all of this. This is very, very like good stuff to read. But what we're gonna do now is go ahead and actually write it. So we're gonna go ahead and just copy and paste the second prompt and paste this in. So as you guys can see, we literally got all this stuff that you can literally just use on your website. We're gonna just copy and paste this when we go ahead and build a website. So as you guys can see, it has all the copy that we're gonna need for our website, and this is gonna be very, very helpful for us. So we're gonna just copy and paste this again, put it into a new document. So now it's time to start up our Shopify. We have all the documents that we need. We have our offer, we have our copy. That's all we really need for the website. So I'm gonna see you on the next video when we go ahead and launch up our Shopify store, where I walk you step by step on opening the store, getting everything ready, and building the website. It shouldn't take us too long, but let's go ahead and get into it. All right, boys, now it's time to build up your first website. So obviously, as I'm sure you guys know, type in shopify.com. It'll take you to this page. And if you don't have an account already, go ahead and make one. But I'm gonna go ahead and log into mine really quickly and open up a new store. All right, boys, so whenever you make your account, you click create your first store. This is what it should look like. So essentially what you guys can do here is just skip all of this. You don't need any of it. Now you guys have a Shopify store, and as you guys can see, obviously there's a trial. So what you want to do first things first is select a new plan. Now I recommend every single person get the Grow plan immediately. Why? Because not only do you get better processing rates, but you also get 5 staff accounts, which you're going to need whenever you have private suppliers and email agencies and all that stuff. So go ahead and just grab the Grow plan. So boom, right here is where you're going to put in your card info and do all of that stuff. All right guys, and right after you do that, it'll ask you to provide your business address and all that stuff. If you do have a business address, you can go ahead and put it in here, but it is not necessary, so you can just click add later. And now it is time to go ahead and start adding in your product. So the first thing we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna just make sure we get a couple of things done just to make sure that we don't run into any problems. So the first thing we're gonna do is come into payments. This is how you take your payments, guys. This is very, very important. I've seen people try to run their Shopify stores and not even set up their payments. So essentially what you want to do is just come in here, click complete account setup, submit all the details, and then go through that whole process. I'm not gonna do it on the screen now, but do the whole process of collecting payments. And that way, whenever people come to your website, they can actually purchase your product. So make sure that's there. All right, so now that you have your payments ready, I always tell people to do that first because that's very, very important. Now what we can do is go ahead and add our first product. So come in here and just click add product, and you're gonna name your product. So for us, it's gonna be called Dopamine Brain Food. There's one thing that we need to do really quickly. There is one thing that we need to do very, very quickly, and that's branding. So essentially we're gonna do this with AI as well. So go ahead and go back into your ChatGPT, and you wanna ask it, could you come up with brand names for my dopamine? Enter here. And essentially, you don't have to overthink this right here, guys. You can really just come up with any type of name. If you see something here that stands out to you, just take it, or you can just get it as info and just come up with a name for your brand. So essentially, the one that stood out to me immediately was Rewired. This sounds really, really interesting. It sounds like a brand that is not only selling one product, but anything that involves like focus or like locking in. That's what stood out to me. So what you want to do is copy it, and you want to go into GoDaddy. What we're doing here is we're trying to make sure that the domain is available, because obviously some stores, they have brands that are already called these. You don't want to name your brand something that people already have. But guys, there is a little loophole. So obviously we can type in rewired.com. I'm pretty sure that this is taken. Like I said, and like I assumed, it is taken. So what I do to get the name that I really like, I just type in shoprewired.com. And half the time, it will be there. This one's not, so we can just do tryrewired.com. This one is free. So this is what we're gonna take right here. We're gonna do tryrewired.com. You can either buy it here, or what I like to do is I like to come in Shopify and just buy it in here. So to do that, just go to settings, go to domains, and then what you wanna do is click buy new domain, and then type in tryrewired.com, type in search, and there goes our domain right there, guys. So our brand name is gonna be Rewired, and this is our domain, so go ahead and just click purchase. And in here, guys, you want to type in the store name. Obviously we haven't done that yet, so just type in Rewired, and you guys can add the little TM if you guys want. Do that TM, copy and paste, just to make it look more professional. And fill out your information and buy your domain right here. All right, guys, back to adding your product. Now, the reason that we needed a name for it is so that we can do two things. We need to make better product photos, and we need to just pretty much brand the product. So come into the title, type in Rewired, copy and paste TM, and do Dopamine Brain Food. So remember, guys, we're doing branded e-com. This is not just a normal e-com, so we are portraying ourselves as an actual brand, because people don't really like to buy from general stores. They like to buy from actual brands that they trust. And this just looks like a trustworthy brand. So now what we need to do, guys, is come up with our product photos. So the best way I like to do, I simply just rip product photos. There's ways to do this with AI, but I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of mistakes that the AIs make. So I'll make a separate video of how to make product photos with AI, but for this one, we're gonna use Canva. So essentially what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and just pretty much just take all these product photos. They're already made. If you find your product on Kalodata, they probably already have good product photos. If they don't, you can go to your competitor's website and find the product photos there. But essentially what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and just save all of these. So let's go ahead and click save image on every single photo that's in here. There's 8 of them. And this is where you're gonna have to do a little bit of work, guys. This is probably the longest part of building the website. What you guys are gonna do is you guys are gonna go into canva.com, and what you guys wanna do is come in here and just click logo. And what you guys wanna do is come into uploads, and this is where you're going to upload all of the photos that we just got. So upload it here. All right, and before we use those photos, we do need to make a good logo for our website. So the way to make a logo, guys, is you wanna come in ChatGPT and just click a new chat and say, create image of a good logo for my brand name Rewired. You guys can add more details if you want to. Say, make it look simplistic yet modern at the same time. And let's see what it comes up with. As you guys can see, it did make a pretty decent photo for us. So let's go ahead and just save this image right here and throw this into Canva as well. It's a gray background, so we need to make this white. So I can actually just remove the background on it. Now, as you guys can see, we have this logo. So there's a couple things we want to do with this. The first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and just download this as a file, save this as a JPEG, and click download. Now you guys will see why we do this. And we're also going to take a screenshot of this entire thing here. This will make sense later, guys, whenever we start building a website. Screenshot it about this big and capture that. And make sure you store that somewhere where you guys can get to it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and work on the product photos. So let's go ahead and start off with the first one. This is the most important one. And let's go ahead and just make it big. And what we want to do here is go ahead and just move it to the back. This is going to take a little bit of editing skills, guys, but I'm sure you guys can figure this out. It shouldn't be too difficult. One thing I just realized, we need to make the logo white right here because that's what it is there. So let's come back in ChatGPT and just tell it to make the text white. Tell it to make the background transparent. Since it's going to be a white text, it probably would try to assume to make a black background, which we don't want. So we're just going to use a white text. All right, guys, now we have our thing here. So go ahead and just save this image. Click save. Go back into Canva, and we can delete this for now and just throw this in here. Now, here's what you guys want to do now. What you guys want to do is you want to zoom in on the product, and you want to pick this little app. Just go onto Chrome Web Store, type in color picker, and you can find any of them. This is just the one I use right here, but essentially all of them will work the same. But just click pick color from website, and you want to pick the closest color to the white. So essentially it says blue right here. And then what you guys want to do is you want to go into elements, make a square, and pretty much just try to cover up their brand name. And then what you want to do with this is you want to go in the color and then take that color that you just got, which is this one right here, and paste it in here, make it that color. And that's not exact, so that might not have been the right color. It's actually this one right here. Copy and paste this one in here, and it'll make it look pretty clean and good. And then what you want to do from here is just take your logo and throw it all over this. Obviously bring it to the front. Throw it onto here. It doesn't need to look crazy, guys. The brand logo doesn't need to be super standout-ish, but essentially as long as it looks like it belongs there, it's good enough. Alright guys, so as you guys can see, I pretty much put the logo in here and it looks pretty good. And now the next thing I want to do, because this is the first product photo, so this is where we need to put the most work in. Obviously you see this thing right here, it says 9,000 servings sold, new look, same formula, all this stuff. Guys, this doesn't really matter. That is not going to push the customer over the edge to purchase. So what we're going to do is we're going to change what this says. So essentially, we're going to do the same thing with this color picker. We're going to block that out. So let's go ahead and pick the yellow and then get some type of shape to put over it. And what we're going to do is we're going to change the color to the yellow, and we're going to come up with a better text to say, okay? So one thing I like to put on all my product photos is some sort of guarantee, right? So essentially what a guarantee is going to do for our customers, it's going to make them feel more comfortable purchasing from us. Because at the end of the day, guys, if someone has a small chance that they feel like that this product won't work for them, they probably won't buy it. So essentially, we should go ahead and just change this. So let's go ahead and obviously make the text black. And we're going to find a better font for it, maybe like Poppins or something. It doesn't really matter. We're going to make it a bit bigger. And what we're going to type in here is we're going to say, feel the focus in 30 days or money back guarantee. Now something like this is going to make a really big difference on your conversion. Trust me on it. Always put a guarantee in your product photo. This is mandatory. Now for what we can put on the second part of the photo is you can either put like urgency, or you guys can put any unique mechanism. So if your product's made in the USA, you can say made in the USA, or if it's something that's natural, you can say all natural products or all natural ingredients. So I think this is all natural. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to make an all natural ingredients thing to put on that. So it's obviously, first of all, we got to get the color. All right guys, so since it's a gradient, what we're going to do is we're actually going to pretty much pick the color from the bottom and just make it go all the way up and just make it look as good as possible. Let's go ahead and just pick a color from here. change this into that color. So I think this product has like vegan capsules and it's all natural ingredients. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna put in all natural ingredients. And all natural ingredients. And I'm going to say something cool that just makes it sound better. Backed by science. It's just gonna make people more and more passionate about this product. So something small like that. Now guys, we have a super good first product photo. And essentially guys, I'm not gonna do it all on this video, but what you guys wanna do is do the exact same thing for all your product photos. Anywhere that there's a brand name on it, just change it or just make it better. But essentially come in here, just download the product photo, click download. And then obviously guys, for the sake of the video, I'm not gonna do everything. But what you would have to do is just come in here and just like change out anything else. So like right here, same exact thing we did earlier. Change out the natural stacks, change the name into your logo, and do that for all your product photos. All right guys, so now that you guys have a ton of product photos, what you guys want to do is come in here and just upload all the photos in here. So obviously you should have a ton. Let's go ahead and upload all of them. All right guys, so now that you guys have all your product photos uploaded, you obviously want to put the price in. So we're doing $29.99. Always put a compare at price. This just makes it look more valuable. I would put something like here, like $49.99. You don't really want to do $69.99 because then it'll look too like half off really, like, you know, 40% off is good. And then I don't charge tax on this. And the reason I don't is because there's no reason to on Shopify. You pay your sales tax later on. And over here, I don't track my quantity. And I scroll down. And that's everything you need for the product. So go ahead and just click save. All right, y'all, now that we got our product, it's time to go ahead and start building up a store. So the first thing that we're gonna need to do is get Shrine Theme. Shrine Theme is mandatory. This is the best way and the best looking way to build a Shopify store. So essentially, first of all, before we do that, let's name the store. I don't think we did it so far. It says my store, so let's go ahead and change it to the name of our brand with Rewired, with that TM copy paste on it. All right guys, so now that you got that added, all you gotta do is come here and just click remove password. This is that people can actually access your store now. But it's just a little thing you guys gotta do. So now let's go ahead and go into Google and type in Shrine Theme. All right guys, now what you guys wanna do is go ahead and just come into get started. Oh, by the way, if you guys want Shrine Theme for free, there is a free version for it. Just go down in the link below. I don't really recommend using that because that is not as good as the actual paid one. It's a little bit outdated. They always update the theme, so it's always better to have the new ones. But so for the sake of this video, I'm gonna buy the Shrine Theme, and I think that you guys should as well. So let's go ahead and get it. All right guys, so after you make an account, it should pretty much take you to this page right here and just go ahead and click get started. And what you guys want to do, like I said, it should take you back to this page. Click add to cart. And what you guys want to do is take off this lifetime support. They're trying to upsell you. And go ahead and just click checkout for $149. All right guys, so whenever you buy the Shrine Theme, you're gonna get an email and it's gonna have your license key. Obviously I'm blocking it out for the sake of this video, but it should also be, you can pretty much go through this, and this is, you're gonna have to do this to get the download. Go ahead and just copy in your theme and go ahead and copy in your license key and click add key. And then what you guys wanna do is add your main URL. So this is where you put the URL of your store that you just purchased. So I'm just gonna go ahead and type all this in really quickly. And then go ahead and click submit, and then you should be able to download your Shrine Theme right here. So go ahead and click download, and next thing you want to do is you want to go back into your store. So once you get the theme downloaded, what you guys want to do is come in here and just click import theme, click upload zip file, and then upload the file that you just downloaded, and then click upload. And let that install for a second. All right boys, now that you got it uploaded, go ahead and just click publish on it, so that's your main theme. We won't be needing the other one. So now guys, it's time to start working on our website. This shouldn't take us too long since we have already done all of our copy, but obviously guys, you'll see that there's this little theme error. So what you guys want to do is come into settings, go to authentication, and put in your authentication token that you guys get from this part. So just click copy token, go back in there, click paste, and it should be clear from there. So now what we want to do guys is start off pretty much with the logo. And what we're going to do guys, remember we took that screenshot of the logo? That's what we're going to use here. So go ahead and just upload that in there. The reason the screenshot works is because if you upload the entire thing, then it will look out of proportion, but the screenshot will make it look super branded. And as you guys can see, we have a super good logo. So let's go ahead and just make it a bit smaller because that's a bit too big. Rewired. This is the birth of Rewired, guys. and make sure it looks good on mobile as well. I'll leave it there. It's pretty good. Now the next thing we want to do, guys, is go ahead and go into the colors. All you need is one nice good color. There's no reason to do too much. Usually if I don't know what colors to use, I'll just use black and white. Trust me, black and white on a shrine theme looks very, very good. But what we're going to do is we're going to use this blue color that has been used on the product, just to make it look super branded. So go to our color picker. Let's go into our color picker and just come up with like the lightest color. So maybe I wouldn't use this dark blue. I'd probably use a light blue just because, you know, it's the brand. So let's just use a light blue on it, and go back into our website and go ahead and change the color to blue. And I'm gonna change accent to as well to the same thing. And that's really all you have to do for the colors for now. Now be sure to save it, guys, because it has happened to me before where I accidentally closed the tab and it didn't save and I was cooked. So go ahead and save it. For the homepage, I'm gonna tell you this: whenever you're running an e-com store, especially when you're just trying to test a product and you're trying to find proof of concept, your homepage literally matters precisely 0, maybe less than 0. Because I promise you guys, no one is going to visit your homepage at all. Only whenever you start getting to like 50K months, 100K months is when you need to start working on your homepage. But for now, all we're gonna need on the homepage is nothing but product description or featured product. So click featured product, and what you guys are going to do is just bring that all the way to the top. All you guys are going to need is the featured product. Go ahead on the featured product, click on it, and then obviously pick your rewired product, the product that you guys are running. And under that, you guys can just throw on some features on it. We can work on that later, but leave the contact form here, and that's it for pretty much the homepage. This is literally how I run all of my homepages. They're all literally just like this. I have to go to 100K months with the homepage just like this. Alright, so now let's go ahead and go into the default product. This is where the actual product is going to be at, and let's go ahead and begin working on this. Alright guys, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and change the top. I like to take away the horizontal ticker. I don't really like the moving one. I like to do the announcement bar and then come in here and just change this to something like free shipping on orders above $45. Now obviously guys, what you guys can do on the top can vary depending on if it's a summer sale or something like that. But for me, I just do free shipping on orders above 45. That's part of my offer. This is the offer that I kind of always run on all my products. Obviously you don't have to do something like that, but whatever your offer you're running, you can throw it up on the top, and I like to just go ahead and continue from here. One thing I like to do is I do like to change the title and make this a bit smaller because that is a bit big. And then within the urgency text, you guys can either leave hot product, low stock, or you guys can say whatever sale that you want to have for the urgency. So if you guys go back into your offer document, you guys can kind of get an idea of ways you can use urgency, but essentially that's where you want to put the urgency text at. So let's kind of see what we can do. You guys can do stuff like this. So hypothetically, if you want to put on an offer, a free focus journal or a free ebook or something like that, you guys can add this in here. So we can do like 72 hours left, something like this. 72 hours left. Matter of fact, just so I can have more urgency, I'm gonna say 48 hours left, and then I'm going to say, actually I'm gonna do it like this, guys. Summer sale, 48 hours left. Obviously you guys can get creative with this. You guys can say focus sale or get focus in 48 hours or something like that, guys. It's literally like whatever you want to use for the offer just to make it sound more urgent. That's what you guys can put there. Now let's go ahead and scroll down. Now we have emoji benefits, guys. Remember what we got, where we got this from? We have these 3 emoji pain points. We got it from AI. So let's go ahead and just copy and paste all of this and post it in the emoji benefits. Boom. That is that right there. And just since I'm thinking about it right now, what you guys can do is come back to the home page and pretty much just change out this feature part right here and put in all the emojis, all the emoji benefits that you guys have, and just to make it look a bit more clean and cool. So guys, I was just looking at the emoji benefits. Obviously sometimes, since we're doing with AI, it is very smart, but at the same time, you can make it better all the time. So for me, I see that it says brain fog, no motivation, endless procrastination. I would actually just change stuff a little bit like this. Get rid of brain fog. I would say increase motivation, and I would say no more procrastination. And that's just kind of just a change I made on it. Obviously I can go back on the homepage and change it as well. Let's go ahead and continue. All right guys, so now we're gonna continue. So obviously if you guys wanna do a quantity selector here, you guys can change it here, but we're actually gonna use a third-party app for this, so we're not gonna actually have this on our website for now. I actually leave it there just so it looks clean. But we are going to use Kaching bundles because this is where we're going to be able to make a really, really good offer. But for now, I'm going to leave it there. And we're going to go ahead and continue down. Estimated shipping. What I like to do, guys, here is obviously if you're using my private supplier, it usually takes between, I believe, 5 and 12 days. But on the shipping days, I still like to say 3 just to make them happy. And then I would do a big maximum of 12 days. So what this is going to look like, so today is like, I think, June 9th. So for this, it'll say like, get it between June 12th and June, whatever, 24th. Now, this is a dynamic thing. This is part of trying things that's very, very good. And then let's go ahead and continue down. Now for reviews, what I like to do is I have these photos here, which I'm gonna show you guys. All right, so what I have here is this random photo of this person, just some guy. And I just have it downloaded for cases like this, right? Where I have to throw in a review image. And what it does is it puts a little icon right here of a person. It doesn't really look real, or it just makes it look more real. And all you guys can say here is just some random thing here. So essentially what I like to do for this is I'll come into our buyer persona and I'll go into the dream part of it. So things that like a customer would say, they wake up with mental clarity, no dragging fog. So I would just copy this and just reword it. So I would go into ChatGPT and say, reword this into a soundbite that someone would say regarding this transformation. And something as small as this, you guys can just put it. Obviously, if you guys want to make the review better, you can make it actually better and throw it into here. I might add thank you, something like that. Obviously, little effort, but just make that look nice. This is the top fold, guys, so this is very, very important to have. All right, guys, so if you guys remember what we're gonna do for the entire website, we're gonna copy like we had before, the top fold all the way down to the bottom fold. This is just my template for it. So essentially we've already done this part, we've done the brand logo. Obviously we've done everything until, I believe, reviews and social proof, right? So essentially now we're gonna just add in, let's go ahead, first of all, just delete everything under us. Let's go ahead and just click delete, 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 delete. And just clean this up so that we can go ahead and build the rest of the website. I should have did this when I first opened it up, but it's okay. So essentially, the first thing we're gonna have is this collapsible content, so thankfully it's already there. And after that, what we're gonna do is the headline and the sub-headline, which for that is a rich text. Go ahead and delete that as well. Add a section, do rich text. And then under that is the headline and sub-headline. What this is image and text. So go say image and text. But actually above that, what you guys actually want to add is you're going to want to add a horizontal ticker and just put that above the image with text. And then what you guys want to do is get another image with text right under that one, put that there. And then what's after that is credibility. This is where we'll do featured on or as seen on. I believe it's called featured on. Go ahead and do one of those. And then after that is objection handling. We're gonna put another one of those collapsible contents. Put that there. And then social proof. So after this, it's just going to be this thing I like to call, I believe it's, so the last one you will have to do is the testimonials. Obviously, guys, if you want to really sauce your website up, you can always add more and more stuff. Shrine Theme has so much cool stuff you can put on the website. But this is the best website you should have just to launch up your store in the beginning. You guys don't need to do too much in the beginning whenever you are launching a store. Obviously, if you're getting started and get crazy sales, then you can later on optimize your website. But for now, this is all you need. So essentially, this is all you're going to do. Now we're going to start to fill everything out. So first of all, we're going to fill out the what it is. So we have our copy written. So essentially, guys, here is where we're gonna change this. So go click onto this, and then what you guys wanna do is just take out this collapsible content. You don't need that. And the first one we're gonna do is we're gonna do what is it. We don't have really copy for this, guys, but what we guys can do is just come back into ChatGPT and say, hey, do you remember my brain food, my dopamine brain food? It's going to say yes, and then say explain what it is in just a couple of sentences. And just go ahead and copy this and go back into your product and just put that in here. Now the next one for this type of product, since it is a supplement, what I like to do for all supplements is I like to do ingredients. And in the ingredients, obviously, I don't know the ingredients for it, but we can go into the Kalodata and just find the ingredients. Obviously, guys, I'm speedrunning this just for the sake of the video. Let's just say there's L-theanine in here, right? I don't know what's actually in it, but find the ingredients list. You can get that from the Kalodata listing. You can get that from your competitor's listing. Find what's in the product, put it in there. And then for the next one, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do what I usually do. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do how to use. And essentially, how to use is in the copy. So essentially the how to use is right here in the copy. Just go ahead and copy this right here and throw that into there. Now the last collapsible row I like to add is 30-day money back guarantee. This is important, guys. This is very, very important to add because, like I said, it's reversing the risk for your customer. They're gonna feel more comfortable purchasing from you. And this little guarantee right here is not enough, so you want to put it in here just so they have a clarification of what your guarantee is. So, and then what you guys can type in here, you guys can either come into GPT and say, hey, make a small sentence for my 30 money back guarantee. All right, guys, so go ahead and just take this right here and just throw it into here. Obviously, you can spice it up all you want. You guys can say, over here at Rewired, we prioritize the customers. You can talk, like speak to the customer, guys. Raise them up, you know what I'm saying? So put that in there. I do like to change the icons a little bit. Right here, I'll put like the little return mark. Return. How to use. I might just put like a question mark. And ingredients, I'll put in like a leaf or something like that. Let's see, leaf. And then what is it? I'll put in anything, honestly, guys. Doesn't really matter. Matter of fact, sometimes I even just put none on all of them, but it doesn't really matter. I'll just probably leave that check mark, or I'll put in a question mark as well. Boom. That looks pretty clean. Now it's the rich text. Now scroll down here to the rich text. You can delete that button part. You don't need that. But this is the headline and subheading. This is the most important piece of copy on your website because this is also on the top fold. Remember, guys, top fold is what matters. So essentially, right here, I'm gonna go back into here and I'm actually gonna tell ChatGPT I'm gonna ask it, do you remember our customer persona for this product? All right, and the next thing I'm gonna say is write a short headline and subheadline targeting their core desire. And I would just take this right here, copy, and paste this into here. Make this a bit smaller. And then the next part, I'll also paste what it told me. This is some pretty good copy. Obviously, it's based off of the research that we already did, so it's gonna be good copy. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back up to the emoji benefits, copy and paste these emoji benefits, scroll down into the horizontal ticker, and paste them all into here. Now we're going to go into our images with text. So obviously we don't need these buttons, so you can delete the buttons on both of them. And essentially now, guys, you can put the copy in here as well. This is from this part. This is from this part right here, stuck in brain fog. You guys can just copy in this and put that in there as well. Stuck in brain fog, question mark. And then take this right here and take that. Boom. And obviously you guys can clean it up if you don't like it. And then scroll into the next one. We're going to do the same thing here. No motivation / constant procrastination. Come in here and say no motivation. I'm just going to rewrite this. Get rid. I'm probably just going to leave become motivated. There's no reason to put too much there. And then for the text part of it, obviously, guys, this other part, you're not lazy, you're not broken, all of this stuff. And then, guys, for the photos and stuff, what you guys want to do is you guys want to get GIFs. So the way to do that is to pretty much go on like the creatives on Kalodata, find the creatives, and make a cool GIF for it. And the way to do that is you download the video, cut it up on the part that you want, go into MOV to GIF, come into here, upload it here. It'll become a GIF and you'll be able to upload it right inside of there. Obviously, the GIF that you put on here is also very, very important. So make sure you put some good GIFs. If you don't want to put GIFs in there, put like better product photos. If you have more product photos of the product, use that. But I recommend having something of someone using it. So like find like your target avatar, like whether it be a guy or a girl, find them like holding it, like using it, taking a pill, feeling good, smiling, whatever. Things like that. It's just to represent, you know, someone using the product. I'm not gonna do it for the sake of time in this video, but that's what you wanna do right there. Now what you wanna do is come on here to featured on, and this is where you want to change the background to accent 1, or actually do accent 2. I lied, make it accent 1. And then what you guys wanna do is put in featured on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. So what I have, guys, is a little file upload for you guys to where you guys can just download all the photos, or what you guys can do is just come into here and say TikTok PNG, and just pretty much download one of these, maybe this one or something, right? But for the sake of the video, I do have actually photos with me, so let me just go ahead and upload them. Next one, Facebook, TikTok. Boom. Now you guys have social proof. You guys look like a legit brand, because remember, we're doing branded dropshipping, guys. So obviously you want to look like a legit brand. Now this is where you're going to handle your objections. You guys can either type in frequently asked questions, or if you want to have more of a edge to yourself, you guys can say questions we have answers. There's so many different ways you can say it. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to change your conversion rate. You guys can have fun with that. Well, essentially what you guys want to do is come in here to collapsible rows, and then go into your copy right here, and then find questions that people would have. So like, is this an overhyped supplement? That's something that someone may have a question of. What if it's another overhyped supplement? And then for the raw content, obviously type in what you guys have here. Boom. And then the next part, you guys can just copy the next part in here. I've tried stuff like this, but none of it worked. And just copy all of this stuff in here. All right, guys, obviously these are just 4 objections that you can add in there. You can always add more. It's always better to have more. 4 is the minimum that you need to have, but you can always add something like, how long will it take to ship? You know, what are the ingredients? Anything that like people may have a question on, you can add it in there. You could also get inspo from your competitors if they have some really good objections to handle in there, and you guys can do that. So now that's pretty much the entire website. The last part is the testimonial part. So in here, you guys want to just pretty much just put in cool reviews. The way I like to do it is I like to go to Amazon and find your product, which I just found it right here, guys, and essentially just copy and paste the best reviews that you can find. So scroll back up and just find reviews. Got reviews here. Amazing Energy really works. I like this one already. So just go ahead and just copy that. Go back into here, click heading. Amazing Energy really works. And copy the entire review. Boom. Now do it for all of them. Do it really quickly. This one's a bit short, so I might yap on it a little bit more. Really helps me overthinking. I am able to concentrate on one task at a time. Don't really know 1,000 thoughts. This has been absolutely life-changing for me. And people at work have noticed how much more productive I've been. Since buying this. I recommend try it for yourselves. Alright, obviously that's just a bit of yap just to make it a bit better. And don't forget to put the names on it, so you just come up with random names like Austin T, and this guy can be Justin Bieber. Nice. Now obviously for the last one, guys, you guys can come in here and just find the last one. Let's see. See more reviews. You guys get the point, right? Obviously I don't want to have to try to find another one. But put all your reviews in here, and that's really it for the website, guys. So you guys now have a finished website, obviously with the photos and stuff. Everything is done. This is a high converted website. I have ran stores up to 10% conversion rate using this exact template. But there's one more thing that we have to do, and we have to make our offer. So I'm actually going to do that in a separate video because that's actually a very, very important thing to do. But in terms of the actual website building, this is it. There's actually one more thing that we need to do actually. So let me go back. What you guys want to do is you want to come in here into menus. And what you guys want to do here is go into main menu and then type in, actually no, delete this. Change catalog to your product name. So link this to your product, rewire dopamine, copy this and put it into here. Click save. And then you're going to want to go into pages and click add page, do about us, and then go to ChatGPT and say, write an about us page for my brand named Rewired. Put the TM in there. This is for dopamine brain food product. Don't forget to remember our customer. So essentially what it's going to do right here, guys, it's going to make a whole about us page for the brand. And I'm going to show you a little hack that I use on all my stores that no one else uses. I've never seen anyone else use it, but I'm going to show you guys what I do. So just go ahead and copy and paste this into your about us page. And then what I like to do under all of this is I like to type in use code about us at checkout for $5 off. Now the reason that I put this here, guys, I'm going to tell you guys why this works. Every now and then you're going to see an order come in with $5 off. Reason being is because if someone is skeptical about their product and they're like not really sure if they want to buy it, sometimes people are like, I don't really know, I don't know. And they go and read the about us page, right? Obviously, first of all, barely anyone's going to read this, but when they read it, they're going to go to the about us page and they're going to read the whole thing. And then they're still skeptical, right? Remember? But they're going to see at the bottom, there's a discount. Oh my God, now I got to purchase this. So that's one sale that you guys just made when you otherwise would not have made it. So something as small as this can make a big difference. So go ahead and just click save. And in order to get that about us discount, what you guys want to do is come into discounts right here. Just click create discount, amount off products. Discount code is about us, and then change it to fixed amount of $5. And that's really it. You can change it to like, all customers, one use per customer, and then click save discount. Oh, add it to your product, my bad. And save. Now you guys have a discount. That's gonna make a small difference. Not a big difference in your store, but it'll make a small difference. Every now and then you'll get a sale with that use, and you'll see you'll have after you scale up, you'll see 30 people use the about us thing. So that tells you 30 sales that you maybe wouldn't have had, but now you have it. Oh, and then really quick, guys, go back into pages. Or actually, no, go back into content, go into menus, go into homepage, add menu item, do the about us page. Okay, guys, remember to make your about us page visible. And then what you guys want to do now is come into content, go into menus, go into homepage, and then add your about us page right here. Now we have about us, and then go ahead and click save. Now it's on your website, guys. Now the last thing we need to do for the website before we continue on the offer is actually make policies. So come into here and just click policies, and you just want to set these. So come in here, you guys can literally just click insert template, and this is all you have to do. One thing I would want to do is take out your email. So put your store email, your actual customer support email. If you don't have one yet, you can just, I'll make a separate video on how to do that, and just put that in there. And obviously just fill this out. I'm not going to fill it all out right now, but just go ahead and click publish on it whenever you fill it out. Terms of service, you want to do the exact same thing. Just click insert template. It'll do all this stuff here. Change your info out, publish it, and same thing with shipping policy, right? This one, shipping policy is not going to have a template. You can be like shipping. Actually, or what you guys can do is come into ChatGPT, write me a shipping policy for Rewired, saying that our products take 1 to 2 days to process, 10, I would say business days. 3 to 5 days to it's going to give you a nice little policy you guys can use. So take this up here and just copy it, throw it in here, and obviously put your email in there. So I'm just going to take that out for now. Click publish, and then contact information. This is where you literally just say questions, contact us at, and then your email, right? Paste right there, or publish right there. And that's it for your policies. And then what you guys want to do now is make sure your policies are on the page. And the way to do that is to go into content, go to menus, and go to footer menu, and then just make sure you put in your policies here. So it could be policies, do contact, add menu item, policies, do privacy, and just everything else, right? Refund, shipping, and terms of service. And that's it, guys. You now have a finished website, top to bottom, except for the offer. We're gonna do the offer in the next video because that is a whole different beast to tame. So that's it for this video. That's how you build a website. I hope you guys have built a really good website for your product now. It didn't take too long, and that's really it. So I'll see y'all in the offer video. All right, y'all, now that you got your website done, obviously we still haven't done the most important part of the website. This is the thing, like I said, that completely changes your conversion rate. This can be a difference between 5% conversion rate. Guys, offer is everything. Obviously, we want to make an offer so good that the customer doesn't want to click off. They're like, I need to buy this right now. I would be stupid to let this go. That's what your offer is, okay? So obviously, if you look at the website, we've already implemented urgency and guarantees. That's just a mandatory in every single offer. Put some guarantees right here, put some urgency here. Obviously, we can do more. I can obviously show you guys later on how to do more urgency by adding timers on here, adding timers in the cart, etc., right? But there are obviously a few other ways that we can enhance our offer by value stacking, doing quantity breaks, and shipping thresholds. So I kind of already started the shipping threshold. What I did here is free shipping on orders above $45. So what this means is everyone will get free shipping when they order 2 or more. Obviously, you cannot get it on the buy one, so that will entice people to want to buy 2. So let me just show you guys how I do the shipping threshold. What you do is you come into settings, and then you go into shipping and delivery, and then you come in here, and then what you guys want to do is delete all of this stuff right here. All of this is unnecessary, as well as on international. Delete this as well. Oh, and I forgot to tell you guys, if you guys want to sell international, you guys don't need to in the very, very beginning. I don't recommend it, actually. But what you guys should do is actually go to market. You guys can discard this. Actually, just go to markets over here. And what you can do is add international market and go ahead and just click save. So now you'll be able to market in other countries. Now let's actually go back into our shipping thresholds so we can make a shipping threshold. Shipping delivery. I didn't save it, so I have to re-delete it. Sorry, guys. Let's go ahead and just delete this. So what we're gonna do, guys, is we are going to come in here, do use flat rate, and then you want to do custom. Now what you want to name it is priority insured shipping. Now this is just a fancy name for pretty much nothing, but it seems like a premium shipping option. So it's like it just gives them more comfort when they purchase. Instead of saying shipping, you can say priority insured shipping. Sounds better, right? Now, what the price is for this one is, let's just do $4.90, okay? Essentially, guys, after you put $4.90, just go ahead and just click done. And now what you want to do is you want to go ahead and make another custom one, and go ahead and just click custom, and then name it priority insured shipping, and then make the price $0, and make sure that the order price is above 45. So everyone above the order 45, they do get the $0 shipping. And then you want to add one more. This is custom, and then do the same thing. priority insured shipping plus shipping protection insurance. Now this is just some random thing. Obviously guys, if someone loses their package in the mail, we're still gonna replace them, but you might be able to squeeze a few dollars if you add this option. For this one, I'll make it a little bit more expensive, maybe like $8.90, and go ahead and click done. You will barely get people actually purchase this, but when you do, it's an extra $4 on top. And actually, when you scale the store overall, you will actually have a lot more profit just from adding something as small as this, right? Now, pretty much what we're gonna do now is just do the exact same thing on international. Like I said, you shouldn't be marketing international in the beginning, but just in case you do start doing it, you can put it in here. So just priority insured shipping. This is the exact same thing that we did in the US, and make this $4.90 and done. And then do the same exact thing right over here. $0 conditional based on $45 orders, and then do one more with the shipping insurance and call that done. So this is all you need to do for the shipping thresholds. Now, obviously guys, shipping thresholds is not always a set in stone. You can do it just to enhance your offer to make people want to buy 2 or more. But if you are having problems with getting people to purchase in general, maybe you can try testing removing shipping prices as a whole. Sometimes that will help your offer to get you to get more sales. It's very, very dependable, but I do recommend everyone run like this because I found the most success in these types of shipping structures. Now what we're going to work on is quantity breaks and value stacking. Now what I like to do, guys, as you guys remember, we do have our buy 1, buy 2, buy 3. Now this is okay to run, guys, but I promise you guys, you can do so much better to have a better offer. So the app I like to use is I like to come in here and click apps, and I like to type in Kaching bundles. It does cost a little bit of money, guys, but I promise you it is completely worth it. This will bring you in so much more money if you use it correctly. So go ahead and just do the installation. Go ahead and go through the installation process, and then go ahead and you can just go ahead and get the starter version for now. Obviously, whenever you guys start making a lot more money, you can upgrade to the scale version. But for now, I would just switch this to monthly and just do starter and click approve. And now, guys, what you guys want to do is just activate it and put it onto your store. So go ahead and just click activate. Make sure that it's toggled on and it looks so good so far. So click save and then go back into your Kaching bundle and then create a bundle deal. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to pick a discount type. So let's start off with the first one we're going to start off is with a quantity break. So go ahead and click on quantity break and you can close this out. And you can name it bundle. You can name this test 1 and then scroll down, and then do specific products and pick your product right here. Scroll down. And none of this really matters, guys. Just keep on scrolling. And now you want to do volume discounts. So essentially what it's going to do, so obviously one is $30, 2 should be 60, right? But you make it go lower for buying more. So let's do bar 1. We'll just leave this at 1 pack. Since we are selling a consumable supplement, we're not just going to name it pack. We're going to name it 30-day supply, just because it sounds better. When you sell supplements, you want them to realize that it's something that runs out, and this is only 30 days of having focus, right? So go ahead and do that, and you can name this one nothing for now. We're going to skip that for now. Now scroll down into bar number 2, and this is the 2-pack. You can name this 60-day supply. Or what you guys can do, there's several different ways you can do it, but you can also just do buy 2, and then instead you can name the subtitle 60-day supply. It's whichever one. You can test different versions, see what works best. Obviously, there's no right answer to this, but essentially you can just try different things. What you want to do here, obviously, is discounted 15%, so we'll leave it there. And then go ahead and add another bar. Let's do another quantity break. And this one we'll name it buy 3. Subtitle 90-day supply. Let's go back into buy 2. We're gonna change the label to free shipping in all caps, just so they know that they get free shipping on that one. Same thing on this third one, we'll do free shipping. And this is the most popular one. Honestly, guys, I like to change to this one. I don't know, to me this looks cleaner than this. Like, that looks kind of ugly to me. I don't know why. But either one works. Just put one on here. I just put this little box on there, most popular. So far we have finished our quantity break. So now let's go ahead and start value stacking. And there's multiple ways you can value stack. Obviously there's free gifts, that's the best way, but you can also value stack with buy one, get one free. So depending on what your cogs are looking like, obviously you have to do the numbers on your cogs to see what you can get with it. Or like on the last offer, I like to do buy 3, get 1 free. And essentially this is gonna incentivize everyone to buy $90 worth of product on your store. And I'm gonna show you guys how to implement all of this in just a second. So let's actually start off from bar number 1. So one offer that I've been really doing good with is putting an ebook on every single order so that it looks like it's very valuable. And ebooks is a hack, guys. It costs you $0 to fulfill the ebook. And on top of that, people receive something as soon as they purchase. So they feel more comfortable after they purchase because usually when you buy from an e-com store, you don't see anything for another several days. But whenever they purchase off the website, they immediately get something, so they know that you're a legit website. They're less likely to charge back. They're less likely to regret their purchase whenever you give them something immediately. So ebooks is a very big hack. So let's go ahead and make an ebook offer really quickly. So let's go ahead and save that, and we're gonna need to download an app. So what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna come back into the App Store, and we're gonna type in this thing called Sky Pilot. This is a free app, and this is a really good app to have. It's this one right here, Sky Pilot Digital Downloads. Let's go ahead and just install this into our store. All right, now that we got our Sky Pilot app, let's go ahead and just start creating everything in it. So obviously, what you guys want to do is you want to first of all come into products, and let's make our first ebook, okay? So obviously we don't have anything here, but remember when we did the offer document, they gave us an idea for an ebook. Let's see, unlock flow state digital guide. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and craft our ebook. Go into ChatGPT, say, hey, write me a 10-page ebook titled, whatever this was titled, Unlock Your Flow State Digital Guide. Boom. Make this into a PDF file. And right now it's going to cook us up a free ebook. Guys, with AI, you can literally be an author, so no excuse for you to not have more value in your product. So as it cooks up this ebook, it's going to make us a PDF, and let's just give it a second. Now guys, it's given us a full ebook. I think it's actually giving us a PDF as well, but we're not done with it, so let it just finish really quickly. So guys, there goes our PDF, but we're not finished yet, so let's go back into here. Let's go ahead and close this out actually, and we're going to say create image of the ebooks cover page. Make it look something our target avatar would consume. Make the author's name rewired. And now what we're gonna have is a perfectly built out cover, and let's see what it looks like, guys. Ebook in a matter of 2 minutes, and your ebook is gonna make so much of a difference in your business. People are going to love your business because they get some free value from it. All right, boys, so as you guys can see, we have a full ebook, pretty much graphic design of our product, of our ebook. Now tell me this is not something that you guys would purchase if you see this alongside something, right? So this is fire. Just go ahead and click Save Image As, and go ahead and just name it. Go ahead and download your ebook, and now we're pretty much done with the ebook. We got to do one last thing. There's one last thing that we need to do now that we have our picture of our ebook. We just want to type in remake the PDF, but with the cover photo as the first page. So now guys, we actually have the final PDF that we want to download, which is this. All right, so now we got our final PDF here, which is this right here. And as you guys can see, it has the title and then the actual entire ebook, right? So this is a good thing to put onto our stuff. So let's go ahead and upload it to our Shopify. So in here, what we guys want to do is obviously drop in the media, which is the cover photo. So all we need is drop in this right here, and just name it Unlock Flow State ebook Don't charge tax on the product. You guys are going to make the price of this product $20. Now people think that this book is really worth $20. Guys, remember what we're doing right now is we're controlling the perception of value. This is a competitive advantage to have. Yes, this is a good ebook, whatever. People don't actually care about the ebook that much. It's just going to make your perception of value that you're selling so much higher. You have a really good cover. It costs $20, but they're getting it for free, so their perception of value is a lot higher. So go ahead and just continue. This is not a physical product. Make sure to uncheck that and uncheck your track quantity, and go ahead and click save. So now what you guys want to do is come back in Sky Pilot, and then now you want to set up your first file. So go into products over here and click on this right here and upload file. And this is actually where you want to throw it in your actual ebook. So that's where it's uploaded. So essentially whenever someone buys the ebook or gets the ebook, this file is what's going to be shipped directly to them. And go ahead and go back into Sky Pilot. You can even do a test order just to see if it works. You don't need to do it, but just add a free order, see if the ebook comes to your email. That's really all you gotta do. But once you do that, it should work. So now that you guys have an ebook, let's go ahead back into our Kaching bundles. So you can close this. So let's go back into our Kaching bundles. So type in Kaching, and obviously guys, we're gonna add a free ebook on every single order. So the way to do this is to go into your things right here, click add free gift, select a product, throw on the unlocked flow state book. So now you have a free gift here, but I wouldn't name it just free gift. I would say free unlock. Just looks more legit, guys. So do it on all of them. And now you guys have a free ebook on every single order. So let's go ahead and continue to value stack. Obviously, we want people to purchase off of the buy 2 and the buy 3. Obviously, what you guys can do for the buy 3 is literally just increase this quantity to one more. But guys, why would you do that when you can just show more value, right? So instead of doing that, just click another add free gift, add on your main product, and make sure you name it the product name. Now they see that they're getting $49.99 off plus 20, right? And now let's come up with one more free gift at least, all right? So let's go back into our offer document. Let's look back at how we can value stack. You got a journal. Obviously, we can come up with that in AI, but let's find something that's less digital. Let's find something more physical. So essentially, let's go back into ChatGPT. Let's brainstorm some upsells for our physical product. Or what you guys can do is you can either just come in Kalodata. So another way that you can find a product that you can use to value stack is to come to Kalodata and just come into product and just type in like pretty much your problem or like the thing that you're solving. So for us, it's like focus, right? And let's find focus products. Let's find something cheaper. So in here, I'll usually come in here and change the average unit price to maximum $15, something that's super, super small, and then click submit. And let's just find something small that someone can focus with. Now, something that people would know, you got energy shots, black seed oil. I would probably want to sell something small, like a little fidget thing, but I don't know. Let's just find something. Now, obviously, you guys would want to spend more time looking for upsells to have, but just have something small and cheap that someone would know of, something that's kind of trendy. So I know one thing is happening right now is essential oil nasal sticks. So this is one thing that we can add as a way to get better focus, right? It just adds on to what they're already getting. They're taking the focus pills, but now they can have this little nasal stick to just lock them in even more. If your audience, make sure to pick products that your audience would know of. I'm just going to assume for the sake of this video that our audience knows this right here. So essentially just take the first photo and just save image. Save that to your downloads. And what you guys are going to do is come back into here, make sure to save your Kaching bundle, and go back into products and then click add product and drop that picture into here. And we're just going to name this essential oil nasal spray. And I'm sure, like I said, if your customers know about this type of product already, if it's already in that niche, then this is something that they would be interested in. So obviously change this, uncheck this, and price it at like $24.99 to make it look super, super valuable. You can obviously go lower on the price, $20, whatever. But we'll say $24.99 because it's the nasal stick. And now what we're going to do is go back into our Kaching, and we're going to add our nasal stick on our test. So let's go into buy 2, and we can do add a free gift, select product. We're going to do essential oil nasal spray. Click select, name it that, and then same thing on the bottom one. So essentially guys, this is all you need to do for your first test of value stacking. I recommend guys, since we are doing high confidence tests, to do this value stack on your very first test. This is not the only way to do this. There's several different ways. Obviously I can make more videos about all the different ways to do value stacks and all the different alternations you can have, but this is one of the proven ways that has worked for me, and this has worked for me several times. But you can go ahead and click save, and then go ahead and click publish. And now guys, if we go into our website online store, it should be here if we remove that off of our store. So let's go in the online store just to make sure and customize, or go to product information. Be sure to uncheck the quantity selector and click save. And now whenever you go back out, go to your store, this is what your store looks like guys. Now people are super enticed to purchase the buy two. It's obviously automatically checked, and your AOV guys is going to be so much higher than just $30. You're going to be sitting at $50 AOV, or even have a bunch of people ordering for $90, which will make your AOV like $50 or $60. This is the secret sauce to have a high confidence test. Do this on your very first test and you'll see the orders come through at $60, $90, whatever. You want to see those $30 orders. As you guys can see, this is a valuable offer. We have guarantees, we have urgency. We can add more urgency, but we have good copy on the website, a good offer, social proof. It's very clean and easy to see website. Obviously we'd have photos here and stuff. Objections are handled, and we have more and more social proof. So this is how you build a good website. Obviously guys, there's a lot more we can do with this. I'm going to release several more videos of how to have different options to do stuff, but I need you guys to understand exactly, what a good offer looks like and what a good website looks like. And now that you have that, let's go ahead and get you launched up with the marketing. So I'm going to see y'all boys in the marketing module.
Now, I know you guys probably just watched me build a website all the way through, and obviously you guys can go do that by yourself, or you can let me do it by joining the Ecom Labs program, where we find your products, we build your offers, we build your websites, and we also hold your hand through the ad making process. It is pretty much my way of saying you're guaranteed to make money if you join Ecom Labs. So click the link down in the description where I explain it a little bit more in depth. And yeah.
Yo, what is up everybody? Welcome to the marketing module, and I will tell you guys, this is the most important module. This is where we're going to spend most of our time at, because your marketing at the end of the day is the reason that you will have success in ecom. How well you market is going to determine if you make a lot of money or not. So we're going to be very in-depth with marketing. We're going to spend the most of the time of the course right here in the marketing section, and let's go ahead and get it. Obviously guys, marketing is the first thing that they see from your business. So if your marketing isn't good, they would never even see your offer. They would never even see your cool website. They would never even get your product, right? So at the end of the day, we need to figure out how to market very efficiently, and that's what this is about. So one basic line I like to say for marketing is that customers just care about solving their problems, and your product is just the vehicle that they're using to get there, right? So when we're marketing, all we're trying to do is grab their attention and let them know that we know their problems, and their solution to their problem is our product. This is why they're going to click on the ad, okay? So let's go ahead and just go into the mindset when marketing. Obviously guys, when you're marketing, there's no right answer, right? You got to test as much as possible, and not just test things, but find out what works from your tests and go ahead and replicate it. So essentially, the most basic rule of marketing is that your hook is absolutely everything. If you are able to win someone attention in your marketing, then you have already won half of the battle. In fact, you won more than half of the battle. You've won 80% of the battle. Because if your marketing message grabs their attention, they are more likely to listen to the rest of your message and click on your ad and have some interest into your product. So whenever you guys are marketing, always remember that hook is everything, because attention is key, guys. It's king, actually. Attention is king, and as long as you're able to get people's attention, then you will have effective marketing. So hook is what we're going to be focusing on, but obviously there's more to the hook other than that, okay? And obviously I'm going to give you guys a basic ad structure, which every ad has, right? Every single ad that you've ever seen has three things. It gives a viewer a reason to watch. It retains them long enough to get a reward. So every ad that you make should have an interesting hook. It should keep them in the video long enough to get the reward. And what is the reward? Their reward is the realization that your product is what's going to solve the problem. So this is pretty much summarized in a basic structure, which is hook, body, and CTA. Every single ad that you have is going to have a hook, body, and CTA. Now, there's two phases to marketing, which I'm going to teach you guys. Now, there's phase one and there's phase two. But first of all, what we're going to be focusing on in the very early modules of this is phase one, because Phase 1 is where you should start, especially if you're just starting a brand. And the only goal of phase 1 is to prove concept of your product. If you find a product and you launch a website and you have never made a sale on it, what you need to do first is find out, does this product work? And pretty much from there, you want to get as much data as possible. And whenever we get our data, obviously we're going to move on to phase 2, which is where we're going to actually make really, really good ads, which is going to scale the business way past 30K a month, right? But obviously with phase 1, this is how you're going to get 30K per month, which is 1K a day. It's just by doing as much phase 1 as possible, okay? And I will say, whenever you are doing phase 1, it's less likely than phase 2, but you can find a winner that can scale you up to 50K, 100K a month. It's very, very possible. I've even had a phase 1 ad get me to 150K a month. So essentially the first thing that we're going to be talking about is phase 1. And we have these 3 methods to do phase 1. And that's what we're going to go over right now. Pretty much all of the different methods that you can use to make ads. And I'm going to make these ads live in front of you guys so that you guys can know exactly what you need to do in order to make ads. Of course, the first one is the Kalodata method, so let's go ahead and get into that one first. Alright, so this is a really, really quick video about the content library, because the content library is actually very, very important whenever you're running your product. So essentially, phase 1 and phase 2 uses the content library, but obviously guys, you want as much content as possible to be able to use for certain methods like the GetHooked method and even like the TikTok method. And actually all methods you're going to need a content library. So what a content library is a bunch of clips of your product, a bunch of clips of scroll stopping hooks, a bunch of clips of just random things that you will be able to utilize whenever you're editing ads. So the way to get a content library, you obviously guys can go on TikTok and download a bunch of videos and see what's on there, or you can go to Kalodata and you can just scroll in here and just look for different cool parts. So like an example, I just go into my dopamine brain food and I'll find videos of people holding the product. So like things like
other downsides, and they're running much of other beefs come into play for these bad boys come into
things like this of this guy just holding it and talking with it, or maybe this guy holding it.
this dopamine brain food.
All of these types of videos are very, very useful. And what you guys want to do is whenever you guys do get a bunch of downloaded content, you're gonna want to make a folder on your computer, call it content library. And then you guys can go here and just search and just make more folders. Like here you have scroll stopping hooks. That's supposed to say hooks, guys, but you guys get the point. Actually, I gotta fix this. Scroll stopping hooks. You guys can make another folder called people showing the product. You guys can just make another one just called other, maybe something like this. And what you guys want to do is make sure to go into Kalodata and just find like a whole bunch of cool clips. So when it comes to scroll stopping hooks, that's actually the most important part. Really quickly, if you guys want to know what a scroll stopping hook is, it's something that's very, very interesting that you can put a voice over and but the visual catches the people's attention. So essentially, you don't have to use just your product to find scroll stopping hooks. It's actually really good to go to other indirect competitors. So like I said, guys, what does this product do? It handles focus, right? Let's try to find a couple of scroll stopping hooks for this. So maybe like in here, we can go and look for like something in this product here and scroll into their ads and see if they have any cool hooks. Guys, it'd be on the most random products that have scroll stopping hooks, so don't even underestimate. Finding scroll stopping hooks does take a little bit of time, and you just gotta scroll through Kalodata for different products. But I'm trying to find one example for you guys, just so you guys know what it looks like.
Girl, put the coffee and energy drinks down. Girl, put the coffee.
Now this is a good scroll stopping hook in case you guys were trying to market towards women. Let's see what this hook looks like.
Put the coffee and energy drinks down. They're not helping anything.
That's a good angle to take, guys. That's just a random angle I just found. It's kind of in the same niche. And then you could take that hook and throw it into CapCut and throw it up with another video that talks about dopamine brain food. So let's keep on looking. I can't really find too many so far.
What? Perimenopause can last up to 10 years? Yuck! You mean to tell me we're talking mood swings, depression, hot flashes for 10 years? But I talked to my doctor, freaking love her by the way, and she told me that vitamin B can help with all of those symptoms.
So guys, I kind of found a scroll stopper hook. This is not the best example, but I scrolled into this random product right here. It's a raspberry liquid thing, and it kind of has the same angles. But essentially, if I was trying to market my dopamine brain food to an older woman, this would be a really good angle to take. Obviously, as you guys can see, let's look at this video.
What? Perimenopause can last up to 10 years? Yuck! You
So if you guys notice, the reason this is scroll stopping because do you hear the energy that she has? She's like, what? And then she's like, yuck. And the angle she's taking is like menopause, and then she talks about
What? Perimenopause can last up to 10 years? Yuck! You mean to tell me we're talking mood swings, depression, hot flashes for 10 years?
and that's the problem. And obviously, guys, you can insert a clip talking about dopamine brain food, how that fixes all of that. So that is essentially a summary of how you should do a content library. This takes time, but you do want to scroll through Kalodata and scroll through TikTok as well, and just find random clips, find places that introduce solutions, find places that talk about problems, and pretty much build a whole library of a whole bunch of content that you can use whenever you start editing. So that is essentially what a content library is. And now I'm gonna go back into the phase one methods of making ads. Now the first thing that we're gonna do, guys, is the Kalodata method, and this is probably the easiest way to make ads, and it's also the most brain rot way to make ads. It doesn't take too much effort. So essentially, guys, with the Kalodata method, what you guys want to do is come into Kalodata. Obviously, you guys should have Kalodata. I do recommend everyone to get Kalodata. So what you guys are going to do is you're going to go into product and search for your product, right? Dopamine brain food is the one we're doing. If you don't remember, guys, it's for this store that we're having right now. So we're going to go ahead and make a bunch of ads using this. So go ahead into your dopamine brain food listing, and you want to scroll down. And the cool thing about Kalodata is you can see all of the ads right here, right? They have quite literally 25 pages of ads which you can work with. This is all content that you're going to be able to use. So let's go ahead and start on page 1. Actually, matter of fact, what we're going to do is we're going to start on like page 5. You want to find ads that have a really good conversion rate. Now, not every product will have ads that necessarily have a super good conversion rate, but what you're looking for is something around the lines of ideally 10 per 1,000 views. But that's very rare. So if you can't find anything like that, try to find something that has like maybe like 5 or even 3 per 1,000 views. Obviously, none of these have that. So let's go ahead and scroll back forward this way, maybe page 2, and just find something that catches our eye. So we can go ahead and start watching a few of these ads.
Energy after getting sober from drugs. What's up, you guys? My name's Nicole.
So one thing I want to say, guys, is some of these videos that have good conversions, they may have good messaging, but the hooks are not good. That's why it didn't go viral. So this video I can see here, obviously I know that the hook is not that good, which is why it didn't go viral, but maybe the body is. So let's watch it.
7.5 of those years, I was in debilitating depression, Patagonia, no energy, no motivation, could barely get out of my bed every single day. You're probably wondering, how the hell did you stay sober through that? Good question, because a lot of people wouldn't.
So I can see, guys, with this type of ad right here, she's taking the angle of like being an alcoholic, and dopamine brain food is what helped her kind of recover. Now that's an angle that we could take on this product, but if you guys remember from the website, the angle that we're taking more so is going to be more like locking in and getting rid of brain fog. So that's an ad that I'm not that interested in. So let's go ahead and find something different.
How many of these describe you? Always procrastinating, having trouble staying on task and staying focused, having trouble sleeping, feeling tired by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, feeling moody, easily forgetting people's names, unexplained muscle cramps, constipation. All of those can be signs of low dopamine. Low dopamine is not just feeling sad. Everything I just listed, I've been experiencing for over a year. I started taking dopamine brain food. It's third-party tested. I take it once in the morning. If any of those things that I mentioned are things that you experience or struggle with, this is definitely worth looking into. It's been so helpful to me, and my girlfriend just started taking it as well, and she's experiencing the same improvements. So definitely check it out. It's actually on sale right now too. I'll leave a link right here.
Cool. So this was a pretty good ad in the sense of he called out the problem of the customer very, very well. And only thing I don't like about this ad is that he didn't explain how dopamine brain food is a solution. So let's go ahead and take this ad because it does have some good stuff about it. It has a good problem, right? So let's go ahead and just download this. But we're gonna make this ad so much better, right? So first of all, before I go ahead and make it better, I do wanna talk about one thing. There's a few ways you can do it. You can do one-on-one rip, which is literally downloading it and running that as an ad. That's a finished ad. But obviously, guys, we don't always wanna do that. Only do that if you find an ad or a video on Kalodata that you think is truly like, this video is really, really good. And I don't feel like that for this video, so we're gonna have to do some saucing it up. So obviously what we're doing is we're gonna do a mix of body ripped with new hooks, and we're also gonna do 11 live hooks. So let's go ahead and take this video, and what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna go ahead and open up CapCut. This is what we're gonna use to edit. CapCut is only $10 a month if you guys are wondering, and I do recommend you guys get CapCut. So obviously guys, we're here in CapCut, so the first thing you want to do is go ahead and throw in your video right here. Now guys, whenever you make ads, you want to test as many variables as possible. Obviously, you'll understand this later whenever we talk about ad strategy, but you can test the same video in multiple different ways. So obviously, we can test this hook. Let's see what the hook was again.
How many of these describe you? Always procrastinating, having trouble staying on task and staying focused, having trouble sleeping, feeling tired by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, feeling moody, easily forgetting people's names, unexplained muscle cramps, constipation. All of those can be signs of low dopamine. Low dopamine is not just feeling sad. Everything I just listed, I've been experiencing for...
So the hook wasn't bad, so we're gonna actually test this hook. So essentially, like I said guys, I don't really like the part where he introduces the product. It doesn't really feel like a real solution. So let's actually search around for some better ads that introduce the solution a lot better. So hold on, let's go ahead and search around. Maybe we can go into page 1 and see.
Does dopamine brain food get you wired up like no? I use the Simpson clips on all my joints in your tank. You need to get you some of this dopamine brain food. I'm gonna drop it on link back.
I don't like that video. Try to find something else.
That's essentially what should help you get locked in just as much as Bad Boys come into play. It's got L-theanine and other B vitamins that are going to help you get locked in just as much as the other shit with none of the downsides. And they're running a sale right now. You can get this too, sure, but the long-term damage to your mind just is not worth it. And that's where these bad boys come into play. It's got L-theanine and other B vitamins that are going to help you get locked in just as much as the other shit with none of the downsides. And they're running a sale right now. You can get this.
That's a little bit better than the last one. He does like explain like it's what it does, like it will make you do this, and the reason it will is because of L-theanine. So let's go ahead and take that, and what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and go ahead and throw that in there as well, and we're going to find the part where he talks about his solution. So really quickly,
but they're almost the same drug. They're both amphetamines. Can it help you get stuff done? Sure, but the long-term damage to your mind just is not worth it. And that's where these bad boys... That's essentially what you're doing when you're taking it. Obviously, that's way worse for you, but they're almost the same drug. They're both amphetamines. Can it help you get stuff done? Sure, but the long-term damage to your mind just is not worth it. And that's where these bad boys come into play. It's got L-theanine and other B vitamins that are going to help you get locked in just as much as the other shit with none of the downsides. And they're running a sale rate.
So guys, pretty much this entire video didn't really have much of a hook, but what it does have is it talks about the product more than this one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna combine the problem that it's talking about here with the solution in the second part. So let's go ahead and find it.
Feeling moody. How many of these describe you? Always procrastinating, having trouble staying on task and staying focused, having trouble sleeping, feeling tired by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, feeling moody, easily forgetting people's names, unexplained by...
And another thing I like to do is I like to cut out a lot of fluff where I feel like people get bored. So I watch this video almost like I'm a consumer myself, and I'm getting bored when he continues to explain it, so I'm gonna cut that little part out. So let's see.
How many of these describe you? Always procrastinating, having trouble staying on task and staying focused, having trouble sleeping, feeling tired by 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's all that I want to go. I don't want to target too many pain points, so let's go ahead and cut it there.
Feeling moody, easily forgetting people's names, unexplained muscle cramps, constipation. All of those can be signs of low dopamine. All of those can explain muscle cramps, constipation.
And I'm just going to cut that part out. And then pretty much the way he's structuring this ad is like this. You have a problem. This is why you have the problem. And the second video is explaining the solution. Okay, so let's continue.
Describe you. All afternoon. All of those can be signs of low dopamine. Low dopamine is not just feeling sad. Everything I just listed, I've been experiencing for over a year. I started taking dopamine brain food. It's third-party tested. I take it once in the morning. If any of those things that I mentioned are things that you experience or struggle with, already tested. I take it once in the morning.
I'm gonna cut it there and then add in the next video.
Obviously, that's way worse for you, but they're almost the same drug. They're both amphetamines. Can it help you get stuff done? Obviously, that's doing when you're... I started taking dopamine brain food. It's third-party tested. I take it once in the morning.
Now, as you guys can see, when I combine this video, this technically does make sense how he talks about the dopamine brain food.
I take it once in the morning. That's essentially what you're doing when you're taking it.
And then he goes automatically into it like you're pretty much like smoking meth, right? Obviously, it's such an extreme example, but it is an effective example because people will realize like, if I take dopamine brain food, it's like I'm smoking meth, but I don't actually have to smoke meth. So these videos actually mash up pretty well, and that's the key of what you want to do whenever you're making creatives. You want to mash up all of the assets that you find on Kalodata to the point that it makes sense. Now, This does take a little bit of editing skill, but not much really. You just gotta have an eye for where the problem is that they introduce and where the solution is when they introduce that as well. So essentially, let's kind of watch this latter part of the video.
It's third-party tested. I take it once in the morning. That's essentially what you're doing when you're taking it. Obviously, that's way worse for you, but they're almost the same drug. They're both amphetamines. Can it help you get stuff done? Sure, but the long-term damage to your mind just is not worth it. And that's where these bad boys come into play. It's got L-theanine and other B vitamins that are going to help you get locked in just as much as the other shit with none of the downsides. And they're running a sale right now. You can get this 2-pack bundle for 25% off. I'll put the link right there.
It's perfect, guys. That is such a dumb ad, but trust me, guys, these type of ads work because he explained the problem. He explained kind of like his own testimony when he uses it himself. And then he even makes a bold claim that using dopamine brain food is like using meth. And then obviously he makes a short tangent where he's like, meth is not good for you, so dopamine brain food is the alternative that you should be using. And then obviously he just explains it a little bit more and then does a pretty decent CTA at the end where he's like, okay, it's on sale right now. And that will entice people to purchase or to click on your ad at least, to go to your website. And your website's going to entice them to purchase. So essentially this is already a pretty good ad. The only problem with this ad is it doesn't really have a good hook. But like I said, guys, we're going to test multiple versions of this ad. So we're going to actually test this exact ad how it is. But guys, we're going to make this ad a little bit better just by adding some retention things and just spice it up. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add captions. And it's very, very simple. Come in here, click captions, and then click generate. And then what you guys want to do is make the font size just a little bit better so it's cleaner, maybe about 2 lines. I don't ever try to do 3 lines, maybe 2 lines. And then I like to change the text to this one right here and just put it near his face, closer to the middle of the screen. And let's watch the ad one more time.
How many of these describe you? Always procrastinating, having trouble staying on task and staying focused, having trouble sleeping, feeling tired by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All of those can be signs of low dopamine. Low dopamine is not just feeling sad. Everything I just listed, I've been experiencing for over a year. I started taking dopamine brain food. It's third-party tested. I take it once in the morning. That's essentially what you're doing when you're taking it. Obviously, that's way worse for you, but they're almost the same drug. They're both amphetamines. Can it help you get stuff done? Sure, but the long-term damage to your mind just is not worth it. And that's where these bad boys come into play. It's got L-theanine and other B vitamins that are going to help you get locked in just as much as the other shit with none of the downsides. And they're running a sale right now. You can get this 2-pack bundle for 25% off. I'll put the link right there.
Now that, guys, if you ask me, was a pretty decent ad. You know, it's nothing fancy, but these are Facebook ads. All you're doing here is trying to find something in an angle to work. So obviously the angle that he's taking here is that obviously he talks about his pain and then he talks about how it's pretty much like meth. This is a pretty good ad, and if you guys do want to spice it up even just a little bit more, you guys can go into audio and just type in music, and then you can look for some sound. So essentially, there's not a right music to put on the ad, but I like to just come in here and just type in nature and just add a little thing just for retention. So let's find a good sound that we like. I don't like any of these. So another word I like to type in is funky. And there's a few sounds here that are pretty decent. This is not bad, but obviously we're going to turn it way down so people don't actually hear the music, because that music was actually low-key kind of trash. But essentially, it will be in the background. It'll just make more retention. So let's hear what it sounds like.
How many of these describe you? Always procrastinating, having trouble staying on task and staying focused, having trouble sleeping, feeling tired by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All of those can be signs of low dopamine. Low dopamine is not just feeling sad. Everything I just listed, I've been experiencing for over a year. I started taking dopamine.
And that's really it. Just cut this up right here, and this is our V1 of the ad. So we're going to go ahead and save this as ad 1, and that's it right there. We have one ad. So that's essentially almost like a one-on-one rip, but we did mash it up. So I actually should make a third one here and just call it mashups. And that's what we did right there. We just did a mashup, and it's very, very simple. There's obviously this was very quick. I didn't really take a good look at all the ads, but if you guys go into Kalodata, you should watch all the ads and get familiar with everything that's in here so you can figure out which can be mashed up with what, find out what talks about problems, find out what talks about solutions, and that's really it. So the next thing that we got to do now is we're going to do some body rip with new hooks. So essentially, guys, in our ad, we already have an ad body, which is this right here, but maybe we can find a better hook. So let's go ahead and try to find one. So essentially go back into Kalodata and scroll around and look for some really, really good hooks.
And wrong. Supposedly this dopamine brain food gives you a similar...
The rule doesn't always apply, but we want a hook that doesn't talk about the product immediately, more so the problem. So let's keep looking.
Why is nobody talking about this viral video right here? Just watch this.
Can somebody please help me? I don't want to take Adderall. Okay?
This is a video I would one-on-one rip. I'm not gonna lie, I'd like that hook a lot. And what you guys can do with this one is rip this entire front part. And then when he starts talking about it, actually maybe try replacing it with the video that we just had right here. That's one option you can do, but let's continue looking for better hooks.
I'm a dopamine fiend. A dopamine fiend, y'all. That's why when I got off drugs, because I was fiending.
So guys, this video here, although it's not the same creator, it's still okay to use because it's like an eye-catching hook. So she just said, I'm a dopamine fiend, I'm a dopamine fiend. Let's see if that would look good on this. Obviously, the way to test it is just to download it. And I like that hook a lot because she's very like energetic and stuff. So let's go ahead and download that and see what we can do with it. So throw it into here. And we just want that first part.
Dopamine fiend. A dopamine fiend. Y'all, that's why I'm a dopamine fiend, y'all.
See, creators like this that have a bunch of energy and stuff, a lot of times it's very interesting for people. And I'm gonna cut out the original hook to see if I can add in the new hook.
How many of these describe you? Always procrastinating, having trouble staying on task and staying focused, having trouble sleeping, feeling tired by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All of those can be signs of low dopamine. Low dopamine is not just feeling sad. Everything I just listed, I've been experiencing for over a year. I started taking dopamine brain food.
So we can do two different tests right here. We can do one test where we just pretty much put this lady in front of this guy right here and see what this looks like.
I'm a dopamine fiend. A dopamine fiend, y'all.
How many of these describe you? Always.
And that right there is a good example of hooking in our audience and then just pretty much educating them. So this can be add 1 v2 right here. Add 1 v2. And then we can test a version where we get rid of his entire first part and introduce the product pretty instantly. So let's see.
I've been experiencing for over a year. I started taking dopamine brain experiencing for over a year.
Let's see what this looks like.
I'm a dopamine fiend. A dopamine fiend, y'all.
I started taking dopamine brain food. It's third-party tested. I take it once in the morning. That's essentially what you're doing when you're taking it.
And that, guys, is literally like such an easy way to make ads. Now, these ads are not obviously the perfect ad out there, but this is a really quick way. This literally took us maybe like 10 minutes to do, and these ads can actually perform well. They hook in the viewer, they explain the product, and then they CTA them to the website. So let's go ahead and just do add 1 v3. All right, y'all, so now we got these kind of dumb versions of the ad. Let's go ahead and pretty much restore the entire ad and take away this hook, and we're gonna test out more hooks on the same body. Remember, guys, if you guys find a body, you can just test unlimited amounts of hooks, and then when you really run out of hooks for that body, you can just go ahead and find another body and test more hooks on it. So another thing, guys, I kind of went through here and looked for hooks, and I couldn't find too many. So another thing we can do is we can go to completely different listings on Kalodata that are kind of similar to this product, but pretty much get their hooks. So essentially, dopamine brain food, what does this kind of like solve? It solves like ADHD or like focus. So let's go back to product and let's type in focus. Now, obviously, guys, we get all of these products. These are kind of indirect competitors to our product, and maybe they have some really good focus hooks. So let's go ahead and go into this one and see what they have.
Principal's office.
Now,
I didn't even do anything.
you finished 3 assignments in 20 minutes after doing nothing all semester.
Now, this, guys, right here is an example of another hook we can use. So, like I said, guys, we're in the same niche of like energy / focus / locked in, and this has a good hook that we can take. So let's go ahead and just grab that and then go back into CapCut. So we're going to use this to introduce our solution again. So let's go ahead and take that And let's just grab the hook out of it.
Principal's office now.
I didn't even do anything.
You finished 3 assignments in 20 minutes after doing nothing all semester.
I studied.
And now you're bouncing off the walls, answering every question. What are you on?
I'm not on anything.
And right there, we're gonna cut it, as you guys can see, and cut out the rest of the ad because it's irrelevant, and put that against our ad that we just made.
Principal's office now.
I didn't even do anything.
You finished 3 assignments in 20 minutes after doing nothing all semester.
I studied.
And now you're bouncing off the walls, answering every question. What are you on?
I'm not on anything.
How many of these describe you?
And as you guys can see, this transition doesn't really make sense. He's talking about being energetic. So let's go ahead and try to find when he introduces the solution, which is right over here.
What are you on?
I'm not on anything.
Started taking dopamine brain food. It's third-party tested. I take it once a...
So actually, guys, I don't believe that this body fits this hook so much. Let's try to find a better body in the dopamine brain food. So let's go back over here. I believe it was here. And let's try to find a body that talks about how the dopamine brain food is really giving them some energy. So let's go down here and find one that's better.
That's essentially what long-term damage to your mind drug. They're both amphetamines. Can it help you get stuff done? Sure. But the long-term damage to your mind, that's essentially what but they're both amphetamines. Damage to your mind just is not worth it. And that's where these bad boys come into play. It's got L-theanine and other B vitamins that are going to help you get locked in just as much as the other shit with none of the doubt.
We can find something better than that.
Why is nobody talks about going from oregano and pain into getting stuff?
I can't finish anything.
Adderall has to be one of the most OP things to tricking your brain into getting so much done, but the problem is adding messes with your dopamine system, making you heavily dependent on it and even addicted. That's when I started looking for an alternative, and I came across Gary Brecka, and you guys have to watch this next clip where he talks about to enhance your memory. Clip is L-tyrosine, which is an amino acid that is known to enhance your memory, and it's the building block for dopamine, which is responsible for how much stuff you get done in a timely fashion. It also helps get your brain into a flow state, which is usually only achieved by people that are super passionate about something and where distractions don't exist. And not only do these have L-tyrosine, they have...
That's not a good ad. Let's try to find it. That is a good ad, but not for what we're trying to, not for the hook that we're trying to find. So let's try to find something. What we're looking for is like something that's like, I've been taking dopamine brain food and I've been so like locked in, like more like a testimony, right? So let's keep looking.
Does dopamine brain food get you wired up like no other? Did I decide to spontaneously build a new one that ain't put you to something? This thing's gonna turn out nice. You wanna get that wired up tangle down in your tank? You need to get you some of this dopamine brain food. I'm gonna drop it a link right down here. You can click on that link and see what.
Now this is not the best one that I can find. I'm sure I can, if I look more, I can find something better. But essentially, we can see if this one works with that. So let's throw this in here, take this one out.
Hands together, are you tangled down in your tank? You need to get you some of this. Get that. My joints. This thing's gonna turn out nice. You wanna get that?
Right here when he talks about energy and stuff, we could take that and put it like this.
What are you on?
I'm not on anything. You wanna get that wired up, tangled down in your tank? You need to get you some of this dopamine brain food. I'm gonna drop it a link right down here. You can click on that link and see what you think.
It's not bad, guys. Obviously, it can be better, but it's not horrible. This kid right here is talking about he's like uppity and all that stuff, and then this guy's talking about, you know what I'm saying, this is what he was taking, right? In fact, I'm sure a lot of times in Kalodata, there's people that make videos like that, like this is what that guy was taking, or this is what I have been taking to have crazy energy. I don't know. I'm gonna look one more time and see if I can find something really quickly. That would have been a good one, but it's all right. Like I said, let's keep looking a little bit more. If there's anything, I hope you guys at least get the point as to what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of combining things to make the ad make sense. Let's see what this is like.
If you're somebody that wakes up, it's going to be an excellent something like this. That's why something like this early. It's likely because you are low on some stuff. That's why something like this dopamine brain food is going to be an excellent source for you right when you wake up. This dopamine brain food from Natural Stacks has vitamin C, vitamin B6, folate, and vitamin B12, which are all going to help you utilize the dopamine you naturally are supposed to secrete. And what that means is you're going to have better drive, better clarity, and
So guys, this video is actually probably, obviously I didn't want to look too hard just for time's sake of the video, but this one's probably the best one I could find that fits this hook. So let's go ahead and throw that in there. And I like what he said about like when he introduced the product. So let's go ahead and put it in there.
Dopamine brain food is going to be an excellent because you are low on some stuff. That's why something like this dopamine brain food is going to be an excellent source for you right when you wake up. This dopamine brain food from Natural vitamin C, vitamin B6, folate, and vitamin B12, which are all going to help you utilize the dopamine you naturally are supposed to secrete. And what that means is you're going to have better drive. Brain food is going to be an excellent source for you right when you wake up.
So guys, this is the best one I could find for now. I didn't look that hard, but I'm sure if I look more, I could find something. But obviously, like I said, this video, he's talking about energy, and then let's see what it transitions like.
Off the walls, answering every question. What are you on?
I'm not on anything! This dopamine brain food from Natural Stacks has vitamin C,
and obviously guys, it mentioned the brand, and I'm going to try to cut that out really quickly, so watch this.
This dopamine brain food from Natural Stacks. I'm not on anything! This dopamine brain food has vitamin C, vitamin B6, folate, and vitamin B12, which are all going to help you utilize the dopamine you naturally are supposed to secrete. And what that means is you're going to have better drive, better clarity, and more focus throughout the day. We could all use that. If you're not feeling any drive when you wake up, try this out. I linked it, tap the little orange thing. It could change your life.
Easy, guys. That's a good ad right here. This is, I would say this would be ad 2, right? So let's watch the whole ad one more time just so you guys know. Actually, before we do that, what we're going to do is we're going to add captions on the second part. So let's go ahead and generate captions. And let's delete it off of the first part of the video because there were already captions. And then the rest of them, obviously, we can make them look decent. And put it here. Leave it right here, actually. And let's see what the whole ad looks like. We don't need to put music on this one because some ads don't need music. This one's pretty interesting in the very, very beginning. And then we start explaining everything. It's kind of like interesting already. So let's just watch the whole ad.
Principal's office, now!
I didn't even do anything!
You finished 3 assignments in 20 minutes after doing nothing all semester.
I studied!
And now you're bouncing off the walls, answering every question. What are you on?
I'm not on anything! This dopamine brain food has vitamin C, vitamin B6, folate, and vitamin B12, which are all going to help you utilize the dopamine you naturally are supposed to secrete. And what that means is you're going to have better drive, better clarity, and more focus throughout the day. We could all use that. If you're not feeling any drive when you wake up, try this out. I linked it, tap the little orange thing. It could change your life.
Just like that, guys. The ad works, is congruent to the hook. Obviously, you want to find bodies that are congruent to the hook. So what I mean by that is this one's talking about energy and all that stuff. And then obviously he says if you want energy and all that stuff, this is it. And the reason it is because of the vitamins that are in it. So this is a good ad. Let's go ahead and just take this ad 2 right there. And that is pretty much how you do that is pretty much how you do the body rip with new hooks. Obviously, just repeat this over and over. Find new hooks for each body. As long as they're congruent, it will work. Now, before we continue on to the 11 Labs version, I want you guys to organize everything. Obviously, make a new folder. And you can just name this, your ads. So I can do dopamine, brain food ads. Let's just make sure we have them all in there just so we can stay organized. So we got ad 1, V2, and V3. Take those, throw them in there. We also got ad 2. So now we have like a little section for ads. We've made 4 ads, guys, just in front of you. It didn't take that long to do that. So boom. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do 11 Labs hooks. So for 11 Labs hooks, guys, you will need a specific type of clip. So for all these types of clips, you will need something that either stands out or shows the product. So let's see, this is what I mean by the product. So let's go ahead and just take this. And we're going to kind of just bring it out a little bit. Obviously, it's important to get something that looks a lot better, but that should be good for now. So essentially, if you guys look at this clip, this is not a bad clip. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and try to, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna write our own hook. So we're gonna go into 11 Labs, go into text and speech. Obviously, if you guys don't know how to use 11 Labs, the way it works is you can select a voice. So for us, we're just gonna use like a man's voice since it's a man's ad, but if you're doing a women's voice or a women's ad, go ahead and use a woman's voice. What we're gonna do is we're gonna write a bunch of hooks. So obviously guys, what are we gonna write in our hooks? We don't really know yet. So let's go ahead and open up ChatGPT. I hope I have this Notion in here. Cut this out right here. And obviously, so what we're gonna do is open up the, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna open up the prompt Notion library, and you're going to find this one right here, writing hooks in specific format. Now, there's obviously different ways to write hooks. There's this one right here from Deep Research. This is also a good one. If you guys wanna search, you guys can come in here and go into scripting, and these are all different types of ways to write hooks. So let's go ahead and write a hook in a specific format, and let's go ahead and copy this. So copy this entire thing right here, and then paste it into here. And then what you guys want to do is fill out your product for the dopamine brain food product. Now before we click enter, we can pretty much tell them what kind of format we want. So obviously there's this format here. Most people think that dopamine is this and then blah, blah, blah. You can come up with many different formats. And what I can do is I'm going to link a document down below of all the different formats that you can use to write hooks, because there's literally so many. But just to be basic, we can use this one right here. So let's go ahead and copy that and go back into ChatGPT and paste it into here. Now the reason that I didn't paste that at first is because a lot of times you want to, there's different formats that will fit different videos. So you can pretty much script your own format. So if you find a hook on Kalodata that's much better, like an example, like this video right
Stop
here.
raw dogging. It's unsafe, it's not fun, and it's not good for you.
The hook that she used is like, stop doing this, right? So you can essentially say stop taking Adderall. So within the format, what you guys would write here would be like, use this format, stop other solution, use this instead. If you guys understand what I mean, you can literally change the format into like what you want it to be, but obviously for now we're just going to keep this. So let's go ahead and just click enter, and it's going to come up with 3 good hooks. So essentially guys, I'm going to use number 2 because this is kind of all on Kalodata. This is the angle that I saw a lot of people taking. So let's go ahead and just take this one hook right here. Instead of having the second part, I'm just going to take this first one, and then we're going to go ahead and text to speech and then paste it in there and generate it.
Most high performers think their lack of motivation is a discipline issue, but it's actually a chemical imbalance in their brain's dopamine cycle. Cool.
Perfect. All right. Now what you guys want to do is go ahead and download this. And then when you download it, you want to come into here, and then you want to go ahead and throw it into here. Now, obviously guys, we don't have it long enough, but what you guys want to do is find a good scroll stopping hook. We're just going to use this one for now. But imagine that there was, that you find a better scroll stopping hook of someone like doing something really cool. But let's look what the hook looks like.
Most high performers think their lack of motivation is a discipline issue, but it's actually a chemical imbalance in their brain's dopamine cycle.
All right, so that's our hook. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to throw in our body, which is this one. And we're going to go skip to the part where he starts talking about low dopamine.
Feeling sad. Everything I just listed, I've been experiencing muscle cramps, constipation. All of those can be signs of low dopamine.
All right, so he's talking about low dopamine and the problem of low dopamine. So let's go ahead and go in here and just cut this out. And let's see what it looks like.
Most high performers think their lack of motivation is a discipline issue, but it's actually a chemical imbalance in their brain's dopamine cycle.
Low dopamine is not just feeling sad. Everything I just listed, I've been experiencing for...
So let's cut that listed part out. Hold on.
Everything I just...
Because that doesn't make sense to the video.
Sad. Everything I just listed, I've been experiencing for over a year.
Alright, delete that right there. And see what it looks like.
Most high performers think their lack of motivation is a discipline issue, but it's actually a chemical imbalance in their brain's dopamine cycle.
Low dopamine is not just feeling sad. I started taking dopamine brain food. It's third-party tested.
And as you guys can see, the rest of the ad does talk about the solution, and they should be interested. Now, obviously, guys, I kind of rushed the hook process here, But obviously what you guys would want to do in this is, test as many hooks as you can. Use AI to get some good hooks. If you are running ads that you know what type of hook already works, make those type of hooks with variations of it, right? And then when it comes to scroll stopper hook, find something more interesting. So you guys will find in the content library how to look for scroll stopping hooks, and that's essentially what you want to put here. Now this is a decent hook, but it's not necessarily like scroll stopping. Like just because I see this wouldn't make me want to stop. But find some scroll stopping hooks, insert it here, put the AI 11 Labs voice on, and then have the body play the rest. And obviously guys, what we're gonna do is go ahead and add captions. And once you add the captions, your ad is pretty much done. You can add music on it if you would like. Obviously make these captions look clean. Throw it down here and turn it like this. Put it in the middle maybe. And
most high performers think their lack of motivation is a discipline issue, but it's actually a chemical imbalance in their brain's dopamine cycle.
Low dopamine is not.
And that is another finished ad, guys, and that is ad 3. So now you guys understand exactly how to
most high performers.
Now you guys understand how to make ads with Kalodata, and that is the first method essentially. Remember guys, to go ahead and throw this ad into the dopamine brain food ads. So that is really it guys. So just now I just showed you guys how to do one-on-one rip, which is really easy, just click and download. I showed you guys how to do mashups. I showed you guys how to do body rip with new hooks, and I showed you guys how to do 11 Labs hooks, okay? Now what we're gonna do is move on to the GetHooked method. Alright y'all, so now we are moving into the next method of making ads, and this is with the GetHooked method. So if you guys don't know what GetHooked is, it's this amazing software that embeds AI that you guys can make ads with. So obviously, GetHooked does cost money, and if you don't want to pay for it, I recommend doing the Kalodata method, but Kalodata costs money as well. So you guys should be using both of these. This is a really, really good method, and what we're doing is we're going to start off with the ripping from comp, okay? So what ripping from comp is, we're going to need to know who our competition is on Facebook Ads Library. So you want to open up Facebook Ads Library, and here's the really, really cool thing about ripping from comp is you guys don't necessarily need to have a direct or even indirect competitor. You guys can rip ads from quite literally anywhere like this. So say you find a brand that you really like. So as you guys can see, we have this brand called Pure Soul. It's some like skincare brand. All right guys, I'm just playing. This is actually one of my brands. So this is one of my brands right here. So essentially what you guys want to do is just come in here, and obviously you guys can see all the ads, but that's not what we're looking for. Make sure you go ahead and click on this and click on view ads, and then go ahead and copy this link. And here's a really, really cool thing about GetHooked. So go in here, and I want you guys to click brand spy. Now, come in here and then go ahead and click on spy new brand, and then go ahead and click spy. So as you guys can see, what we can see here is all of their ads, and we can also see what their best performing ads are, okay? So like an example, this is one of their best performing ads, and like I said guys, this is my brand. I'm gonna be real with you guys. This is actually one of my best performing ads. So let's watch the ad really quickly.
Do not grip. This is what I do in my 4 days to make my skin look like that of a 25-year-old. I do not have injections. My oncologist said I could not get them because it hurts my lymphatic system. So I went down the rabbit hole of trying to figure out what are all the things that I could do naturally that would not be toxic for my body. And I've been doing this regimen for about a year now.
So we don't really necessarily need to watch the ad, but the point is that what we're going to take from it is we're going to use AI to copy the exact format of the ad and apply it to our product. So let's just break down the format really quickly so you guys understand what I mean.
This is what I do in my 4 days to make my skin look like that of a 25-year-old.
So this is what I do in my 20s to get more energy, right? It's probably what the AI is going to say.
Do not have injections. My oncologist said I could not get them because
I do not take caffeine. I do not use Adderall. I don't do meth. All that stuff is probably what it'll say here, right? So essentially, that is what a format means. So now what we're going to do here is we're going to click on details. And then what we're going to do right here is we're going to click on generate AI script and then select a new folder. Now you can make a new folder just for your specific thing and then just for your specific product. But for now, we're just going to put it in the default folder and click done. And what we are going to do here is we have this AI script generator. This is literally going to pretty much do all of this and then type and put it in for our product. So essentially what we guys want to do here is fill this all out. But guys, we do use AI. We're not actually going to fill this out. So we're going to go ahead and screenshot it right here. And we're going to capture, go to ChatGPT, say, hey, fill this out for my brand Rewired that sells dopamine brain food supplements. Be sure to refer to the buyer persona to fill out the pretty much guys, go into ChatGPT, type this in. So, and then what you guys want to do is add in the sales page PDF. So what you guys can actually do is go into your own page and pretty much make a PDF of this. You can either use this one or you can still use your comps PDF. But you guys want to go in here and get your PDF from the page. So if you guys remember this extension right here, go ahead and grab the whole thing and then click save as PDF and then save that right there. And go into ChatGPT and then throw that into here as well. And remember guys, you want to attach your buyer persona also and go ahead and click enter. And as you guys can see, we have all of this info right here, which we'll just go ahead and plug in. So let's go ahead and put in the company name, which is here, product name, which is here, and then target audience, which is this target audience right here. Boom. And then we're gonna put in that super long product description, which is all of the info that our AI needs to target them correctly. What you guys can do is you can toggle this creative score up or down depending on how different do you want it from this ad. I do like to, you can leave it here, but I do like to turn up just a little bit so that, you know what I mean, our AI can actually make a super, super creative and new type of ad, and then it's just gonna base it off of this other framework and just go ahead and click write script. So guys, as you can see, this AI just made an insane script for us. Now remember guys, the script is super important because this is the part that's supposed to convince the customer of purchasing. But as you guys can see, if you look at the hook, obviously our winning hook that we found was, this is what I do in my 40s to make my skin look age of a 25-year-old. And then it translated this into, this is how I finally started my mornings with a clear mind and blah, 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 right? And then our hook says, this is how I finally started my mornings with a clear mind and an unstoppable drive, and I didn't need caffeine or stimulants. Look at that guys, it literally just made an entire script for us. And then if you look at the body, we have a super, super good body script. And on top of that guys, we have 3 different hooks that we can test. These are all really, really good hooks. And then we have a CTA. So what you guys want to do is come in here, go back to 11 Labs and just copy this entire thing, paste it into here. And then what you guys want to do is copy the body, same thing, paste it into there, and then copy the CTA and paste it into there, guys. As you guys can see, we have a full script, and make sure it's formatted well, and then click generate speech and see what it sounds like.
This is how I finally started my mornings with a clear mind and unstoppable drive. And I didn't need caffeine or harsh stimulants. Those only made me crash before lunch. I was on a mission to find something natural.
So you guys get the point. This is a really, really good script that we have gotten. And obviously once it's finished generating, what you guys want to do is download, take your download, throw it into CapCut. And remember guys, this is why you need a content library. This is what you're going to do. You're going to throw in the 11 Labs script in there and then pretty much put a bunch of content over it. So essentially when you make the ad, what it should look like, I will show you from like one of my ads. One of the ads that I did this with was this one right here.
Clinically proven to rejuvenate your skin? I'm in. Even if it's made from beef tallow. Because when it comes to visibly smoother, firmer, and...
All I did was take a script from GetHooked, I threw it onto here, and then I put up a whole bunch of videos of people, smiling, using the product, all that stuff. And that's what a finished ad would look like. Obviously, I won't do that on this video for the sake of time, because I'm sure you guys get it. But like I said, throw it into here and put a bunch of clips over it. And that is one way to make a winning ad using GetHooked. So one tip that I do have when you guys are doing 11 Labs voiceovers is clearing out the gaps within the script. So let's go ahead and listen to the script, and we're going to clear out where there's like pauses and gaps. So let's see what it sounds like.
This is how I finally started my mornings with a clear mind and unstoppable drive, and I didn't need caffeine or harsh stimulants.
So even just something as small as this, you can just take it out and just make it seem quicker, because you want your ad to be quick and interactive. You don't want people to get boring. Sometimes 11 Labs does this trash right here where it literally like has big gaps, and that's just like that's just an AI. This is how it is. Sometimes it will do that, and you want to make sure to take it out. So let's see.
Those only made me crash before lunch.
Take it out here. All of this. That's like 5 seconds that we do not need to have space in. So let's go ahead and just put it there.
Crash before lunch. I was on a mission.
And do the same thing right here. And it's really easy to see if you guys see all the gaps in the thing. And matter of fact, sometimes you don't even have to listen to it. Just go ahead and spice up all these gaps right here. And it'll make the script look so much and sound so much smoother, right? So let's go ahead and take these all out. And put them there. Now you guys have a super smooth script. Throw up some videos on top of it. And that is a super, super good ad right there. So that is all you guys need to know for the GetHooked method. Now we're going to move on into the AI UGC method. Alright y'all, so now we're going to do the AI UGC method. Obviously guys, this doesn't have to be from GetHooked script, so we're just going to use it under the GetHooked script that we just made from ripping from the competitor. But we're going to use it with the GetHooked script that we just made from ripping from the competitor. But guys, you can do AI UGC with any type of script that you have, but obviously with the GetHooked script, we know that this is a proven script since we have ripped it from an actual proven winning ad. So essentially guys, the AI that I use is called Arc Ads, and I just opened up my dopamine profile. But essentially guys, Arc Ads does cost money. It costs about $100 a month, but guys, it is very much worth it because the amount of AI UGC that you can get and the quality that you can get is out of this world, and you can make some really good ads using this. So essentially guys, if you guys are into making AI UGC ads, I do recommend getting Arc Ads, and this is pretty much how it works. So essentially you come in here and you can write your script, and obviously guys, we know we have a script from GetHooked. Let's go ahead and just copy this back into Arc Ads. Okay guys, if you guys run into a problem where the script is too long, what you guys can do is you guys can go to ChatGPT and just make a better script. Now obviously, this wouldn't always happen. The script that we ripped from GetHooked was a long script, so we're just going to consolidate this. So I'm essentially just going to come into ChatGPT and tell it to rewrite the script, but way shorter, just for the sake of this video. Now obviously this wouldn't always happen whenever you rip from shorter ads, but for me in this case, I did rip from a long ad. So let's just go ahead and go into ChatGPT and consolidate everything. And I'm gonna actually go back into the top of the prompt and say, I have this script for my rewired product, and I would like you to consolidate into a 60-second ad. Keep the main points of it so that it doesn't lose its edge. And pretty much I'm just gonna rewrite the script using this, and we are going to go ahead and throw this into Arc Ads. So let's go ahead and just copy this whole thing. Go to Arc Ads. Obviously let's take away this unnecessary stuff. And now we have our script. And now what we're going to do guys is go ahead and click add actors. And guys, there are all these different people that you can use. So obviously you should know who your avatar is.
Hey.
You guys have done the buyer persona. So pretty much find who your avatar is. So for us it is a male. And we're going to find like a younger guy who looks like he needs to work. So this guy right here, I'm not going to lie, he does not look locked in at all. And maybe he does need to take some dopamine brain food so he can go ahead and start his e-com store. So let's go ahead and pick this guy right here. And actually guys, this is a pro actor, so we're not going to use him. I'm not upgraded to pro, so we're going to find someone who's not pro. So obviously guys, if you guys are running health products, these doctors are really good to run. They give authority, and they'll make a much higher conversion. People will listen to you more often. So definitely use those doctors, but we're going to find someone that we can use. I like this guy right here.
Hey you, welcome to Arc Ads. I'm one of the...
We're going to go ahead and click add actor. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to straight up just go ahead and click enter and click generate video. And guys, this is going to take maybe about 3 to 4 minutes because it is a quality video that they're trying to give us. So I'm just going to see y'all when it's finished.
This is how I finally started my mornings, with a clear mind and unstoppable drive. No caffeine, no crash, no fake energy. I was drained, tired of the fog, tired of so-called miracle pills that left me worse. All I wanted was a clean, natural mental boost, without the jitters.
Alright boys, so as you guys can see, this AI UGC video is pretty decent. It actually is pretty real, but this is not how we're going to launch it guys. We're better than this. So we're going to go ahead and just download this, and we're going to do some edits. I'm going to show you guys how to sauce up an AI UGC video. So go into CapCut, obviously take it over here. Let's go ahead and just clear everything out of here. And then throw in your AI UGC video. And this is where the content library is going to come in very handy guys. Now guys, remember this clip right here. Now obviously guys, I did not actually build a content library for this product for the sake of the time. But essentially like what you guys want to do is you guys want to use AI UGC mixed in with the content that you have from your content library. So the way to do this is to do a few things. Now you can switch it up. You can have your scroll stopping hook here, or you can have UGC as a scroll stopper. But what you guys want to do is you want to play the video.
This is how I finally started my mornings, with a clear mind and unstoppable drive.
And then you want to split them around. So obviously, first of all, what you want to do is you want to get rid of the gaps. This is one thing I do like to do, and just clean it up. And then you want to mix and match with B-rolls, okay? So here's the hook.
This is how I finally started my mornings, with a clear mind and unstoppable drive.
And then we're gonna put some B-roll over here. Boom. And what we're gonna do with this other clip is we are going to pretty much green screen this guy. So go ahead and click on this video, click on remove background, and then click auto removal. And then what you want to do is put this over the B-roll that you're doing. So essentially what it's going to look like is like this.
Unstoppable drive. No cap.
And then you can put him on the bottom, so it looks like it's an AI UGC like review video.
My mornings with a clear mind and unstoppable drive. No caffeine.
I'm gonna do it for this one as well. And as you guys can see, like I just made a quick little edit. Now imagine you have like B-roll in the background and from your content library, and then on top of it you have an AI UGC like kind of reviewing the product. So like this is what it should kind of look like.
This is how I finally started my mornings, with a clear mind and unstoppable drive. No caffeine, no crash, no fake energy.
Obviously you guys don't have to cut it up like that, but however you guys want to cut it up. And then obviously you can put whatever else you want to put here. So like
no caffeine, no crash, no fake energy. I was drained. Tired of the fog. Tired of so-called miracle pills that left me worse.
And then obviously then over here you can put on some more B-rolls. Obviously there's no like right way to edit this, guys, but essentially you do want to just be creative and make the video look like an actual ad, and then use your content from the B-roll library in order to make a pretty good ad. And as long as you guys have a lot of good content and look good B-roll, this video would look really, really good. And not only that, you have a really, really good script.
Will drive. And left me worse. All I wanted was a clean, natural mental boost. Without the jitters. Then I found...
And obviously, guys, I'm not going to finish the ad because you guys should get the point. But the last thing you should do is go ahead and add captions. And on these AI type of videos, I would add music because they are a little bit dry and bland. And it does look really, really good. So let's go ahead and throw this in here and then throw on the text, some music. Obviously, we're just gonna go ahead and throw on the funky vibes. Turn this down.
This is how I finally started my mornings. With a clear mind and unstoppable drive. No caffeine, no crash, no fake energy. I was drained. Tired of the fog. Tired of so-called miracle pills that left me worse. All I wanted was a clean, natural mental boost.
Move this one. If you guys need to move a caption, just unclick apply to all and just move it up here. Make a good
Tired
ad.
of so-called miracle pills that left me worse. All I wanted was a clean, natural mental boost.
And obviously, guys, as you guys can see, just from that first part, if this was a serious video with some serious B-roll, then it would have looked really, really good. But make a content library, put some B-roll in here, and throw on some AI UGC, throw on some music and some captions. Guys, you have a really good ad with a really good script. Obviously, test different hooks, and that is how you make a bunch of ads that can be potentially winners. So that is how you use AI UGC, guys, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Alright boys, so now we're going to go on to the last method of making phase 1 type ads. This method is very, very simple. It's just a TikTok method. This is like a better version of Kalodata because you can see comments on TikTok. You can see which ads are getting the most engagement, which ads are people are most interested in. If you see an ad that says in the comments, how do I buy? You have a winner. So essentially, what you guys want to do is come to the TikTok app. You guys can do this on your phone, or you guys can do this on the internet, on your computer, and pretty much just come into the search thing and look for your product. So for us, we're looking for the dopamine brain food. There's a surprisingly good amount of ads that you can find on TikTok. Obviously, some of these are the ones that we saw on Kalodata, but you're going to find a lot more that aren't on Kalodata. So essentially, the purpose of using TikTok to find ads is to pretty much build out your content library. There's so much more content here. And this is a really, really good place to one-on-one rip because a lot of people are just one-on-one ripping off of Kalodata, but not that many people are one-on-one ripping off of TikTok. So this is like a competitive edge that you guys can have. So like this video, I did not see this on Kalodata, and it could be good, right? I'm not gonna actually watch it, but it could be good. You got this doctor talking about it. So this can be really, really good too. And essentially, as you guys can see, I do have written down, you guys can do the 11 labs hooks, you guys can do one-on-one ripped, you guys can do whatever, right? If you guys wanna take these ads and then put an 11 labs hook over it, with a scroll stopping hook, then that's what you guys want to do. And if you guys want to know how to download these ads, you guys want to go into this thing called Save Tick. And I like to go to this green one right here. And when you find an ad, like you want to do this one,
Replating dopamine.
then you want to go ahead and come in here and just copy the URL, go into here, paste the URL and click download, and this will download your TikTok video without a watermark. So as you guys can see, I just come here to click download MP4 HD, take that into CapCut, edit it how I want to, throw in some 11 lab hooks, and do whatever, guys. You can even use this to mash up with other TikTok videos. You can use this to mash up with Kalodata videos. And truthfully, guys, this is the real sauce when it comes to coming up with phase 1 ads. So that is it for this TikTok video. Very short video, but I do want you guys to know that this is one resource that you should utilize because it is a really, really good way to make ads. So that being said, I'll see y'all in the next video.
Quick little PSA, guys. So I know that you guys are watching the marketing module right now. And yes, it is very, very, very good. And a lot of people use that to make money. But I'm not going to lie to you. I have a lot more knowledge when it comes to marketing. And I drop it all in the new Ecom Labs program. So we teach ugly image ads. I have a much better research process. I use AI a lot better. If you guys want to be a part of that, I know, bro, like the way I do marketing now is just like, bro, it's cracked. It's a lot easier. You don't got to buy content. You don't got to get UGC creators. You don't got to build a content library, all that stuff, right? Check the link down in the description where I explain a little bit more about what I am talking about, okay? So peep that, and I'll let you guys get back into the video.
All right, boys, so now that you guys have a website, now that you guys have your ads, it is time to launch up your ads and make some money, guys. So obviously, this is the beginning of the ad strategy module. Obviously, within this entire module, we'll talk about, strategies to use, how to scale, how to make decisions within your ad account. But essentially, this video, we're going to talk about the basic ad strategy that you should follow. Now, obviously, guys, there's several different ad strategies out there that many people talk about. People talk about ABOs, interests, all these different types of fancy stuff. I will tell you guys, none of that matters in 2025. Things changed in e-com, and yes, maybe back in the day, interest did matter. Yes, ABOs mattered. Lookalike audiences mattered. That doesn't matter anymore. Why? It's because Facebook's algorithm has updated so far ahead that if you let Facebook do all the heavy lifting in your ad account, then that is how you guarantee your success more exponentially, right? So essentially, guys, I have this quote under this right here saying, Meta knows your customer way better than you could ever know them. Trust me, guys, they have years and years of data on not only me and you, but every single other person out there. So an example, if you're selling a hair loss product, they know out there who is searching hair loss on Google. Trust me, that's why whenever you go mention something, like you mention a specific item and then you see an ad for it like literally the same day, that's because they know that you're thinking about it and they know that you're looking. How do they know it? I don't know. Is it legal? I don't know. I don't really care. I'm just trying to run ads so I can make some money. So essentially, with that being said, that completely makes interest testing completely obsolete. What else does that do? That also makes ABO testing completely obsolete. Because when you guys are doing these types of testings, what you guys are saying is that, I think that this specific interest will work, so let me try it. Guys, Facebook knows it better than you do. ABO testing is saying that I want to force budget to this specific ad group because I think these ads are good. Facebook knows if your ads are good or not. If you spend money on ads that aren't good, then what will happen is you'll end up wasting money. So ABO testing is a really bad strategy because you can lose a lot of money doing that. So essentially what your focus on should be within the business as a whole is your offer and creatives. If you make really good creatives, if you have a really good offer, you're going to make money, and the way to do that is with a simple CBO broad. So what a CBO broad is, and just for you guys know, I just put this over here just in case the beginners didn't understand what I'm talking about. What an ABO is an ad budget optimization. So essentially the basic structure of an ad account is, you have the top, which is the campaign, and then under the campaign, what you guys have is an ad group, and then directly under your ad group is your ad. So this is just for the ones who don't understand ads at all, and this is how it usually looks. So you got campaign, ad group to your ad. So essentially what this means, what an ABO budget means, is that under your campaign you can have obviously multiple ad groups, and essentially you're telling each ad group to spend a certain amount of money. So this one you can say spend $20, this one you can say spend $10, this one you can say spend $20, right? Now, like I said, you would choose the amount to spend on each ad group depending on what you think. But this is outdated, guys. You guys don't want to do that. What you guys want to do is CBO instead. And instead of having your budget split between the ad groups, you want it to be split on the campaign. So you can say this one is $100, and I want you to pick which ad group should I spend on. Is it this one or this one or this one? Obviously, the algorithm will tell you which one to do, and that is the best way to run ads. So that's what a CBO is and this is 100% the best way. So guys, there is a couple methods of running the CBO, and both of them are very, very simple. Like I said guys, you guys do not need any type of complex ad strategy. Anyone who tells you to do a complex ad strategy either doesn't know what they're talking about, or they're trying to sound cool and like they know something. But in reality guys, every single big e-com brand that I've ever met, I've met people who make millions and millions a month with e-com. Obviously me, myself, I make a lot of money with e-com. All my friends make money with e-com. And we all run this exact same CBO method. Well, there's actually two. So I'm gonna show you two ways to do the CBO. Obviously, you have the most basic one, which this works, is just one CBO method and let Facebook do all the work. You have the campaign, and say you set it at a $100 a day budget, and essentially it'll spread that budget between here, here, here. Let's say batch one is the best one. They may put $50 on batch one, and then they may put, you know, $20 here, and then they may put $30 here, right? Essentially what this tells you is that batch one has the best ads in your group, and then you should continue to make more ads like that. But obviously guys, there is one big problem when it comes to the one CBO method. So when you're testing CBO, the way that you want to test one CBO is just have a bunch of batches of ads, you know, tons and tons of batches, and just try to see if Facebook starts to spend on any of these, right? And essentially the method of the one CBO is that whenever you guys get a actual winning ad, all the spend will shift from all of these, and it'll go into pretty much your best one, right? Like hypothetically, this is your best one. And there's one problem with that. Whenever you guys do get a winning ad, which is a good thing, you guys want to get a winning ad, every ad you test after that literally gets zero spend. So hypothetically, I've seen this happen with a lot of people, and a lot of people complain about this, where each batch you start launching, you think they're good ads and they think they're better ads, but every time that you let the CBO do the decision, it spends $0. And that can be a problem when you're testing ads, because you're not giving ads a chance. Although you are getting all the budget here, and say this is performing really, really well, and it's like actually making a lot of money, you still want to make more, so you want to test more ads, right? So that's why I have come up with a new CBO method. I didn't really say I come up with it, but I found and kind of tested this new CBO method, which has been working. So essentially, guys, the best CBO method that I think works today in 2025 is the multiple CBO method. So the way this works, you make a CBO the same way as a one CBO. You start off with one, and essentially what you guys want to do is launch around 3 to 6 creatives in each campaign, right? That's it. You let 6 creatives run. Obviously, you'll pretty much find out which one is your best one in it, right? Say you're spending 100 here, this one's getting $80 of spend, and the rest are getting pretty much nothing, right? $10, $10, and then you always have those few batches that get 0. Essentially what you'll do is pretty much after that happens, you know that this is the best ad, right? So now you want to move on. Test another CBO with a new batch of creatives. So you got batch, 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 and then you are going to pretty much do the same thing here, right? Maybe this one's the best one, right? This is the one that gets the most spend, all right? And then what you're going to do from there is now you have 2 ads that are getting good spend that are actually performing pretty well for you. Now what you're going to do is going to move on and test another CBO, right? Now whenever you guys have found at least 3 pretty decent ads within your account, what you guys want to do is move on into a scaling campaign. So hypothetically guys, let's say that this ad is doing the best in here, and this ad is doing the best in here. Let's go ahead and throw that right in there. And then this ad right here is doing the best as well. You're going to throw it in here. And what you guys are going to do with this one is you're pretty much just going to up the budgets way higher. So maybe like $200 a day. And the reason that you guys can do this is because you know that all of these ads are actually good. What a post ID is, by the way, is literally just the exact ad that you have from here. It's very, very simple to do. Just pretty much copy that ad and duplicate it into the scaling campaign. And this right here, guys, is where you're going to make money. From here, guys, you guys can continue making more and more of these campaigns until you guys can build out your scaling campaign with better and better ads. And the cool thing with that is that your scaling campaign is going to have only good ads in it, and you can just really just run this budget up as high as possible. You can run this, if it's continuously being profitable, you guys can take this to a $1,000 a day budget eventually if your ads are actually that good, and pretty much your account will scale and you will be making tons and tons of money with e-com. Alright guys, so that's basically ad strategy explained, and this is actually the best way to run your ads. So if you guys still need an explanation on how to do it, on the next video I'm going to do a live ad walkthrough so that you guys can see how I launch my ads. Alright guys, so in this video I'm actually going to walk you guys through the ads manager so you can see exactly what buttons to click in order to launch up some ads. So in case you guys don't know how to make pixels, in case you guys don't know which settings to pick, then this is what this video is for. Pretty much it's not that difficult, so I'm just going to show you guys what to do. So go ahead and just click create. You're going to create your first campaign. You have no campaigns right now, this is your first time launching ads. Go ahead and just click a sales campaign. You guys always want to do sales in the beginning. In fact, always. Never do anything else unless you're trying to warm up your ad account. But sales is what we want. We don't want anything else but sales. So go ahead and just click continue. And then with this one, you can just name it our testing campaign. Actually, I like to name it the name of my brand. So for us, it's Rewired Testing Campaign. And we are going to run the multiple CBOs. So I'm going to put testing campaign 1. Now for the catalog ads, always turn this off. You guys do not need that. And then for the daily budget, guys, you guys can either start off at $50 or $100, depending on how much budget you have. If you do have a budget for $100, I do recommend that because you want to get data as fast as possible. But if you are a bit strapped on money, go ahead and just do 50. That should be good. But we're just going to go ahead and throw on 100. And we're going to scroll down, and just click next. Now, guys, we're in the ad set level, and we're just going to name this batch 001 because this is our first batch. And always make sure it's on website, not website and shop. And then always make sure that it's on maximize number of conversions, okay? We don't want to do anything but get the most amount of sales as possible. And then now it is time to go ahead and create a pixel. So to create a pixel, guys, you do actually need to open up your Shopify. In fact, we'll start here first. Go ahead and just click create a pixel, and we're going to name our pixel. First, we're going to name it dopamine brain food. And your pixel is very, very important, and it can be very, very valuable because this is where it's going to store all of your data at, and you're going to need this, and don't ever lose your pixel. So go ahead and just click create pixel, and then you want to put your website URL. So this is where you're going to go into your store, and the domain that you purchased, you're going to go ahead and put it in there. And obviously, guys, I didn't actually buy a domain. I'm using the My Shopify domain. But pretty much just go ahead and click on next when it shows Shopify. And then what it's going to do is it's going to tell you to go to Shopify. And then from here, guys, you're going to go ahead and pick on your store. And then you are going to go ahead and click install on Facebook and Instagram. And then right here, guys, is where you want to connect your Facebook account to go ahead and get started. So go ahead and connect, continue as your profile. And now that it's connected, you want to share the exact profile that you are on. So for me, I have a ton of BMs, and the one that I'm using is, I believe, the one that I'm using is this one right here. And always, guys, this is very, very important. Always pick maximum sharing. What this is like how much data are you sharing to Shopify, to Facebook. Always click maximum, this so you can get the most amount of tracking possible. And then go ahead and just click save. And then connect the new pixel that you just created. Click that right there. And then over here, guys, you just want to go ahead. And then over here, guys, just make sure you have the ad account that you're on right now just checked off. And then go ahead and just click confirm and agree to your terms and conditions. And then click submit for review. So after you guys do that, you're pretty much ready. You don't need to do this. This is a shop setup. You can put your website on shop, but I don't really recommend it, nor does it really matter. So whenever you finish doing that, go ahead and just click next. And then what you guys want to do is put your URL back into here and send test traffic. Now, whenever you send test traffic, what you guys want to do is click around, add stuff to cart, and just try to see if our pixel picks that up. And if it did, then our thing would be green. So as you guys can see, it is green, it's active. So that means that our pixel is working properly. So go ahead and just click next. What you guys can do is go to the test events manager. And pretty much what this is you can see if your pixel is actually working correctly. So the way this works is you can just click done here, go to test events, and then you guys can go ahead, put your URL, and just add to cart, whatever, click around, add to cart. And if that shows up right here, then your pixel is working perfectly fine. So essentially, the pixel is working perfectly. We didn't set it up incorrectly. It's perfectly fine. So let's go ahead and just click finish right here. Pixel is good. And we're just going to put it right here. Now, with the conversion event, this is what it means when we actually get a conversion, whenever we get a purchase. So we're telling Facebook that we want purchases. We don't want added carts. We don't want nothing else. We just want purchases. Cool. Now we're going to go ahead and scroll down. Whenever you're launching ads, guys, always launch for midnight. So for us, it's June 12th, 2025, actually a little bit past midnight. But we're going to do it at Friday at midnight. And the reason, guys, for this is because you want your ads to run at a complete 24-hour scale so that Facebook can optimize it for its times. Because if you set it at 6 in the morning, if you set it at 10 in the morning, it's only going to have half the data optimized, and that is not good. So you want to have it running literally from midnight until midnight. And then you're going to scroll from here, and then pretty much in locations, I recommend you only testing in the US in the very beginning. Reason being, because if you can conquer US, then you can go ahead and move on to other countries. I know some people like to say to test US, UK, Australia, all at the same time. I don't recommend that at all. Why? Because it spreads too thin and doesn't allow a proper test. Testing US for each campaign. If you want to test another country, make a whole another campaign with a whole separate amount of ads, and then put only one country in at a time. And then pretty much just scroll down from here and click next. Now guys, we are going to go ahead and launch up the actual ads. So in here you can just do ad one. If you remember guys from the marketing modules, we do have 3 versions of ad one. So let's go ahead and scroll down. For the Facebook page, I forgot to mention you should have made a Facebook page. And the way to do that is over here. The way to make a Facebook page, guys, is to go into the business actual portfolio. And then what you guys want to do is come into accounts and click pages. What you guys want to do is come in here and click add and just click create a new Facebook page. And essentially what you'll be able to do is just make a new Facebook page, and then you're good. Just name it the name of your brand. Doesn't really matter anything about that. And then whenever you do have that, you can just pretty much put it in here, and then you can scroll down. And now guys, what we're gonna do is make the ad here, and pretty much you have manual upload, always do manual. And remember guys, we're testing 3 versions of the same ad. So for this one, we're gonna do a flexible ad. If you were just testing one version of the ad, which in some cases you may be, just do single image or video, but we are gonna do flexible. And I do like to uncheck multi-advertiser ads, so you don't really need that. And then right here is where you will add all your ads. So just go ahead and click add videos, upload, and then let's find our ads, which is in here, and add one. We have 3 versions. Go ahead and just click open, and it'll upload it into your ads manager. All right guys, now that you have your ads uploaded, go ahead and just click all 3 of them and click continue. And then in here guys is where you want to put your primary text. Now if you guys want to know where to get your ad copy from, make sure to watch the ad copy video. That is going to be in this module as well. But pretty much this is where you're going to put all of this. So essentially you have one primary text, and then you want to add another primary text. In the headline, I usually do something like 40% off into midnight. And then obviously you should have another headline, because remember guys, we are doing the 3-2-2 method. So this is 3 ads, 2 primaries, 2 headlines, and this is going to give us a good amount of data. And you guys do not need a description. And then whenever you guys do the website URL, always remember guys to put your product to the product page, not the home page. This is the home page guys. You want people to land on this page right here. So be sure to go into your thing. So be sure to go into your store and then click on the actual product page, not the home page guys, remember. And then just go into your ads manager and put it into here. And then in here guys, you can uncheck advanced creative optimizations, and then be sure that this says shop now. Always click shop now, unless you're running a listicle or tutorial, then you can do learn now. But you're not right now, so let's go ahead and scroll down. And then in here guys, nothing else really matters. If you see this is just a glitch. I don't know why it always happens. Click X on that. And then pretty much in here, this is where you want to put your URL parameters. You guys don't really need this, but if you want to track it in Shopify, I do have some URL parameters, which I can link down below. And what this looks like is this right here. And what this does is going to allow you to track your ads better in case Facebook doesn't track it good. What it'll do, it'll show up in your Shopify and you'll be able to see it. So that's that right there. And then from there, guys, you want to click publish. Now, if you guys had more than one batch, obviously this is only one ad. Say you've made 5 ads on your first day, you should go ahead and just duplicate this right here, and then duplicate it right now. And then you guys do want to name this batch 002, and then coming down to here and name it ad 2. Scroll down, delete these ads, and then upload your new ads that you have. So for us, it would be ad 2, and then pretty much just repeat the whole process. Your primary text and headline should stay the same, and then everything else should stay the same. And then, like I said, if you guys are uploading more ads, click duplicate. Same thing, guys. Batch 3, ad 3. Come in here and change out the videos. And that is pretty much how you launch a bunch of ads, guys. So I would do 5 ads per campaign on your first launch. And every time you do launch more ads, do about 5 in a new campaign every single time. And pretty much, guys, from there you should be set sail. Just click publish on everything, and then you'll be able to find out which ads are working the best. Take those best ads, throw them into a scaling campaign, and then you guys will scale. So with that being said, guys, that is a pretty much basic walkthrough the ads manager. It's very simple. I know it might take some time to get used to if you've never touched an ads manager before, but that is pretty much how it works, and I'll see y'all in the next video. All right, boys, so here's how you calculate your NCPA. This is very important to know, because you want to know how to how much you could afford to scale and stay profitable. Because we're not here to scale and not make money. We want to make money. So essentially, you need to know your unit price and you need to know your sale price. So essentially, here, let's just say we're selling like something random. Like it costs $7 as a product, and it costs $4 to ship. So it's $11. I guess I'll write this right here. $11, right? So say you're selling for $11. In an ideal world, you want to be selling at least 4x, but 3x can work if your margins really don't work. I would try to get that fixed in the future, but essentially you want to have 3x or 4x. Sorry, so 4x of this would be at least $45. So 11 times 4 is 44. $45 AOV is perfect. So essentially, say your sale price is 45 and your target NCPA is 15%. So I do 15% because if you guys are a beginners to creative strategy, and I want you guys to scale, I don't want you guys to wait on 25% margins, which is possible if you make really good ads, but I don't want you guys to wait super like hard on 20 to 25% margins in the beginning, because at the end of the day, whenever you start scaling, you'll be able to like get your back end right and all your margins will come better. But I say 15 is a good number to start scaling at. So when you're doing 15, you calculate with the 0.85. If you're doing 20, then you calculate with a 0.8. But essentially how you do this is you do AOV minus COGS times 0.85. So here I'm going to show you guys in the calculator. So you want to do, if your sale price is 45, I have multiple here just in case when you start price point testing. So you want to price point test a 50 or 55 if you want to up your price or whatever, or 47, whatever. This is why there's 3 here. But essentially this is the formula. AOV minus COGS. So we have 45 minus 11. 45 minus 11 equals 34. And you want to multiply that by 0.85 to get a 15% margin. So times 0.85, 28.9 that is our target NCPA. So right here we put 90, 28. So 28.90 is our target NCPA. Obviously, this is just a number you should base your scaling off of. Whenever you get your backend systems correct, like you start getting email flows, AOV maxing, more upsells and all that stuff, this could be a lot looser. But essentially, when you are just a one product store and you sell one product and your AOV is pretty much the same, this is how you scale. So anything above a 28.90, you're not unprofitable, but you're under 15% margins. Anything below this, then you're literally having 17-20% margins, and you could scale. It's a number that you should be paying attention to when it's time to scale. But yeah, that is how you calculate NCPA. All right, y'all, so now we have phase 2 ads. Now this is where we step away from ripping and we step away from copying and begin making our own ideas. Now this is a very, very big leap for most people. This is where you separate yourself. This is where you separate yourself from the people who make 50K a month to the people who make 100K a month and 200K and 300K a month. Because this is what all the big guys are doing. They're always moving forward. They're using their research to figure out some new ads and make new ads. Because if you're the first one to come up with a winning ad and a winning concept, you're gonna be able to scale for a really long time like that. So this is the jump that most people need to be able to make, and this is where you're gonna see the best results. This is also like the hardest part of making ads, but once you get used to it and you gain this skill, then it's gonna be really, really good. So essentially, now that we did phase 1 ads and we see what works best, we see what angles, what concepts, what personas, and what types of hooks, worked, then now we're going to be able to make new ideas based off of the data that we got from our last test. So essentially, you need to be doing research still, look at reviews, and spark up ideas of different concepts, spark up ideas of different angles, based off of your research. So this is why the review harvesting method is really, really good for you guys. Those are ways to come up with brand new ideas for ads that no one else has come up with, and you just test them. And if they work, then you continue to iterate on that exact ad. And pretty much you're going to be making your own ads. So you need to fill in proven ad frameworks with scripting from the research to make new briefs. So essentially, I haven't showed you guys the frameworks of ads yet, but I'm going to show you guys. But essentially what it is, it's like a whole ad layout. So it'll make it really, really easy for you guys to script. You guys will see that in a couple of videos. It's going to be titled ad frameworks or something along the lines of that. But frameworks will make scripting so much easier, so much less of a headache. And that's really, really good. So essentially, and your goal in this is just to take angles and scripts that have already been working and make them feel new and different. So you might already know that the wrinkles angle for your moisturizer works. You got that from phase 1, and now you want to take that and pretty much come up with as many different concepts and personas for that exact angle. So just test it, and if you test enough, you're going to be able to find a new winning ad this way. All of this is to always be one step ahead of competitors. You're making brand new ads, brand new ideas that no one has made before, and you're just testing it and seeing how the market goes. And whenever the market accepts what you've made, then you definitely have found a winner. And don't be scared about your ads not being good, because you're going to have already an idea of what's working. You're already going to understand pretty much what worked from phase 1. So these ads that you're going to be making are going to be pretty much like the same exact angle and concept which already worked, but with brand new ideas and scripting. So it's you should have high confidence with these ads. These will bring you high confidence. Phase 2 ads are probably my most high confidence ads that I make. Whenever you get good at making phase 2 ads, these will be your highest confidence ads that you'll make, because you know that you're bringing new stuff to the market and it's most likely going to work. It just takes a little bit of practice of being able to get creative with your angles and concepts. But we're going to go through that when we talk about writing hooks and stuff. But essentially, phase 2 is where you want to be whenever you're trying to scale up from 50K a month or 30K a month to 100K a month. So after you do phase 1, go ahead and jump to phase 2 as soon as you can. And this is where you're going to really change your business. Yeah, I'm going to see you guys in the next video where we're going to talk about phase 3. All right, welcome to the research section. This section is actually going to be one of the most important parts of your entire process. This could determine whether your ads are good or not. The point of research is to gain a deep understanding of your customer, and that is going to give you guys a competitive advantage to be able to make good ads that resonate with your customer, that not only resonate with them but gain their attention. So research is literally, nothing else matters if you don't get this part right. Being able to gain a deep understanding of your customer is literally the most powerful thing you can do. So research is something you guys should be doing pretty often. The system of research that I'm going to show you guys is the most simplest and concise way to do it, in my opinion. And let's get into it. So obviously, we know the purpose of research is to understand what your customer is feeling, what they believe, what they want out of life, what they're scared of out of life. You will be able to effectively communicate with them within your ads. And the way that we're going to do our research is with our momentum scaling research template, which we'll go through in just a second. I guess I'll go through it with you guys right now. But pretty much this is where we do our research at. We go through many places like Amazon reviews, competitor reviews, Reddit forums, YouTube thumbnails, YouTube comments, Facebook comments, Instagram comments, etc. There's so many different places that you can do research at. And the goal is to literally find out what people are talking about, what people believe about your products, what people, you want to find out who is your avatar, who buys the type of things that you sell. So yeah, essentially when you're doing research, you want to be able to find their desires. You want to know what motivates them. You want to know what they struggle with. You want to know what they believe. So an example that I wrote down is, if they believe that all courses are scams and you're selling a mentorship, you will have to tailor your ad differently instead of just saying, hey, buy my mentorship to make money, because they already believe that this is a scam. So you have to bring something different and try to understand how they make their decisions using the beliefs that they have. So that's beliefs. And then you also want to know their identity as well as you possibly can. I do have a section within this momentum scaling research where you're able to break down their identity here, but we're going to go through everything. So let's go ahead and get into it. So the first thing I like to do whenever I do research is I like to do competitor research. So if you scroll down here and you find competitors and competitor notes, what I like to do here is I like to pretty much take notes on my competitors. So here's a little brand that I'm testing currently. It's called Mellow Kitty. It's like a cat anxiety diffuser or something like that. I'm literally just testing it I just started yesterday doing it, but pretty much you want to. I have a little section within the. This is the momentum scaling system where everything's going to be at. You guys will have access to this in the next module, but this is where I put my comp research. So essentially, you want to look for two different things. You want to look for direct competitors, which is people who sell the same product as you. You also want to do research on indirect competitors, which are people that sell or that solve the same problem as you. So an example, if you're selling like an energy drink, your direct competitors are literally other people who sell energy drinks, and your indirect competitors are other methods of getting energy. So an example like neurogum or like meditation. So like some people have different ways to package the same problem, but that's what indirect competitors are going to be, because if you know your competitors, you're able to do tons of research on them. You're able to get their customers and understand them. You're able to look at their ads and take notes on it. So the first thing I like to do whenever I research is I scour the internet for competitors. So the way that I do that is I just go to ad library and say I'm trying to find the cat anxiety direct competitor. I actually did it right here. I'll go to cat diffuser and just look for the same product, and if I want to do indirect, I'll do cat anxiety and just scroll here and look. Obviously, I'm sure you guys know how to find competitors, so I'm not going to get too deep into that. But whenever you guys do find competitors, what you guys want to do is pretty much put them here or put them here. I put them in both spots usually, and I just take notes on them and just kind of just see what you notice about them and their ads. You could even have them listed so that you could go within their reviews and do research on them. It's practice like we're doing research for my cat diffuser, which solves anxiety. So obviously you just want to put in here, what's the product? That's a cat diffuser. What does it do? Relieves anxiety, calms cats down, brings comfort to the owner. Obviously, I'm sure you guys know exactly what your product does, whatever you're selling, put that there. So what you want to do when there's time to research is to start on Amazon. So type in Amazon cat diffuser, and you literally just want to find pretty much your product on here and see what people are talking about. So this right here is actually like pretty much a direct competitor of me for the product that I'm testing. You just want to go in here and click on the reviews, and then click on the reviews, and we're just going to scroll through here and see what customers are talking about. So this person said this stuff works. I have 2 Bengal cats, and I was skeptical at first, but the reviews are honestly mostly positive. Try it. No noise, no heat issues, and fits a regular outlet. So this right here, these are some wants and desires, and last about a month. These are some things that we could note down on the mechanism. So an example, we'll scroll down here to notes on the mechanism. No heat, lasts a month, and what else you say? No noise. Little things we could note down, and then you could keep scrolling. She would hide during the day, and as soon as I would lay down to sleep, she would wander the apartment and meow constantly. So there's 2 problems here: hide during the day and meowing constantly. You guys could scroll down here into day-to-day struggles. Hides all day, meows constantly. I also sort these by number of references. The reason that I do that is because, an example, say you have tons of benefits here. Say you have one that says reduces anxiety, and then you have another one that says stops from meowing constantly.
if this one has 150 references and this one only has 20, you know which benefit you should focus on within your ads. So an example, this is the research for my brand right here currently. I sell like beef tallow. I'm sure you guys know what it is now because I don't mind exposing my brand to people within my circle. But as you can see, the number one reference that I get within my review is soft and smooth skin. You know, and like literally 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna make an ad about soft and smooth skin instead of smaller pores. Like literally within my research that I've done, this is what I found the most. The pain point that I hit the most is dryness. That's literally what I found the most. And you know, this will resonate. I know that this will resonate with more people than trying to talk about, you know, dark spots or something like that. But at the end of the day, I have all of these different like angles and different pains I could possibly hit, and benefits I could promise just from the research that I've done. So yeah, so that's why I sort this by number of references. But like I was saying, you're just going through Amazon, scroll through here, and just see what people are saying. You want to look at good reviews and you want to look at bad reviews. You guys can see what people are expecting to have. So like an example, this guy said it started to take up to a week to see improvement. I mean, you guys can tell just from that what their customer wants is they want it to work fast. And you can just infer what people want just off of reading what they're saying. I'll do one more just so you guys, I'm sure you guys understand by now. Like this random little review right here, it says, it seems to have worked perfect for my cat and he has a more calm demeanor now. So that's a benefit, calm demeanor. I would just go in here, calm. Yeah, so that's how you guys do your research. Be sure to look for everything in here. Be sure to look for benefits. Be sure to infer what people want. Try to understand deeply, what does your customer want out of life? What do they want with your product? What do they want, you know, to change within themselves? And a immediate beliefs we need to handle is like, say you're scrolling through reviews and you see some guy say, I was skeptical because I didn't think that this formula worked. So literally what you can say is, say I found that review, and then what I'll put in here is formula doesn't work. If this was a belief that was constantly being shown, like say 40 times, I would literally tailor in every single ad how the formula works so that it could get through their head that, you know, it does work. You want to tackle any possible objection that they could have within your ad. And like I said, you guys will know exactly what people are thinking just through researching. And you also want to know what other products they've tried and failed at. So essentially, you guys can look through here. Say someone's trying to get their cat to be less anxious. They could say, I went to the vet. They could say in their review, I went to the vet to try to get rid of his anxiety. So vet would be a reference. I tried putting him on medications. I tried giving him supplements. These are different solutions that they've tried in order to solve the same problem. And you're able to, if you know what this is, in all of your ads, you're able to compare your product to the vet. So I would say in my cat diffuser ad, this is cheaper than getting the vet. This is more natural than putting him on medications. And this is more trustworthy than putting him on supplements. This is a non-invasive solution to your problem. So that's how you're gonna like really, really make good ads and know what to say in your ads to where it's always gonna be effective. And buzzwords is just an area that I like to like try to understand kind of words the customer uses. So like an example, I've already done a bit of research on this cat diffuser. I noticed a lot of people say like things like tranquil, peace. These are power words that when they hear it in your ad, it just resonates with them. I've seen stuff like serenity. These are words that you would never find unless you like actually sit there and do research and like understand what they're saying, because when they're describing a product as, oh my God, this brought so much serenity within my house for my cat, literally that's a copy that would resonate with somebody. And golden nuggets, I'm gonna get into this in a little bit. That's pretty much the basics on how you do research in the Excel sheet. So now I'm gonna show you guys how to fill out mass desires. All right, now I'm gonna be showing you guys how to fill out your market desires. So this is just so what you know exactly your customer wants. So an example, you did research for this cat anxiety thing. No need to overcomplicate this. What did they want out of your product? Cat stress. Some people just want to reduce cat stress. Or maybe out of research you found out that one of the pains that they experience is their cat keeps peeing everywhere, or their cat is uncontrollable. They want to control their cat or control their car. That's a completely different thing. Or maybe they just want to make the cat happy. I don't know. These are random things, but like I said, you'll know what to put here through research. Or maybe an example. It's usually like, these are kind of the same stuff, but you usually want to find the multiple amounts of desires that your person has. So like an example, I'll show you guys my mass desires in my beef tallow. Like, people want soft and smooth skin. People want their skin moisturized. People want it to last for a long time. People don't want wrinkles. These are like the main desires of my product. Is why someone would buy beef tallow. So you just pretty much put in your product exactly why someone would want your product. And the reason that it's good to list that here is because the way this is set up, you could match this right here. So an example, say one of the features of your product is pheromones. So for this product, it's pheromones. So what the pheromone does is it calms the cat, and then you want to match the desire, it reduces cat stress. Now this is very, very important for when it's time to script, being able to know features to benefits. Because literally, whenever it's time to lay out the script, because remember how I told you guys the scripting part of this is easy and it doesn't take a lot of creativity? I mean that. Usually scripts go hook, body, CTA. Now obviously, every single ad in the world has that exact that exact structure, but essentially like there's sub-elements. So there's hook, then there's pains, features to benefits, dream outcome, CTA. So an example, whenever you're scripting in a framework, you'll have a hook, you'll have a list of pains, which you'll find from here, data to struggle / pains. Then you'll have features to benefits, which you'll have here. The whole script will literally go like this. Like, I'm just gonna literally write a script off my dome. So it's like, if your cat has anxiety, this is what you need. Boom, that's the hook. Problem. A lot of cats are, if you notice your cat is hiding all day and meowing constantly, then that could just be a sign of what? Anxiety. Boom. Then you could be like, well, this product has pheromones which calms the cats and reduces their anxiety, you know? And then the CTA would just be, so if you want to get the product, go ahead and go to our link. I know that was a super like basic script, but as you can see, I just laid out an entire script framework and an entire script concept using the research. This is, like I said, why I say you need to understand research. But yeah, with features and benefits, you always want to put this here. But yeah, literally, that's why you want to understand research. Fill out all your features and benefits. I'll show you guys my tallow benefits. So like an example, this is a natural clean product, which matches the desire of chemical free. This has vitamin A. I broke it down from each vitamin that's in the product. So when I market my tallow, I say this tallow will literally soften and smooth your skin because by promoting collagen production, because it has vitamin D. I'll literally say this product reduces your inflammation, which will bring you dewy and glowy skin because of the antioxidants. Or I could say, since it's whipped, there's a super light, smooth texture on the product, so it's easy to apply. Bro, this is literally like how you just know, this is how you have unlimited things to say within your ads, and you could test as many different like variations of what you're saying. Okay, so that's features to benefits. Now I'm going to show you guys mechanization. This is just where you kind of fill out like, this is for you to understand more so your product and how it helps people. I don't really use this that much when it comes to like actually marketing, but it's always good to have this down. So like an example, we got cat diffuser. End result product provides calm cat who is comfortable. And then how does it provide the end result? What's the mechanism of it? So what the mechanism means is like, what's special about your product? What separates your product from all the other products on the market? And then what are some other ways you can say it? Like obviously this is pretty much the most simple way, but I would say like you know, without sounding scientific. I guess pheromone could sound scientific, but you could literally just say it will calm your cat because. Simple as that. For this part, you got to get creative. Pretty much try to think of like a way to come up with how your mechanism came. Like a lot of advertisers, what they like to do is like say how, like example, beef tallow. They're like, yeah, we notice all the chemicals within the other products, within the other skincare products. So we decided to make a natural version. So that's kind of what you just kind of make a story here. It doesn't really matter. You could use it within your advertising as well, and then give it a name. So that's when you got to get creative. You can literally go to ChatGPT and just like think of like try to ask it for like unique mechanisms, but I'm just gonna come up with one off the dome. So for I'll just put cat calming formula. So within my ads, I will literally say because of the cat calming formula, which is a two-in-one pheromone solution, or because of the cat calming formula, it will calm the cat because of the pheromones or whatever, right? Like these are just random things off the dome, but essentially you do want to find your mechanism. So now I'm going to show you guys how to understand your avatar, so I'm going to see you guys in the next video. Alright, so in this section, guys, I'm going to show you guys how to find your customer avatar or to understand them. But essentially, this is a very, very interesting section because, bro, it's so powerful if you could find multiple customer avatars. So essentially, this is where we understand them. If you guys look at the video of divergently thinking, I will show you guys how to, or I show you guys in that video how to come up with multiple angles and multiple different people to market to, because in a way that is a very, very easy way to gain a competitive advantage, because in a lot of cases the reason you're not scaling may not even have to do with your ads. I mean, in a lot of cases it is because everything connects, but it may just because you're not targeting a different angle. This is the point of testing. It's important to try to understand as many angles as possible and test as many different angles, because you don't know where the blue ocean is. You don't know what hasn't been saturated and what has. So like an example, for beef tallow, I have a couple of angles, but originally, I don't have it written down, but originally when I first started marketing this, I was trying to sell to like teenagers and 25-year-olds because that's the angle that I saw that was mostly working. But I really like couldn't get past like 1K a day when I was doing that. And what really happened when I immediately started scaling is when I switched it over to older women. So as you can see, I sell to 40 and 50-year-olds versus back then I was really selling to like 20 to like 30-year-olds. And like what I found from that is that most women in that age range aren't really like looking, they don't really care about natural stuff. They don't care about things like this, but these females do. So whenever you divergently think, you need to figure out all of the possible personas you could possibly find, and then you want to understand them. So essentially you want to even give them a name. So as you can see within this person right here, I even gave them a name because I'm trying to understand them as much as possible. I didn't really get this name off of my head. It's something that I literally just found in a review. Like I noticed like some women were named Susan. These are like the older women, and then or the older women were Barbara, and then like the middle-aged women were like Susan. So like you kind of have to like think of your customer on that deep of a level. Okay, so for this part, I'm gonna act like we're selling an energy drink for gamers, all right? So let's imagine a subset of gamer where he's probably like in his teenagers, like maybe 14 to 20-year-old male who lives with his mom. And this guy could be named Timothy, the high school student. I don't know, right? And then over here, imagine you have, there's also a demographic of people who are much older in the game. So these guys are 30 to 40-year-olds, male, who has a wife but no children, and pays mortgage or rent. I'd say rent. Literally, bro, you could like obviously these are just random things that I just came up with, but this guy could be this guy could be Steve, the corporate worker. I don't know, something random like that. your messaging for this guy is going to be completely different messaging for this guy. This guy probably only games on the weekends when he has time. So maybe your marketing for the energy drink for this guy could be use this energy drink so that you could, have more energy to spend time on your hobby. Versus this guy could be a competitor gamer. He might game every single day, after school, before school, on the weekends. Like pretty much all his free time is dedicated to gaming. So this guy, you could just market to him to stay up later, or you could tell him like, if you're a competitor guy, this will increase your reaction time. Like these are two different avatars. That shows you the amount of that shows you why it's important to know who you're talking to, because you want to cater your message to them. And then if you fill this out, you literally just understand them more. So maybe characteristics your prospect wants others to believe. Maybe they want their friends at school to think they're accomplished on the game. And then what do they believe about themselves? That they are good gamers. This guy might think that gaming is just a hobby for him. This guy might think what he wants others to believe. I don't know. Yeah, literally you just got to think of different ways to you'll fill this out with your research. One way that I like to do identity research is when I'm scrolling through like reviews and stuff, I try to get a picture of their life, because in a lot of cases within reviews that people leave, they'll leave clues of how they live. Like they'll say, hey, I was at my mom's house and this, or I can't do this because it's at my mom's house, or my wife gave me this gift. You'll be able to understand your person just through doing research, and you'll understand their struggles, and you'll understand the other things that they've tried to gain the solution, right? So this is very important to understand your avatar. Go back to the divergently thinking video so that you could come up with more avatars and more, so that you'll have unlimited amounts of angles and a limited amount of people to try to test and research and try to find that market that works for you, so that whenever you do find it, you're able to scale your entire business in that market. But yeah, that's how you find your customer avatar, and I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, guys, so in this part, I'm going to teach you guys how to divergently think of different angles and avatars. So the definition of divergently thinking is the definition of divergently thinking is sitting down and trying to think of different problems that our solution solves. So you could think of it like that to find new angles. You could also think of some to find new avatars. So if you want to sit down, let's think of a product, my cat diffuser. Now we know the solution, or we know what the solution is relieving cat anxiety, right? Now we could think of so many different problems and areas where cats might have anxiety, and that could be a problem to the person, right? You can think of they have anxiety when they leave, and they don't want the cat being scared, or they don't want the cat running away when they're gone, or whenever they're at home, they want the cat to be more affectionate, or they wish that it was less affectionate because it's scared all the time. Like there's so many different scenarios where you can think of there's a problem at hand where their anxiety is affecting the owner. So what I like to do is I'll go to ChatGPT, and I'll go in here and type in, can you come up with different angles? So I'll come in here into ChatGPT and just type in, if you could come up with different angles by divergently thinking of what problems my anxiety reducing cat diffuser solves, and I'll just see what it tells me. And you could use this to divergently think. So scratching destruction. I hate when I bring my cat over to my friend's house and it scratches that because it's anxious when it's there. Or I hate when people come over and see all the scratch marks on my furniture because of my cat. Like there's so many different ways to say this right here. And what you want to do is you pretty much want to write that down somewhere, of all the different angles you have. And spraying and marking. I hate when my cat pees on the floor because it stinks. That's the obvious one. You could think, I hate when my cat pees when I go to work, or something like that. Like you could just think of several different ways to say the same thing. There's so many different ways you could think of. And what you could also find from divergently thinking of angles, you could divergently think of avatars. So who is suffering from scratching and discretion? Who is suffering from loud noise and chaos? You know, this is more likely someone who lives in an apartment and not a house, right? That would help you come up with your avatar. So like I said in the research section, you'll have an entire like area to add as many avatars as you could come up with, because the more avatars you have, the more angles you test, the more likely you are to find something new that's winning, something that no one's ever done. Because remember, always remember, guys, there's no such thing as a saturated product. It's saturated creative angles. It's whenever you take different angles for a product is why sometimes the same product that people have been selling for years keeps on selling, because they're constantly coming with different angles. But if you try to go into a market selling the same way that your competitors are selling, a lot of times you'll have a lot of difficulty, bro. It'll be a lot harder to convert on people. It'll be a lot harder to convince people to buy from you. And all the people in that same niche, they're gonna have advantage, or all the people in that same niche are gonna have competitive advantages on you because they're spending more and they have more pixel data. So essentially, you want to be constantly looking for new angles, constantly look for different ways to say the same thing, and look for different avatars. And you do this by divergently thinking. Sit down. This one takes your head a bit. Obviously, you could utilize with AI, but you need to sit down and actually think on your own and like figure out who can I serve this to, where can I serve this to, and just figure that out in your marketing. And once you start testing all these new angles along with research, you'll have new indirect competitors because there are different problems you're solving, right? You have new indirect competitors you could research from, and then from there you can literally just scale on what works for you. So yeah, that's it for. So yeah, I'll see you on the next video. All right, so on this section, I'm going to show you guys my most powerful way of, researching. One of the best ways to come up with new ideas and new scripts is by doing this thing that I call review harvesting. Now, this is also included in your momentum scaling research template. So I just have it back here. It's called research harvesting. But this is literally one of the ways that I found like some of my best ads by doing this. So essentially what it's called is this review harvesting, and what you're doing is you're taking reviews that people have actually written. So an example, we're gonna do a review harvest for the cat diffuser product. So we have this cat diffuser product. I'm in the reviews, and we have this review here. They said this totally changed the way my cats interact, blah blah blah, right? So what you want to do, if you see a review that has like length and it has a story to it, always look for reviews with stories on it. Not all reviews that you find are gonna like apply to review harvesting, but if you see things that are a bit longer and they kind of get into their personal life, you want to take it. So let's take this, copy it, and I'll go into here and put in the review text. Hold on, let me make sure that it's formatted correctly. All right, my bad, I have to reformat it. But pretty much what you want to do is you want to take the review and you can just put this here. I don't usually put the link, but if you want to put it there, you can. But you want to take the review and break it down. So I'm gonna go back here just so we can read it better. This totally changed the way my cats interact. When we moved into our apartment, we were worried about introducing our cats and how they would get along. So what you can put in this part is worried about how cats would get along. So this is the trigger. This is why they went outside and decided to buy your product. That is what made them do it. So that's important to know. And then let's continue reading the review. It was suggested by my vet and it worked wonders. So you could even use that as a trigger. Worried about how cats would get along, then was suggested by vets. Okay. We had some fights happening at the beginning, but as soon as we plugged it in, they settled down a lot. So we had some fights happening in the beginning. That would be the pain. Had fights happening in the beginning. Or I'll say happening when they first moved together. Okay? And the transformation would be, as soon as we plugged it in, they settled down a lot. Okay? As soon as we plugged it in, so literally, guys, you guys have an entire like ad right here. So pretty much now that you have that, you want to write the common theme of the entire review. So essentially, like what common theme is like, what did you get from this? Like,
you guys got to understand, when people go to write reviews, especially reviews like this where they tell a story, they're trying to tell you something. There is a reason they sat down and wrote the review. There is a certain message that they're trying to bring. The common theme would be they are moving to a new spot, and they knew the animals or the cats would be stressed, so they were worried for them. That could be the common theme. And now literally, before we even did the golden nugget, which I'll show in a second, we have a whole ad here. Like, you could literally just, the more you do this, you could just have tons of common themes, tons of transformations. You can mix and match them to come up with as many different ad ideas as you want. So right here you can start the video off like, these are for the cat parents who are moving and are worried about their cats being, anxious and fighting each other. Boom. Now the pain will be, I moved into a new apartment and I couldn't stop the cats from fighting. So I went to a vet and they suggested me this cat diffuser. And as soon as we plugged it in, they literally calmed down a lot. And then boom, the rest of the ad could just be features, the benefits, and then a CTA. Like, that is a whole ad script off of, just breaking down one review. And this is, this review is effective because this is coming from the mouth of our customer. So this is not something that we're just thinking of and coming up with in our head. This literally comes from what our customer is telling us. So that's how you know it's going to work. And then golden nugget is like a special thing within the review. So I'll try to find a golden nugget. Not all reviews have golden nuggets. Obviously, as well, not all reviews will have all of these. Obviously, the best reviews that you find will have all of these. But every review will mostly have a common theme to it. But say some of them might not have a trigger. Like, they don't say why they bought it. But golden nugget, what this is like, what's that special thing that was in this review that there was? So let me try to look for one. I could honestly just take this as a golden nugget. It's not the best one, but pretty much what you could put here is like, we just kept it plugged in the area where they interact the most at. And the reason that I take that from the ad is because you could just market that I put this diffuser in every room so that, it's just an idea. It's just more ideas that could flow to your head. You could literally just say like, I put this diffuser in every single room within my house so that my cats are always good, or something like that. Like, there's just random things that you could take and just make ideas out of. But essentially that is what review mining is. Do this every day where you research, try to find reviews, or like when you're just scrolling through Amazon reviews or competitor reviews and you're just filling this part out. If you guys see a big story review or like something where someone like really truly tells their experience with your product, then you could put it in here and just break it down, and you're going to come up with unlimited amounts of ad ideas that super resonate with the customer. And it's like things that you'll never even be able to think of. Like, I'll show you guys one of my reviews. I'll show you guys one of my review minings on my beef tallow. Like, I have so many. I could literally just come in here and just come up with new ad concepts using the golden nuggets. Like an example, like this person found holy grail of skincare, which she found it sooner. That's the common theme that I kind of got from that review. So yeah, guys, so review harvesting is one of those things that I think you guys would really find a lot of success doing. You're going to come up with so many different winning ads by doing this. So yeah, that is my little method on review harvesting. And yeah, I'm gonna see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, so I just want to go through a couple other methods of research. I just want you guys to be clear on every single place that you can do it. Obviously, I've told you guys about Amazon reviews, but Reddit forums is a really good place to go to as well. Like, because at the end of the day, Reddit, what they're doing on there is they're literally just yapping and like trying to get other people's opinions on a certain thing. So so much research that could be done here. So I'll literally just come here, search Reddit, say cat diffuser. See what comes up. See, things like this. People asking like, is it real? Is it safe? And you could just go in here, man. Pros, cons. Like, I'll click on this one right here. This person said, well, you could actually read why they're even asking this. I don't know. So she is also peed outside the litter box due to stressing situations. Like, that's something I'll just put in here. Like, day-to-day struggles would be peeing outside of litter box. Yeah, literally just go into Reddit and look at what people are talking about. Like, there's always going to be something for your product. Like, I don't know, my beef tallow product. I've done tons of research on. Like, as you can see, I've literally opened these. I've done tons of research on beef tallow. Just trying to see what people are talking about. Literally, bro. Like, Reddit's a really, really good place to research. Now I'm going to show you some other ones too. All right, so another place you guys can go is just go to TikTok. Depending what your product is, search in your niche. Try to understand what you're selling and like what those customers are like looking for, and just try to get an understanding of what they got going on. But obviously, if you don't know that yet, just come in here and just pretty much just. Damn, I gotta sign in. All right, I don't really feel like signing in, but essentially, like, just come in here, bro, and just look at videos and just scroll to comments and look at what people are talking about. Look at their concerns. There's so much research to be done in TikTok. This is very organic. Do the same thing on Instagram. Do the same thing on Facebook. So go to social media and do that. And then another place I like to go to is YouTube. I just open up an incognito tab so I could get like the best data. But essentially, YouTube is a really, really good place. You can look up headlines, like look at what people are talking about. So we got beef tallow. You got shorts. You also got shorts, by the way. That's a good place. But is beef tallow worth the hype? I'll literally come in here and just like look at the comments and see what people are talking about. I'll watch this video and see the points that he addresses and try to find an angle through the points that he addresses. I'll also look at the comments. Yeah, bro. I just wanted to show you guys this too. All these different methods of researching, because at the end of the day, bro, we just want to understand our customer as well as we can. It's going to make a big, big difference in how we market. So yeah, guys, those are the other methods, a couple other methods that you could use to research. All right, so part of your research that's going to be very, very important that most businesses don't do is understanding where their product fits in the market. This is something that is very, very useful to know. And I have this product positioning document here for you guys. Now, pretty much you can just write and just fill this all out. What is your business differentiator? 2 things you wish you knew, everyone knew about your product, best-selling product, etc. All of these things are just things that will help you understand your brand and your products more. Now, this is going to be important for whenever you want to do AI, which I'm going to show you guys in a bit. But essentially, you do want to understand your product, put it in writing, understand as much as you can about it, and then you're going to take that and leverage that to AI so that AI can understand your product more. But yeah, so pretty much whenever it's finished, what it should look like is this. This is when I filled mine out. Pretty much it's just all the answers, just basic stuff. You don't have to get too complicated with it, but it does help to answer these questions so that you know how your product is a solution to your market. So yeah, that's a quick little video on how to understand your product. Alright guys, so I want to share with you guys another really good method of research. This is probably the best one, but it's the one that most people aren't willing to do for some reason. But you guys are different. You guys are trying to scale up to 100K, 200, 300K a month. So you guys are going to take this method and you guys are going to implement it. That method is going to be calling your customers. Now, the reason that this is such a powerful method, because you could literally not only build a brand by getting loyal customers and talking to them, because when you no e-com brand out there calls their customers. It's so rare for them to do that, because when people buy off your website, you get their phone number. So these are things that you need to utilize to further your research. You could literally call your customers, ask them, why did you buy? Obviously be a nice person, get to know them and just talk to them and just say thank you for buying from us. And then you could ask them a couple questions like, why did you buy? What did you like about the product? What did you not like about the product? You could ask them, why did you go with us instead of our competitor? And you could even ask them for triggers and pains in their life. You could say, what made you purchase this, and what were you experiencing that made you, go ahead and buy our product? And, there are some customers that I've called that I end up having like a 30-minute, 45-minute conversation with, just getting to know them, just talking to them. It's not even me just trying to just get
value out of them. It's just me. Just sometimes people just want someone to talk to, and in a lot of cases, you'll learn a lot about your customer just by talking to them. Ask them a question. In a perfect world, what would this product do for you? That's a very, very powerful question. They'll describe in like detail, what you can do for your product to make it better. What you can do, you'll come up with so many different angles, marketing angles, just from, talking to them and taking notes on what they say. Or what I used to do is I used to record calls and just replay it and just take notes and pretty much fill out my research paper or my research thing here and just fill out what they were saying, like, bro, calling customers is one of the best things to do. I actually got this method from studying big brands. So like Airbnb, when they first started and they had, this is a quick story. Airbnb, when they first started and they had their first few customers or the first few batches of customers, it was two co-founders and they went to their investors and they were just asking for advice on how to grow the business. And the investors said, where are your customers at? And they were like, oh, they're on the internet. And they're like, no, like, where are they at? And they're like, they're mostly in New York. And the investor was like, then why aren't you there? And so they literally moved to New York and started knocking on customers' doors and literally just trying to get to know them and doing research that way. And as you know, Airbnb is extremely, extremely big now, but they learned so much about their customers so that they tailor their entire product, their entire marketing towards what the customer wants. Now, obviously, we're not going to go and knock on people's doors, but we could research it this way in the most compliant way possible, which is calling their phone numbers, going and asking them all these questions, when you do that, you're going to build a loyal fan base by doing that. Not only are they going to stick around, but they're going to spread your brand around through word of mouth. So if you guys are not a scaled up business yet, I fully recommend you guys do this because you won't have time to do it whenever you're scaling. Whenever you're scaling, you have too many things to worry about. So if you're just under 30K a month, bro, you have customers to call. So just go ahead and take 2-3 hours a week or an hour a day or whatever, right? Just to sit down and call your customers. It's going to take you guys a lot farther than you guys could possibly imagine. So I just want to throw that in here for you guys.
Alright guys, so before we get into planning and scripting, I want to show you guys the momentum scaling system, Notion. This right here is like your biggest tool when it comes to testing good ads and a lot of ads. This is what I've used, this is what I built out in order for, you to start scaling. This is what I use in my own business. So I just want to walk you guys through this. Obviously, this is where you put your brand name. This is just a template. I'm going to have this entire template linked below as well. So you guys can go ahead and download this and put it into your Notion. And then pretty much, you can take away template, put your brand name here. And then this is where you're going to have all your comp research at. You're going to put it here. You're always going to need to know who your competition is. Direct competitors are people who sell the exact same product as you. Indirect competitors are people who solve the same problem as you. So for me, I sell a moisturizer. I sell beef tallow. So I'll put all of my beef tallows here. But for indirect competitors, I'll put here like other moisturizers. You want to know who your competition is always. And then and here you have the ad testing framework. So this is where you could just kind of understand your ads and stuff, and it's more about your business. So obviously you want to have your unit price, your shipping here. And then here is where you're going to have your target and CPA. I'm going to actually take you guys and I'm going to teach you guys this in the ad strategy section, because this is what this is for. It's for ad strategy. I'm going to teach you guys hard deck as well. And here's the ad strategy. I just like to put it in writing so that you know what you're doing, because if you're trying to switch your ad strategy too many times, you're going to not have as much efficiency. You want to find one ad strategy and stick to it. So for me, in the ad strategy section of the course, I'm going to walk you guys through all of that. But what I wanted to show you guys here was frameworks. So frameworks is essentially like the easy way to script. So I have all these frameworks here listed for you guys. There's obviously more, and before I put I'm always update this, by the way. I'm always give you guys new frameworks to add here, because what these are is just like ways to structure your video. So like just the most basic framework is a hook, educate, problem, solution, who it's for, feature, benefit, social proof, and CTA. You pretty much just fill this out based off the research that you have made. This will make scripting 100 times easier, 100 times quicker. You won't have to sit there and think of how to write a script if you use the frameworks. But that's that. And then creative briefs. This is where all of the magic happens. So essentially, in here you have all these batches. I made 5 for you guys already. But essentially, when you want to make a new batch, you just click new page here. And then as you can see, when you go into the batch, this is how I like to name our batches, by the way. B001 is pretty much just batch 1. You're going to be able to make hundreds of ads in this Notion, so you're going to need all these zeros. But essentially, I'm gonna walk you guys through this really quickly. So I'm gonna fill it out like we're doing it on our own. So essentially, whenever you get a new batch, you can just name it batch 01. And then here you want to put yourself. You want to put who's making this. This only matters whenever you have a team. So for me, I have a partner. I also have a creative strategist on my team. So whenever you have more people, you put their names here, and you could see who made the batch. And then here you'll have your product. So an example, obviously there's no product on this template yet, but here I'm gonna show you guys inside of my actual one. Yeah, so I'm gonna show you guys in my actual. This is my actual roadmap. This is where I make all of my ads. So for this one, I have an idea of what ad to make. And what you want to do is you want to come in here and just name the batch. So you got B073. Put your name in here. What product are you selling? If you have multiple products, you want to have different ads for different products. Ad type 1 and type 2 ads. So I'm explaining to you. I'm gonna make a whole separate video of what a type 1 and type 2 ad. It's gonna be a very, very short video. Format. This is just to see, for different niches, different formats may work differently, but for most niches, it'll be 9:16, which is just a vertical video. And this is where you put your upload link for your drive. So what I have pretty much for that, I have Google links that I link in the batch so that, the UGC creators or the editors could go ahead and upload the finished version and all that stuff and all the raw files. That's where I usually put that. So upload link. And then here you have your personas. I have these 4 personas for my brand, which I use, right? So for this one, it may be this one. I have these 4 personas that I target within my brand, and I just pick one. And for this ad, you'll be able to control who you're targeting to. And then desire. You want to have your desires pretty much listed off your research. Whenever you first get the template, it's going to be obviously empty, so persona. But the way to fill it out is you'll just type it in, say your new persona is Noah, the content creator, and just click enter, and it'll be a new persona there, and then you'll be able to pick it in all the rest of your batches. And the same with desire, just type it here. Smooth skin. Okay. Well, pretty much, yeah. That's where I put that there. And then desire, you have you pick your desired natural product for this one. Market awareness. This is where you pick your market awareness. I'm gonna teach you guys market awareness. I know most of this probably sounds crazy to you guys. Don't worry, I'm gonna show you guys what all of this stuff means, how to find it, Market awareness, I think for this one, it's more of a unaware ad. Position, this is the position of your market as well. So for this one is exploit a hidden fear. There's gonna be a video where I explain to you guys market awareness and positioning better, but essentially for this one, it's $1 billion skincare industry is scamming you. That's the concept of this. So this is kind of exploiting a hidden fear, and they don't know that they have a problem, which is why it's an unaware ad. And then status. Right now, this is just an idea. I haven't started scripting this ad, but it is an idea. Pretty much what status is so that you and your team know what's going on with the ad. You have idea, you have planning, pending creator. This is when the ad's finished, it's just waiting on a UGC creator. Production is when the UGC creator is making the ad. It may take a couple of days. Editing is when your editor is just working on editing. To launch is the video's finished, it's in the drive. All you gotta do is download it, put it in your ads manager. Collecting analytics is mean that it is running right now in the ads manager and you're trying to see what it does. And done is after you've done retrospective. But for now, this is just an idea. And then if you have a UGC creator, you could put a deadline here. So say you tell your UGC creator I need it done by Saturday. Boom. Saturday. Wait, yeah, there it goes. And then script writing is where you actually write the script. So I did start writing the script. In fact, you're actually going to see in a couple of videos. In the phase 1 video, this is where I wrote the script. I filmed the phase 1 before I filmed this video. But pretty much, yeah, you'll have the script here, and you can just write it in there. And then thesis. This is very, very important. Before you launch an ad, before you ever throw an ad up, you want to know, what are you testing? Why do you think this ad is going to work? Because when you write thesis for every single ad that you make, you're going to have a higher likelihood of making that ad a winner ad. Because at the end of the day, we're not here to throw just ads in the ads manager. We're not here to just make content. We're here to find a winning ad. So why do I think this is going to be a winning ad? And I'm going to write it here. So This is a phase 1 ad that I ripped the idea from, so I think it may work for us. And then you also want to write like what you're testing. Like currently for this ad, I'm going to be testing, you know, just it's kind of a new area for me. So like $1 billion skincare industry is kind of like, I haven't really tested that. So I'm testing new desire / unaware concept. Write a thesis. For every single ad, think hard about why you're testing it, because you want to know, you know, what you're doing. You want to have intention. We're testing with intention. And then whenever the outcome happens, oh, that's what this next part is. After you write the thesis and you start running the ad, the retrospective is pretty much done here. Retrospective is just reviewing the ad to see what you learned. Outcome, there's only 4 things. I'm gonna get into deeper explanation what this is in the retrospective section. And then learnings is where you write what you learned about the ad. And pretty much whenever you scroll down, here, let me make this full screen so you guys can see it. Pretty much when you scroll down, every single ad that you make will come with a template for your UGC creator. I put this in here. Obviously you guys could edit this however you like it, but this is what's worked for me. Because whenever you send this batch to a UGC creator, this is what they see. They see everything from, they don't ever see this. Well, they do, I think they actually do see this, but they'll see mostly this right here. Whenever you give them the batch, they'll have clear instructions of how to make their UGC video, so that whenever they make their video, it will be quality. And if it's not quality, you could refer back to here, like, hey, make sure you don't have background noise, or make sure your lighting is good. It's written here, so you won't have to like pay them unless you know, like they did it correctly. And the instructions are very, very clear on here. And then right here is director storyboard. This right here is how you plan the ad to a T. Because at the end of the day, if you have an editor, even if you don't have an editor, you want to know exactly how the ad is going to look, and you want to have it planned out. So, obviously, the reason I call this a batch method is because one batch is like 5 creatives. I like to do at least 3 to 5 creatives per batch. Reason being is because hook is the most important part of the entire ad, which is why we test 5 hooks for one batch. You can make one body script and have 5 different hooks for that one body script. So usually, if I had like a script here, right? I would just take, I would brainstorm, this is where I brainstorm everything. I pretty much just brainstorm 5 hooks, and then I'll take those 5 hooks and then paste them into here. And then I'll take each part of this, so this is like problem, desire, etc., right? And I'll just pretty much make the framework and throw it into here. And I'm gonna show you guys what it should look like when it's finished. Pretty much here is an example of what a finished brief should look like. So for this one, obviously, I'm just using B-rolls. I'm not actually paying a UGC creator to make this one, but I'm paying my editor to take B-rolls and source it. And what I did was I just broke it down line by line. You see how intentional this process is? You got hook. You got the 3 hooks. He knows to make these variations. It's written here. So you got 3 variations, and then boom. Each variation goes into this. I've tried every solution on the market. That's one B-roll. But everything I tried to either irritate my skin or it simply didn't work. That's one B-roll. Like every single frame of the video is scripted right here. Okay? So this is what it should look like whenever you give this to your editor. He'll 100% of the time make the video exactly how you want it. Now after the director storyboards, you have the creator script and you have the creator's B-rolls. So essentially, whenever I give this Notion document to a creator, I say, hey, read all of this stuff, skip the director storyboard, and just look at the script and the B-rolls. So I'm gonna show you guys what that is supposed to look like. So essentially here, as you can see, I have this batch here. This is the concept, and this is the creator. And essentially I gave it to her like this. And I wrote the entire script here. It's not broken down line by line like it is in the storyboard, but I give her all these lines because I want her to film the talking head all like this. And pretty much she can make, and pretty much you could tell her what emotion to use here. You could give her notes on what to do here, like, hey, hold 2 fingers up. You know, something random like, you could just say whatever you want here. You have complete control of how your UGC creator makes the video. So that's the script here, and then here's the B-rolls. So the way I like to do my UGC is I'll have them film entire talking head and then film tons of B-rolls So that the B-rolls could be used for other ads, and it could also be used in this ad to pretty much cover up certain spots. So an example, this B-roll here may have been used right here, right? But then this talking head is from this part, if that makes sense. It's like talking head, B-rolls, and then the editor will put them all together. It'll make a really, really good ad. That's pretty much the entire notion broken down. I know it may seem like a lot at first, but I promise you, once you get used to this notion, once you use it 1 or 2 times with 2 or 3 batches, it's going to be like light work. It's going to be like an extension of your hand. You'll be able to think of an ad, put it here, get it written, and get it produced as like super, super quick. It may seem like this takes like a long time to do, but it truly, truly doesn't. And pretty much down here, you guys could ignore this. This is just extra stuff. If you want to name the file a certain thing, if you want to put your copy here, you know, your headlines and your copy for this specific ad, you could throw it there. And the editor's variants, this is if you want him to make one with music, make one without music, make one with an AI voice. I don't know. You could just put that here in case you want to do that. But yeah, that's pretty much the entire notion for the momentum scaling system. This right here is what's going to be able to make you test as many ads as possible with good quality ads, and you're pretty much guaranteed to scale once you get used to this system right here. So yeah, I'm going to see you guys in the next video. Alright y'all boys, so in this video I'm going to be explaining market awareness. Now, this is a very, very important marketing fundamental that needs to be learned if you want to scale, because this is like pretty basic stuff, but it's kind of funny to me how many people don't know this. So I'm gonna teach you guys market awareness. So market awareness is how far or how close someone is to your product. So an example, you know, you guys know about Nike shoes, but there's a shoe on the market that you just never heard of, and if it were to be presented to you, you'd be considered an unaware market or an unaware consumer, right? You guys want to understand consumer psychology, because this is going to determine the messaging in your ads and what's going to be most effective for you. So before I get into top of funnel and bottom funnel, before I explain that, I'm going to explain to you the awareness levels. So you have unaware, problem aware, solution aware, product aware, and most aware. So let's start with unaware. Unaware is the most top of funnel awareness level. This is for people who don't know they have a problem. So whenever you start your hook and you start your ad in an unaware ad, you want to start with stories, secrets, or infotainment. So the brief that I just made in front of you guys, this one, the $1 billion skincare industry is hiding a secret from you. That's an unaware ad, because they're interested on what they don't even know. Like, they're like, okay, what is this, that? And then you walk them through the awareness stages. So like an example, whenever you write an ad, say you're doing unaware, you start off in the hook with unaware, and then throughout the ad you go from unaware all the way down. So essentially, actually before I explain that part, I'm going to explain the rest. So problem aware is people who already know they have a problem. So the hooks on problem aware are going to be more so like, are you experiencing knee pain? Are you experiencing dry skin? You know, obviously those are basic hooks, but you know, along the lines of that, those are problem aware hooks. Like, they know that they have a problem, they know that their skin's dry, they know that their back hurts, they just don't know how to solve it. They need a solution for their problem. This is also a top of funnel awareness level. This is probably the easiest one to write to. I was gonna say unaware is probably the hardest one to write to, because you have to be very, very creative with unaware. But problem aware is one of the easiest ones. You just say, you know, within your research, you'll know what the pain points of a customer is, and you're just gonna write ads towards that. Now, solution aware, these are for people who already know the solution to the product, they just don't know that you provide it. So an example, in this one, you want to pretty much offer up a new mechanism. So for me, I sell beef tallow. People who have dry skin, they might already know that the solution is to use a moisturizer. They just don't know that I sell the solutions. Our ads on solution aware would be more like, beef tallow is the best solution there is on the market because this and this and this, right? Because it's natural, because it has these vitamins. This is a solution where, like, it's pretty much telling them to ditch their other products for this one. Another really effective solution aware hook style that I'm sure a lot of people, or most of you guys probably know, is the ads that are like the competitor versus ours, right? Because it's pretty much, they know that that they need something, right? They know they need a neck, or they know they need a back brace to fix their back pain. but there's something special about your back brace that they need to know about. It's because you have a superior product. That's what a solution aware is. Product aware is people who know that you sell a solution, but they don't know why yours is the best. So pretty much, this is the ads where you just prove that the product works. So like, for me, a product aware ad for my beef tallow is, my beef tallow doesn't smell, it doesn't have all these extra ingredients, it has honey in it. This is where the product is more like, you change the product. Like an example, I don't know if you guys remember that push-up board. There was multiple push-up boards on the market, and now they came up with one that had numbers on it, right? This numbered push-up board is better than the rest of the other push-up boards on the market. So that's what product aware is. You just want to prove the betterness of your product with these ads, okay? And then most aware, this one you guys are not gonna touch most aware until you're like scaling. But most aware is the most bottom of funnel ads, because this is the ads where you see, like, I'm sure you guys have seen the ad library, your competitor just having an ad of a picture of the product and it's saying 60% off. Like, most aware ads are most of the time static ads, or maybe even like testimony ads, like where someone's like, oh my god, this product is on sale right now, it did this and this and this and this. That's what a most aware ad is. This is probably the easiest one to make, and it's really, really effective if you have really good ads in this area. So pretty much what I meant earlier by you need to walk down the ads levels is this is how you structure your ads. So an example, if you're making an unaware ad, you're bringing something up completely different and they don't even know the problem that you're about to create. If you started here, you're gonna have to walk them all the way down the awareness levels. So start of it like this. We're gonna actually pretend like we're using this ad, right? The $1 billion skincare industry is hiding this from you. Okay, I'm literally showing you guys the script that I literally just made and how I walk them down. So this is an unaware hook. The $1 billion skincare industry wants to keep this anti-aging trick a secret. That's gonna intrigue their curiosity, and it's implying a benefit right here, right? And then the next line, you probably don't know this, but most people can guess how old you are just by looking at the dry spots on the skin. What is that? That's problem. So we went from unaware to problem, and now what do we go to? I have a concoction that I do once a day, blah, 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 in introducing the solution. That's a solution aware now. You're walking them all the way down. Now product aware. This is where we're talking about product aware. This, the product does this and this and this, right? Boom. That's introducing the solution. Or that's introducing the product. And then now the last part, the CTA is where the most aware would be. So like in here is where I'd put like, I didn't really put a branded offer here, but in here is where you put like, get it now because they're like 60% off or something, or they're 50% off. That would be aware. So essentially whenever you're doing an unaware ad, you walk all the way down. And you do the same for all of them. Say you're doing a solution aware ad. You talk about the solution and then you talk about how good this solution is, and then you go into the CTA. Or you're doing problem aware. You go, hey, do you have back pain? Well, we have this back brace, which is, it fixes your back because it does this, and it's also 60% off. That's how you script ads. That's how you structure your ad. You walk them down the awareness levels. And whenever you're planning ads, obviously I have this in here for you guys, where you could like pretty much choose the awareness level. You want to test all awareness levels. You want to spend, like, an example, for your first week of marketing, maybe spend the entire week doing unaware ads, and then the entire next week doing problem aware ads. And it's pretty much, you want to have all awareness levels. You don't really need aware until you are like really scaling, but you want to have all of them. And the reason you want all of them is because unaware is top of funnel and this is bottom of funnel. So what this means is like top of funnel ads, these are what's being shown to your cold audience. This is what Facebook is throwing out there into the world, and it's pulling up people who have never seen you before. Because there's millions of people on Facebook and all these people have never seen your product before. Now bottom of funnel are for people who have seen you. So these are people who maybe have clicked on your ad before, they maybe been to your website but they didn't buy, or they're pretty much just being retargeted. So the Facebook algorithm is really, really good at separating all of these. So essentially you just want to throw in all of these ads into your ads manager, and Facebook will tell you, and there's a measurement for it in the ads manager, it's called frequency. It tells you how, like, it tells you what part of the funnel that is. So like middle funnel, problem aware, solution aware, product aware, This is more for like people who have maybe seen your ad one time, they've heard of you before, they just need to know more. Because on average, you guys need to understand, on average, each customer needs to see you about 7 times before they ever take a purchase. 7 times. For some people, they measure how long it takes for one customer to on average purchase from them. And on average, it's usually like 21 days, which is, 3 weeks. 3 weeks it takes for someone to purchase from you. This is why you need to have all levels of awareness within your ads, because someone may see an underwear ad and be interested, but they won't buy until they see your product aware ad. So it's like, I hope this makes sense to you, like the awareness levels. This is a very, very important thing, because you want to tailor your ads on these awareness levels. And I hope that you guys, can start looking at ads and try to figure out which awareness level it is. But I'm gonna actually give you guys this entire Miro board, so you'll have this to study, or if you just want to screenshot this right now, go ahead. And this is also, I didn't create this. This is something that was taught to the world by Eugene Schwartz from the book Breakthrough Advertising. But if you guys want to understand awareness levels more, just look it up on YouTube. Like type in like 5 stages of awareness and how they're explained, in case I didn't explain it good enough. Whenever you're doing phase 1 ads and you're ripping ads and ideas, be sure to mark which awareness level it is, just so you know how many of which ones you have. Because you don't want to have too many solution aware, you don't want to have too many problem awares, you want to have a good mix of all of them. So yeah, I hope that makes sense for you guys, and hope you learned something. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Oh, and also one more thing, guys. One thing you guys should know also, if you make a really, really good unaware ad, the ads that scale for years and scale for like, hundreds of thousands of dollars of spend are most likely going to be unaware or problem aware. More of the time unaware. If you could get an unaware ad that is really good and actually walks everything down correctly, bro, that ad is going to be a winner. Most winner ads, if you guys were to go into brands and look at their winner ads, it almost most of the time is going to be unaware. But that doesn't mean sit there and make unaware ads all day. You need all of them, because at the end of the day, your market sophistication may be a bit different. People may be more aware of the problem, or people may be already looking for solutions for that problem. So that doesn't mean make unaware ads only, but you want to really this is also the hardest one to get right. Unaware is the hardest one to get right. You have to be very creative with that. Problem aware is not as hard, solution aware, and nothing else is as hard as unaware. But I would say, whenever you do your unaware ad, actually every single time you make an unaware ad, try your best to make it really, really good. Because you might run that to the moon. It'll be your top of funnel, the highest spend ad. You're going to get the highest CPAs on it. That's still profitable. But the thing is, with all these other ads here, these are always going to have lower CPAs. Like this might have, say your break-even CPA is like 30. This might have a 29 CPA. And this one might have a $10 CPA, because this only gets shown to people that already clicked on your link. But that's why it's important to make all ads, because they all feed into each other. And then I want to show you guys within the Notion, these are just a few. These are obviously not all of the ways you could position an ad, depending on the market level, but these are some of them, right? So an example, unaware, you could pretty much exploit a hidden fear. That's what my $1 billion skincare industry ad is. It's exploiting a hidden fear. You give voice to a hidden dream. Ultimate win. Take away the work. Problem aware is really simple, bro. It's just problem. Here's a solution. That's all that there is. Solution aware. Other solutions they've tried and failed at. Other solutions that are slower, and then product aware. But these are just all examples in here for you guys, in case you guys want to, understand your ad better. You could add more if you could come up with more than this, but this is all I really use. Yeah. All right, boys. So now that you guys understand basic marketing fundamentals, let's go ahead and it's time to start planning out your batches. We use the Notion template for this, the momentum scaling template. There's a few rules that you guys should know, obviously, whenever planning them out. It's not rules, but it's like things you should follow, because you want to test efficiently. You don't want to have tests that are everywhere. You want to have efficiency in your tests. You want to be high intent with your tests. So essentially, this is how you're going to do it. So obviously, come into the momentum scaling system. Whenever you go into the creative brief section, by the way, this is going to be linked down below. The template for it will be linked down below for you guys. But essentially, yeah, you go in here and you open up a brief. It's time to start making one, right? So obviously, you have your product here. You don't have a product yet, but let's say your product is I don't know, back scratcher. Just type it in for the first time. Obviously, if you have one product, you'll always have the same one here. Type 1 versus type 2 ad, you're going to pick type 1. Then you're going to go ahead and pick the type of format you're going to do. Most of the time you want to do 916. This is just a basic iPhone formula, but you could also do 4x5, which is, I don't really recommend doing it, honestly, just 916. Persona, type your personas in here from research. All the people, different type of avatars you have, put them in here. I'm going to delete this for guys because this is actually the template for you guys, so I'm not trying to ruin everything. But you guys get the point, right? So type your desires in here, and then you guys are going to type your awareness in here. So obviously, whenever you are planning out your batches, stick to the same concept. Also stick to the same awareness. You want to be very intentional and aware of which awareness are you starting off with. Obviously, your awareness starts with the hook. Whatever your hook is and whichever... Your hook determines the awareness. I said that in the hook video. So figure out what, whenever you have an idea for hooks, pretty much figure out what hooks are you going to be using and then figure out which awareness it is. Obviously, whenever you're scaling later down the line, say you have too many problem aware ads, or say you have too many middle of funnel ads, you need to make more unaware ads, which is top of funnel. Then you're going to intentionally put unaware. But essentially in the very beginning, when you're testing out different things, you just want to figure out what your hook is. So just say it's a problem aware ad. Positioning, these are all the different ways to position your products. Obviously, here, let me go back to solution aware, because problem only has one. There's only one way to position a problem aware ad. It's you have a problem, I have a solution. Simple as that. But in like other awareness levels, there are different ways to position it. Like an example, I'll just go over a couple of these. I'm not going to go over all of them. But for solution aware, you could make the whole ad about other solutions they've tried and failed at. You can make the whole ad about other solutions that are more expensive. If you're doing product aware, you could make a whole solution, or you can make a whole ad that's a testimonial, or you could announce the mechanisms and features that make this product better than all your other competitors, etc. Right? If you're unaware, you could, exploit a hidden fear. You could give voice to a hidden dream. These are all different things. Like, obviously, there's more than this, but these are just a few that I put down in here. These are ones that I commonly use. So, pick one here. And then status. Say you have a hook idea. Say you just randomly, you're researching, you come up with a fire hook. Or say you see a competitor and you see a fire hook. Or you do AI and you see all these fire hooks and you want to just have an idea. Go ahead, just put idea. And then go in the script and throw in some hooks here, like, whatever you think is cool here. And then, if you're planning it, this is when you're writing it. Say it's finished writing, you're just waiting on a UGC creator, give it to a UGC creator. Production, I don't have to explain it to you guys. I mean, you guys understand, right? And then creator deadline. This is for when you're giving it to a UGC creator. Say you want to do on Friday. Click Friday. It'll be here. Let me delete this out. Clear. All right, boom. So yeah, this is where you put your creator at, the deadline for the creator, so you could be sure to get your videos on time. And then thesis. This is very, very important. For every single ad you do, I didn't even finish writing this. Have intent. For every ad you do, have intent. Write a thesis. You guys don't understand how important this is because you need to know what you are testing. The reason that your ads are going to work is because you're having intent behind it. It could be anything from, I saw a competitor do this. I saw a comp do this, and I think it works. You need to have a reason. This is how you're going to make, the reason I call this a momentum scaling system is because the more ads you make, the better the higher chance you're going to have of getting a winning ad. Every ad you make, the more you make them, the better your ads are going to get. And the reason for that is because you're testing with intent. You know what you're doing. You're making a thesis on every single ad. Say like one of your last ads didn't perform well. For this thesis, it would be like, I am changing the hook from the last ad, right? Or anything, bro. Like, you need to have specific reasons why you're testing it. It could be, I'm testing solution aware. It could be, I'm testing a new messaging, etc., right? And this is where you guys will do your learnings. We'll get into that later. But essentially, that's how you pretty much plan out the ad. this is all the UGC instructions. I went over this in the UGC videos. And then when you're in your director storyboard, this is where you pretty much just put the whole script. So I like to have this little area here, B001 script. This is where I actually write the script and brainstorm, because obviously when you write, you don't just write it one time and it's perfect. So what I'll do is I'll come in here, write like 3 different hooks, 5 different hooks, pick my favorite ones. And then in the body, I'll either use the AI or I'll just pretty much write my body out here. And then, you know, tweak it up, find out what I think works best. And I'll pretty much just take this and copy it and throw it into here. This is what the editor sees. Obviously in the very beginning, when you guys are editing on your own, you don't necessarily need to use this, you know, unless you want to see it out loud. But you obviously guys can see all these things that you could use. You could tell the editor what to do with the B-roll. Be like, make this black and white. You know, it's like little things that you could do when you have the editing eye. You could say, you know, all these random things, like put a picture on the top. You know, you have control. Like that's the point of this, is you have control. You can put a reference of inspiration. You know, say put the caption on the top or the bottom. You know, whatever you guys want to do with this, right? And then creator script is where you throw in the whole script for your UGC creator. Obviously, this is really the same thing, but on here, this is like scene by scene, versus in here is like, it doesn't really matter. It's just like broken down. Creator B-rolls. I'm gonna show you guys how to make B-rolls in another video, or how to plan your B-rolls in another video. But honestly, no, you know what? I'm not gonna make it in another video. To plan your B-rolls is very, very simple, bro. Whatever your script says, visually articulate that as a B-roll. So like, say your script is saying, I hated using my old dog bed, or I hated using my old cat fountain. So like tell the creator to make a B-roll of them like looking dissatisfied with an old cat fountain. You know, it's not rocket science. All your B-rolls that you want from your creators, you're gonna throw it in here, just write it down. And then whenever you give it to your creator, you tell them to do the B-rolls, and then tell them to do the script. And then you could even give like reference of like inspos here. Tell them smile when you do this. You know, you feel me? Like all these different things, just be very, very like intentional with your B-rolls. And then the rest doesn't matter. This is where you put your copy at. If you want to put file names in here, you can. And if you want to make variations for your editor, tell them like, hey, make one with music, make one without music. I don't know, you know, make this one faster, or make this one in a different format. That's, you know, it doesn't matter, bro. You could just tell the editor whatever you want here if you want to make different variations. But yeah, that's pretty much how you plan a batch. Now, obviously, whenever you guys have tons of batches, you will have literally like hundreds of batches, because we're testing tons of ads. We're trying to scale up to 50 to 100K per month. So it's like, that's what you got to do. And we're testing with high intent. So yeah, that'll wrap it up for this video. This is how you use the Notion doc. This is where you plan everything at. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, boys. So today we're going to be talking about hooks. This is the most important part of your entire ad. This is why it's deserving of an entire video for it. Obviously, I have a couple of videos following where I show you guys how to make good hooks, but essentially you guys need to understand what a good hook is. You guys need to be able to identify a good hook. You guys need to be able to write good hooks. So I'm going to teach you guys what a good hook is. So first of all, every good hook needs to do these 3 things. In every single hook that you see that is scaling to 100K, they all do one of these 3 things, 2 of these 3 things, or all 3 of these things. So they either call out a target market, intrigue curiosity, and apply a benefit. Because you guys got to understand, before you make a sale of a product, the first thing that you need to make a sale of is for people's attention. People are scrolling on social media and they're giving their attention to certain things, and you have to be a good enough reason for them to stop scrolling, which is why the hook is the most important. You could have the best ad possible, but if you have a garbage hook, it will perform like terrible. So what matters is the hook. What matters if your ads do good, what matters if it gets spent, is all in the hook. So essentially, you want to be able to call out a target market. What this is calling out your niche, you know? Say things that are relevant. Like, you don't necessarily have to be like, the most simple way to call out a target market is to be like, if you're a woman under 50 or something like that, or if you're a woman above the age of 60. That's the most brain rot way to call out a target ad. The best way to call out a target ad, in my opinion, is to only say things that they would understand. So an example, if you're targeting women over 60, you could be like looking in the mirror and feeling younger than you look, or something like that, or feeling sad because you feel young but you look in the mirror and you don't. This is something that I would gain from research. The way to know what your customer experiences is to do research. This is why I've been said a million times by now, is like, research is everything. This is how you come up with different ideas to call out your target market. And then when you call out a target market, the second thing you need to do is to intrigue curiosity. Now, I should actually number these because this is in order of what's most important. Target market is the most important. Intriguing curiosity is the second most important. And then implying the benefits third. So intriguing curiosity, what that is like, obviously, like giving them a reason to watch more. Like if I told you guys, say you saw a YouTube video from me or something, and in the beginning of the video I was like, all right guys, today we're gonna learn about computers. Like, it's not interesting. Like nothing. You would probably click off that YouTube video if even if it was me and you guys know me, y'all would still click off the YouTube video because that just doesn't sound like something that is going to be interesting in the rest of the video. Especially if it's a 10-minute video, you're like, bro, the beginning did not sell me. I'm not watching the rest. So obviously, this is what determines if people are going to watch the rest of your ad, and obviously, you need them to watch the rest of your ad so that they know that this is the product they need. Intriguing curiosity is very, very important. Now, calling out a target market in a lot of cases does intrigue curiosity, because if you know them to an extent that's so deep, it's already going to call out. It's already going to be like, they're going to be curious. They're like, how do you know that I experience this? How do you know that I go through this? So like an example, like if you were just getting out of a shower and you open up your phone and you see an ad just getting out of the shower, bro, you'd be like, bro, what? How do they know that? That is how well you need to know your customer. Obviously, that is a very, very hard thing to do, to know them that well. But the key is, like, in an ideal world, understanding them to the point to where you could call them out so well that they'll be curious. That is when you're going to be making tons of money, is when you figure that out. But obviously, intriguing curiosity, there's tons of ways to do that. You could say, like, watch this video, or if you're this person, then you need to know about this. There's multiple phrases you can use to intrigue curiosity. Another way you can do that is to use power words. Now, these are all words that I like to use. And in a lot of cases, they're like scientifically proven that if they're in the hook, they are more likely to pay attention. So like an example, if someone on social media is scrolling, they see someone crying, or they say, did you see that woman who was crying because she blah, 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 right? That's more likely to be paid attention to. Or have you guys heard of this skincare hack? Have you guys heard of this dog treat hack? Have you guys heard of this weight loss hack? All of these things. Hack is a word to use. It was unbelievable when I used this and this happened, right? All these different things. I don't know why Shocking's in here twice. Skincare industry exposed. This hidden rule they were talking about. You guys get the point, right? Using power words and hooks is something that you guys should utilize to make your hook have more curiosity, all right? Now, the third thing is implying a benefit. Now, implying a benefit doesn't always need to be in the hook. I've seen hooks scale without implying benefits, but it is good to do because it gives them more of a reason to watch the rest of the video. They're like, oh, I might learn something from this video. So like an example, say you call them out, say they're curious, and then with the implied benefit, they're like, there might be a solution that I'm looking for out there. And when you apply benefits, a lot of times you will sell your product a lot more. So obviously you don't want to sell in the hook. That's not the point of the hook. The only point of the hook is to grab their attention, because you sell in the rest of the ad. The only point is to grab their attention. Okay. Now, a couple things you guys want to know is the hook is actually where the market sophistication. Sorry, this is wrong. This is where the market awareness is determined. So essentially what this is, you could write hooks in a underwear style. You could write hooks in a solution aware style. You guys can write hooks in a problem aware style. It all depends which awareness you're trying to target. This matters because you do want to target different awarenesses to really get a lot of efficiency within your ads. You need to know as many awarenesses as possible. So this is where it's done. So like an example, A solution-aware hook would be, if you're a woman in your 60s using chemical-filled skincare, then you need to know about this natural alternative, right? Random hook off my head. That's solution-aware. Versus unaware is, you don't know what you're doing to your face, so you need to hear this. Like, you don't know what you're doing to your skin, so you need to hear this. That's unaware. They don't know that they have a problem. Obviously, if you need to understand awareness levels, go back to the awareness video. But yeah, that's where the hook is where that's determined. It's also where the concept is determined at. So essentially, the entire messaging of the video is where it's determined at, is in the hook. Obviously, if you do a 3 reasons why this dog bed is better than the competitors, you have to stick to that concept the rest of the video. So the hook is where everything is determined at. And then here are the variables of the hook. So, and I made it into a triangle just so you guys could understand what's the most important. Most important is the copy. So by the copy, I mean, like, what are you saying in the hook? That is the number one most important. And then these two are probably equivalent. I can't even speak today. Equivalently important. A scroll stopper clip, something that catches their eye to where if you were to see it without hearing the audio, you're interested already. So this is where you require good quality clips, good lighting, interesting clips, certain good B-rolls. So that's what a scroll stopper clip is. Also, I'm going to show you guys in just a second examples of good hooks so that you guys can know. Audio is also another hook variable. This is what's being heard in it. You know, the audio in the beginning needs to be clear. It needs to be fast. It needs to be energetic. If it's the UGC creator, it needs to be energetic. It needs to be, you know, they need to hear it and be like, okay, I'm gonna listen, right? You know, some people even play with sound effects in the very, very beginning to optimize their audio. Now, ways to come up with good hooks. There's a few ways I like to do. Obviously, you guys remember the review harvesting method, which I'm gonna show you guys really quickly. So when you guys are doing the review harvesting method, which I showed you guys, when you break things down, you'll get these golden nuggets, right? In a lot of cases, you can use these golden nuggets as the overall message of the video, but you could also use it for a hook. So an example, you could use the pain as a problem-aware hook. Say I'm talking towards my product, right? I was trying millions of lotions and they all broke me out, and this is what I did to fix it. Boom. That's a crazy hook. This is off the dome. You feel me? Like, there's literally all this research that you do and find these reviews. You can use them and make hooks just out of this. You could even make them out of the golden nuggets. I usually do it out of the problems, but like, you can use this golden nugget here. Great investment if you're looking for high quality effective moisturizer, etc. Right? You could be like, this is the most high quality, most effective moisturizer I've ever used, and I do not regret spending my money on it. Or I spent $55 on this moisturizer and it was completely worth it, and this is why. Boom. These are all UGC hooks that you guys can just come up with from using the review harvesting method. The proven angle method. So in a lot of cases, I would just go into your competitors or your own ads that did well and literally kind of start to replicate, you know, that exact type of concept. You know, don't take the hook exactly, but take the hook and reword it. I don't really use a proven angle method in there. I just do it in there as one of the methods. But essentially what you're doing is just watching other people's hooks, doing research on not only direct competitors, but indirect competitors, see how they start to talk about it to your audience, and then kind of replicate the hooks from there. AI scenario method, I made a whole video about this, which you guys will see after this, but this is how to do it. Pretty much you just go to AI and come up with embarrassing, painful scenarios that people experience. You know, tell AI to like write out a scenario that would happen, and then yeah, that's pretty much how it works. I made a video about that. But I think the best way to write hooks is to use the Claude writing method, which is using AI as well. Claude is really, really good at writing hooks, especially when it understands your audience. And I'll show you guys how to do that in the next video. So you guys stick to that next video if you guys want to watch how to use that method to come up with unlimited amounts of hooks. But yes, it's good to use AI to make hooks, but I would say you guys do need to spend time writing hooks on your own, because it will strengthen your ability to write hooks. Because if you can write hooks effectively, like 90 or 100% of the time, you're going to be unstoppable. You know, AI is only a good tool, but you do want to know how to write it on your own, which is why I teach it to you guys. But now that you guys know what good hooks are, I'm going to show you what good hooks look like so that you guys can just have a better idea. All right, so we're in the foreplay right now. This is a swipe file that I have of random videos. I'm just going to watch a couple, and then we're going to break the hooks down on what it does.
It's crazy that women don't know this about menopause.
All right, so as you can see, that was a very short hook, 3 seconds. Notice what it did. It called out a target audience. It's crazy that women, and as you can see, it also called them out with the image. With the first second of the video, the only people watching this, and also the person that Facebook's going to throw this to, is someone that would be in this age range. Facebook would never show this video to a man my age, you feel me? So like, you call them out with the picture, you call them out by saying women, and then you intrigued curiosity with what?
It's crazy that women don't know this about menopause.
They don't know this. You're curious on what do I not know. So this right here is an amazing ad. This is a great hook. And it implied the benefit with menopause. They're like, I have menopause. It also calls out people. I have menopause, and what do I not know about menopause that can help me? Because she looks happy here. She looks like she's being helped. So it's like, this very, very short hook is very, very powerful. So it did all three.
It's crazy that women don't know this about menopause.
And you guys can see that transformation.
It's crazy that women don't know.
Boom, you see that transformation there? It sounds like, you know, it implies a benefit. Like, if I watch this video, I will know something good about menopause. All right, now we're gonna go to the next one.
There's a special protein in your skin that acts like a natural fountain of youth.
Okay, so on this one, it didn't really call out a target audience, but what this really did good is it has a really good visual scroll stopper. Like, what even is this?
There's a special protein in your skin.
Like, even if your sound was off, you'd probably watch that. And even if your sound was on, that little boom was very satisfying. That's done with editing, so I'm sure they got a good hook rate with this.
There's a special protein in your skin that acts like a natural fountain of youth.
And then it applied a benefit because it talks about, you know, fountain of youth. That's a key word. And it still does call out an audience because only people looking for fountain of youth are older people. So this is an older person ad as well.
Keeping it plump.
And then the rest of the video, right? I'm just showing you guys the hook. Let's watch this video here.
Have you heard these 3 common myths about aging skin? Have you heard these?
All right, so it calls out people in 3 ways. She has gray hair, aging skin, intrigues curiosity, 3 common myths. Myths, like I told you guys, I'm pretty sure that's one of our power words. Let's see, it's actually not. It is a power word though, so I'm gonna go ahead and add it. Myths is a power word. Intriguing curiosity with the 3 common myths. It sounds like, okay, I'm about to hear something about this video. Calls them out with aging skin. Also with this, the visual was eye-appealing. What is she even doing to her face?
Have you heard these 3 common myths about aging skin?
And then the audio was good. She said it clearly and fast. It took 3 seconds to say the whole hook. So yeah, that is pretty much what good hooks look like. I think it's the same video, just another version of the hook.
How did I end up with the best skin of my life in my 70s?
Calls out 70-year-olds. Intrigues curiosity. How did I do it? Implies benefit. Best skin of my life. Visual hook is fire. Audio is fire. These are what good hooks look like. Guys, remember, hooks is everything. This is what determines your success of your ad. Like I said, I'm going to say it again. You could have a fire banger ad literally from second 3 to second 60. Best ad in the world. If your hook is bad, this is why we do 3 to 5 different variations per video, all with just different hooks, because this right here is what determines if your video does good or not. So see you guys in the next video. I'm going to show you guys how to come up with good hooks. All right, boys. So in this video, I'm going to show you guys how to write ad hooks and ad copy using the comprehensive buyer persona, which was created in the research module for how to understand your customer. Now, for you guys to be able to write hooks using AI, you guys do have to go back to the video if you haven't watched it in the research tab on how to create a buyer persona. Once you get that created, then you can begin writing hooks. Because what we're going to use is we're going to use this entire document here that AI gave us to write effective hooks. Obviously, this is the deep understanding of our customer, and then we want to, you know what I'm saying, like use AI to make hooks so we don't have to think as hard. So boom, the first thing you want to do is you do want to open up a new chat. Always start a new chat whenever you're doing things on Claude. And then you do want to come into this add copy prompt. This is all going to be linked down. But what you want to do is you want to come in here and just copy everything, this entire prompt here. Go ahead and paste it into Claude. And then the first thing it's going to ask you is upload your clean research document for the brand. So you want to come in here, click on your clean research document, and then upload that. And then once it cooks, it's going to ask you for your target avatar. So your target avatar is the comprehensive buyer persona. This is your target avatar. Go ahead and upload that there. So once you upload that, it's going to ask you for a description of your product. This is so that it can understand your product better. I have it down here, this format for you guys. It's literally a format that shows the product, the price, the ingredients and features of it, and all the features to benefits. Obviously, yours may not have this many features and benefits as my product, but it's essentially just what does it do, or what is the feature, what does the feature do. Boom, so you want to take this here. You guys don't have to use this part. You literally can just type in what your product is if you're more comfortable, but this works too. Just take that, boom, put that in there. And now it understands the features and benefits. Now what you want to do is, it's going to ask you for which tone to use for your ads. Obviously you could just pick any of these. What I like to do is I like to ask it, what tone do you think works best for my avatar? And it'll tell you empathetic, informative, conversational, optimistic. And I'm just going to tell it a couple. Let's do empathetic, conversational, optimistic. And literally AI is so smart, it'll literally just ask you, you know, what kind of video is this for? Let's say we want to make it for a video ad with a voiceover. Go ahead and just put that in there. And now it'll write all of the hooks that you need, and you could use all of these. And it tells you literally not only what mass desire it follows, it tells you what is the learning goal so that you could write your thesis based on this type of concept. And it even tells you the type of visual to use for the hook. So literally these are all like good hooks, and it literally took 5 minutes to do this, if that. And in a lot of cases, this will be a lot better than what you can write. Or what you can do is you can take these hooks as inspiration and have it give you a direction for writing your own hooks. Now, obviously these are all good. And then what you want to do is going to ask you which 3 hooks would you like to use for your ad. Okay, so it's going to ask you which 3 hooks you like to use for ad. I just copy and pasted the 3 favorite ones that I liked, these are all good hooks right here. I could use all of this. But you're going to go ahead and just click enter on it. And it'll ask you, do you want, 1 to 3 word phrases you can use for to like enhance it? You can say yes. And then it'll give you these extra things that you can use, whether it be in the text, whether it be things to highlight in the very beginning. These are just random extra things you can use for it. And essentially that's it. That's how you write your hooks. You say perfect. Now what you can do from here, obviously, as you guys know, we test with variations. Since we're doing 3-2-2 method, 3 hooks, 2 ad copies, and 2 headlines. What you guys want to do is, obviously, you guys could just come up with more hooks using this, or what you can do is ask it for variations. So here, I'm going to give you a prompt for that. Essentially, you do want to come back into the document. You have this hook variation prompt. Just take this little prompt here and copy it, if I can copy it. Boom, take that. I would come into a new chat for this. So go ahead and just click start new chat. I'm gonna delete this because I already have this. Actually, no, I'm not. Go ahead and start new chat. Put that in there. And then it'll ask you for the hooks, or sorry, the customer persona first. Upload that there. Click upload. Now, clean research document. The reason I do this is just so it knows what to base everything off of. And then the next thing it's going to ask you is for the hooks. So for the hooks, you're going to go back in here. Oh shit, this was it here, I think. And you just want to take the same hooks that you copied earlier. Go ahead, go back into the variations. Go ahead and click paste. And as you can see, it'll come up with 3 variations. So obviously you have room for one to not work. So this is the original hook, and these are all variations of that original hook. So as you guys can see, you guys have what, 4 times 3? You guys have 12 brand new hooks that you guys can test. And even if you don't want to use these exact hooks, you guys could use it for inspiration to make your own hooks. But this is how you use AI to just get mass amounts of hooks, test mass amounts of concepts, and then scripting the rest is easy, which you guys will see in the next video. But that's how you guys use AI. This is very, very easy to do. Literally takes like 5 minutes to do it. I do recommend you guys get on Claude ASAP, use these prompts, and just go ahead and get your scripts out, because this is how you're going to be as effective as possible. So yeah, see you guys in the next video. All right, boys, so in this video, I'm going to be showing you guys how to create your ad copy. Obviously, you guys need to have a headline and primary text to go alongside with your video. I wouldn't overcomplicate this, because ad copy is maybe 5% of your success on Facebook ads. Obviously, the creative is what matters, but you do want to have a good ad copy that could pretty much just flow alongside your video, so that when people read it, they're pretty much convinced the same way. So essentially, there's a section within your roadmap where you could store all of your ad copy, and you could see what's tested and proven. So obviously you could put the ad copy here and the type of copy it is. You have primary copy and headline, and then you have testing and proven, and just throw it in here. And every time you do 3-2-2 method, that's 2 ad copies and 2 headlines. You'll be able to understand which one works the best just by looking at the demographics or looking at the data. And then pretty much the way to come up with your ad copy, there's not really too many rules you need to follow when you're doing it, but essentially you do want it to follow the same type of desire as your ad. So obviously when you're testing new concepts, new messaging, you want to have the copy be aligned with it. So essentially how to do that is I just use AI for it. Pretty much this is the easiest way to do it. You can either use AI, or what you can do is you can look at your competitors and copy what their ad copy is and tell AI to make variations of it. But I like to just come up with it on my own using AI. So what I do is I come in here and I just copy this thing here. And before I copy it, what you want to do is you want to fill out your primary concept, and then you want to fill out the transcript. So obviously for me, the primary concept of my ad, we're going to be working on this ad here. Let me open it up. The primary concept of this is other solutions aren't here to help you. So you're going to go ahead and just copy this right here. And then go into here and just put it here. And then here is where you put the transcript. Go ahead and you can just delete this. And then what you want to do is just copy your entire ad script. So go ahead and just take this and just put it all into the script. And I'm gonna pause it I'm gonna pause it so I can copy it in there. Alright, so I just went ahead and just copied up everything. You just want to copy this entire prompt, and it'll give you a headline as well as a primary text, which you can use. Boom, copy, go into Claude, go ahead and just click enter, and then it'll give you the copy that you need. So obviously this right here would be your primary text, and this would be your headline. They did make the headline a bit longer, so I'm going to say make the headline shorter. And essentially you guys can just take this, or you could just use that inspo. I'm pretty much going to just grab this here, throw this into here just as a testing thing. Oops. Throw that in here. This is a primary text. Go ahead and just put testing. And then I'm also going to take it and just throw it into our brief so that we know that this is where it goes. Primary copy v1. Boom. And then pretty much you could take the headline if you like any of these. Proper skin problems, here's what they don't want you to know. I'd probably just take this part. Honestly, I don't really like these headlines. Here, let's do this. 4 words. These are kind of trash, but usually they give you better ones depending on your concept. But I will still take this. And it is going to be the overall idea of the video anyways. If you don't like these, you could always just go with this right here, one of these 40% off. Ending midnight. This has always worked for me, so either 40, 50, whatever your offer is, just throw that into the headline. But I'm going to test these against each other, so I have 2 of these. And then now what I'm going to ask it for is make a variation of the primary of the summary. And you guys can just take this right here and then put that into V2. Now, the thing you should mostly pay attention to in your primary copy is the hook of it. So if you guys don't like the hook, you guys can change this to like mainly just put pouring out of pain. So your bathroom shelf is proof. I think this one's pretty good, but the V2, your bathroom shelf is proof they've tricked you into believing complex chemicals are necessary when they actually make your skin issues worse. You could say skin issues are getting worse because of the complex chemicals that is in your skincare. So this just essentially acts as a completely another like ad. Whenever they read this, it goes problem, solution, CTA. Like it's very, very simple. Like I said, this doesn't matter as much. I never put a lot of effort into my copy. It still works, but essentially you just want to have a basic copy in here that could be effective. So that's how you make copy. Make sure to put it in here, your V1 and V2. Put your headlines here. I'd always test one of these offer type of copies, 40% off or sold out soon or something like that. Something along the lines of that. All that stuff works. So essentially, yeah, that's how you test ad copy. All right, boys. So in this video, I'm going to literally make an entire script from start to finish right here on camera. So yeah, I mean, nothing else to be said. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come up with my hooks using the Claude method. Sorry, I made a script right before this video, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to come up with a hook using the Claude method based off of my research. So obviously we have this comprehensive buyer persona. There's tons of ways you can come up with hooks, from either review harvesting, or sometimes you'll come up with hooks just by doing research. Sometimes you come up with hooks by looking at competitors. I'm going to come up with a hook by using this comprehensive buyer persona, because at the end of the day, every single thing you see here is a new angle. If you guys didn't realize that. So yeah. So I'm just going to pick one of these angles I want to take. I say let's take this. Let's see, exhaustion from the endless cycle of trying new products that fail to deliver. We can make a solution aware ad using this right here. We got frustration. As you can see, the reason it'll be solution aware is because she's tried all of these things here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our Claude prompt that I have here for writing scripts. So I have a Claude prompt right here. This will obviously be on the document, but it's called targeted hooks. Now the reason that I call it targeted is because we're targeting this right here. Now, I should have showed you guys this already, but I trained the Claude already. So this is from the same Claude chat that like I originally said all this stuff here. If you guys remember, like when I made my hooks here, and I uploaded my clean research, my avatar, and etc. It already knows everything about my person. So be sure, if you're gonna write hooks, be sure to it knows everything already. But I showed you guys how to do this already. But we're doing targeted hooks on this one. So yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our Claude prompt and just copy it. Go ahead and throw it in here. And then what it's going to do is it's going to ask you to point out the emotion. Now, obviously, if you're doing something that's not an emotion, you change the prompt to specific fear or something, or specific ways fears affect the relationship. Obviously, it's common sense, just change it. But we're using emotion, so went ahead, just change emotion. And what I'm gonna do is just copy and paste this here. Boom. Paste it right there. And it's gonna make 9 hooks. So out of all these hooks, I'm gonna read them and see which one I like the most. I'm actually gonna tell one more thing. Rewrite the hooks, but make them solution aware. Okay, honestly, I don't like any of these, so I'm just gonna tell it never mind. Stick with the first one. Okay, so I don't really like these, so I just told it never mind. So we're gonna stick to these over here. So I'm gonna pick my 3 favorite ones. All right, so let's see. Tired of broken promises and pretty jars. Your bathroom cabinet. I like this one. Copy and paste it in there. Put a comma. I do like this hook. See, every now and then, bro, it'll have that one banger in here. And I think this is a banger right here. It's a banger hook. I do like this, but I'm gonna change this. Instead of saying your shelf is full, your skin is still messed up. So kind of like the messaging of this would be like, you have all of the skincare, but your skin is still messed up. So that's like a whole angle in itself, right? So that's a whole new one we kind of literally just discovered. I'm gonna take these 3 and just add it down here, paste it. Oh shit. I messed up my pasting. Bro, I'm dead. All right, so what was it? It was this one. All right, so it was this one right here. It was this one. I think I just messed up my pasting, guys. My bad. And then it was this one. Let's go ahead and just copy and paste those into here. So pretty much out of these 3, the reason that I tell it to write 2 more is because out of these 3, out of my favorite ones, it's going to continuously take that same angle. So as you can see, finally a solution after years of skincare failures. Replace your product graveyard with one that delivers. So all these are pretty good. Now, I'll usually just pick my favorite out of this, or I'll write even more using my head based off of this inspiration, right? Obviously, it's important to get good at writing hooks on your own because AI can't do it all for you, but you do want to, like, you know, use your head and know what your customer, you know, likes. So essentially, out of all the hooks that I like, I'm gonna pick one really quickly. All right, so the hook that I like is this one right here. Your shelf is full, but your skin is still empty. So what we're gonna do now to write the body script is we're going to go into our Claude prompts, and then you're going to take this entire thing here. You're gonna paste this into Claude, and then what you're gonna do is grab the hook that you like. So I like this one, and then I'm going to put it right there. Use hook, your shelf is empty, blah, blah, blah. And then you want to tell it the overall message, because obviously you want it to follow the same message throughout the entire ad. So the message is, for this one, I would say, like, what do you guys get from this? Your shelf is full, but your skin is still empty. I say what I get from this is the prospect has tons of skincare products, but nothing seems to work. Okay? And then this is where you guys can throw in your framework. So when I write scripts, obviously, guys, here, let me show you guys. In here, you guys will have all of these proven frameworks. Go into ads, testing frameworks. Y'all scroll down. All of these frameworks here, you guys are gonna have. All of these are proven. If you don't like this framework, you could just change it out with another one that you do like. I do recommend that one though. This is the structure one. Literally, bro, I know brands that just stick to this one framework, and if you look at all their ads, it literally is hook, battle, alternative, education, product, intro, all the way down, and it works for them. But some people, you know, you could test different ones. Obviously, in the future, whenever you're trying to scale and make different iterations, you can come up with different frameworks, or just test all of these. You guys have so many frameworks you can test, but for the sake of this video, we're just gonna stick to structure one. Honestly, I do make like most of my ads with the same structure as well. So I just have it here: hook, battle, alternative, education, product, intro, and then I tell it to pretty much follow the hook, the mass desire, and I tell it the rest. So go ahead and just click enter. And as you guys can see, we have an entire script. Now, if that wasn't easy, I don't know what is. Like people sit there and just script write all day. Bro, you have AI, you don't need to do that. You could push out so many ads every single day. But one thing for certain though, this ad, I wouldn't just copy it and make it into an ad. You can try it. Some people make it work like that, but I do like to change and make my own little flavor on it just to make the ad a bit better. So essentially what I'll do now is go into your brief. So for now, we're gonna make a new one. This is user 81, or sorry, 82. And then the messaging is, what was the messaging that we're doing? The prospect has tons of skincare products, but nothing seems to work. Take this right here. Has tons of skincare products, but nothing seems to work. This is what the video is gonna be about, user 82. And then it's made by me. And then this is our product, ad type. This is a new net new concept. We're gonna do it in 916. And then we're gonna use this persona here, customer desire. This is essentially what they want is soft, youthful, radiant skin. And this is a solution aware ad. Yeah, this is gonna be written in solution aware. And then we're going to do solution. Other products they failed at. That's what the position is. And then right now we're planning it. And thesis. Testing a new messaging that has never been tested. And we are testing solution aware to see if this works. So we're testing solution aware. And then you guys can just add like extra stuff like we'll use new bad alternatives found with research. So just recently I just found out some new words for my bad alternatives. So an example, let me try to find it. So these are some bad alternatives that like I kind of discovered, like prescription treatments, or even clean beauty products that they've tried in the past that weren't actually effective, or DIY. Like I'm sure someone's tried that, right? I mean, this came from the research and the reviews, so I'm sure someone has anti-aging serums, etc. So I might try some new ones. Let's do. Just go in here and say. So I'm gonna stick with prescription treatments because essentially, like, I might make another type 2 out of this where instead of testing prescription treatments, I might test, where's that? Instead of testing prescription treatments, I might test expensive department store brands. I mean, I've tested this already, so I already know it works, but I do want to try this one too. You always want to test as many things as possible. So boom, that's the thesis. Now it's time to go ahead and start writing the ad, or it's already written for us, but go ahead and type in this, just change this here, user 82 script. And then now with the hooks, obviously I'm gonna take this here. With the hooks, you guys can either do the variation method where you guys go in and go into the variation method. As you guys can see, I have it here, hook variations. I showed you guys how to do this in another video, but essentially you could just come up with like several more variations. But what I like to do personally is I like to give one AI hook and then I like to test 2 more that I come up with. And I pretty much just base it off of this. So your shelf life is full, but your skin is still empty. Every product promising miracles, yet delivering nothing. So I'm gonna come up with a completely different hook, like you have every skincare product but not so essentially, like, I just thought about this just right now, like I literally just came off the dome, but these are pains that I know that my customers experience with research, or I could just come in here and just look for the biggest pains, fine lines and breakouts, dryness and fine lines. You know what? We're gonna use this instead. Dryness and fine lines. I'm gonna say dry and wrinkled. So as you guys can see, the kind of angle of this video is gonna be like third person, or not third person, but it's gonna be like speaking to the customer. Because sometimes you guys can make videos that are first person. So instead of saying this right here, if it's a UGC video, which this one's probably not going to be, it's going to be like a B-roll editor video. But with this video, you guys can literally have a video where it's like, or just change this if you want to do UGC, be like, my shelf life is full and my skin still sucks. Every product I tried promised miracles, but I got nothing out of it. That's a really, really good way to change the hook into UGC. Or you could say, I've tried every skincare product on the market, but my skin is still dry and wrinkled. Honestly, you know what? I'm actually going to make this into a first-person thing because it sounds better to me. You have every skincare product on the market, but your skin is still dry and wrinkled. Tried. I'm really just thinking, bro, like, this is the hard part, I guess. This is where you kind of have to sit here and think. It's mainly in the hooks, because you do want to put like 80% of your work into the hooks. I'm really just thinking, bro. Honestly, the reason that I paused it right there is because you do want it to make sense with the rest of the script, because your hook does need to lead pretty smoothly into the rest of the script. You don't want your hook to not make sense. You feel me? Or you don't want the first 10 seconds to not make sense. Intro. By the way, yeah, when you take this from Claude, and we're gonna edit all this, by the way. Sorry, I don't like to keep the same exact script that Claude gave me because I don't think it's as good as it could be. Special details. All right, I went ahead and just copied everything from Claude into my body text. But when writing the hook, you do want to pay attention to what's in the bad alternative. Sometimes I'll rewrite the bad alternative first and then write the hooks because you want it to flow well here. So let's say your shelf life is full, your skin's so empty, every product is promising miracles, we're not delivering nothing. We've all been there. The 75 serums. Honestly, this is a pretty good like bad alternative. Honestly, bro, I can't even lie. Claude cooked up today. This is not a bad body text. We've worse than less. Remember, guys, whenever you guys are making scripts, this first part needs to build a problem. Obviously, this needs to sell the attention. This needs to give them a problem that they're like in their head. They're like, I have a problem. But then the intro of your product is where your solution is given, and this is why it's a solution. I just wanted to go over that really quickly. Like, this is why it's a solution, and this is telling them to take action. But this is a good bad alternative. So now I've got to come up with one more hook, or I got to come up with two more hooks. Essentially, guys, honestly, bro, I'm reading the script again. Like, it's not a bad script at all. I could launch an ad like this, but I do want to make my ads sound less like ads. So that's what Claude doesn't understand, is they kind of make it sound like an ad. So like, honestly, whenever you guys come with your hooks, I might not do it on the video because I'm sure you guys know. I don't want you guys to sit here watching me think this whole time. But you come up with 3 hooks, either doing the variation method or just thinking on your own. And then you edit this and make it sound less like an ad. So like an example right here, that's what we call Creative Pure Soul's Whip Tallow Moisturizer. I'm probably going to take this out. So let's say, here's what the beauty industry doesn't want you to know. Those complex formulas are designed to confuse, not heal. They're packed with fillers, preservatives, and artificial ingredients your skin doesn't recognize or need. Instead of saying that, I'm going to scare them more. Your skin doesn't agree with. See, this is why you need to like research so you can understand like how your customer talks. This doesn't make that much sense. It does make sense if you think about it, but you got to understand when people are watching ads on their social media, you're getting the worst like they're like brain dead, bro. Like they're just zombieing like while scrolling on social media. So you don't want to have this be too complicated. I would say those complex formulations are designed for your skin to more. It just makes more sense. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll take this entire thing here. Sometimes I'll take the entire script and I'll come into this little application here. Just go to just type in Google grade level checker. I have it put in here because I do this a lot. I'll click on this and then I'll click, I'll paste it in there, analyze text. And as you guys can see, this is a high grade level score. I like to like write under 6th grade because, bro, you guys gotta understand, yes, there are smart people, yes, there are adults that are watching your ad, but bro, people are doom scrolling on Facebook, on Instagram. They don't have time to think about big words. They don't have the mental capacity, right? You'll lose them if you start speaking too like good. So you don't want to write like, this is not a college essay. Like this is an ad, you feel me? A Facebook ad. So you want to make it as dumbed down and as simple as possible, and just skim over and just ask yourself, how can I make this more simple? I'm gonna change this to just 2 powerful ingredients your skin has been craving all along. I'm gonna change that to bristles, not another empty promise. I'm actually gonna take this whole product intro away. I'm gonna say that's why women are switching to. That's why women are ditching their expensive creams for tallow moisturizer. And I'm actually just gonna leave it like that. That's how I'm gonna do the product intro. And then special details. All right, sometimes I actually take away the special details. Sometimes I go from product intro straight to benefits. Like that's why women are ditching their expensive creams for tallow moisturizer. Boom. It works so well on the skin because it is rich in vitamins. 18K. And like I said, guys, just consolidate this. This is a Facebook ad. You don't want it to be too like yappy. You don't want it to be too like, you don't need to go too crazy. So like, it works so well on skin because it's rich in vitamins 80 and K. So it will deeply penetrate
reducing fine lines, restoring elasticity, and try to paint a picture with it, with these benefits, and bring back healthy glow. I'd say making you feel 10 years younger. Simple, bro. I'm gonna take that last part out. You guys really gotta riz these customers up, bro. Like, I know that my target audience wants to look 10 years younger, so it's like I'm gonna say it in the ad, you know. Sometimes I'll change these results to objections, handling objections. So like, on the next line I'll be like, it's not greasy, it doesn't smell, blah blah blah. But for this ad, we're not gonna deal with that. Sometimes I can put special details down here, and that'll be the place where I'll do like, it doesn't smell, all that extra stuff. Women just like you are finally throwing away their pot of graveyards. See, this doesn't make sense. This is too like high level speaking. I would say like this. After your first use, you will wonder why you. So for results, this is where you kind of want to just like paint the picture for them, what their life would look like after. So, you know, you could throw away your test routine. And your friends will be asking you what you did for what you are doing for your skin. Now, where did I get that from? I got that from this. You could either just find something from here. Honestly, I might change this. Sarah would like wake up naturally radiant, moisturized skin that looks healthy without makeup. Honestly, bro, we're gonna take that shit right there. Boom. You will wake up with naturally radiant, moisturized skin that looks healthy, even without makeup. Boom. This is how you paint your picture, guys. This is why the comprehensive buyer persona is like structured like this. All the fears and core problems and etc. All that could be, you know, all this is the beginning of the ad. Other solutions they've tried, all that at the beginning of the ad. Now the primary transformation, this is what they want. This is how you write your benefits and results. You know, this is the life that they're living after. You feel me? Like, that's why it's structured like that. But yeah, now for the CTAs are not complicated. Obviously, this is probably the least important part of the video. Half the time I don't even really change this, or I don't even like, I really just do something very simple. But obviously, all of this is the most important part, from the hook to this part to this part. So this is how you get the interest. This is how you create a problem. This is how you sell the solution. And then here, you're just telling them to go to your website. So you could be like, it's time to empty your shelf and transform your skin. Get your, I'm just gonna say get your jar before they sell out again. And then a lot of times what you can do here is you can put an offer. So say you have an offer here on my website. I do have an offer. Soft and smooth skin 30 days or it's free. So you can put that in there sometimes. Sometimes I'll throw that in there. It doesn't really matter. They're offering back for people. No, I'm not even gonna say anything, bro. You don't have to put an offer in there. Sometimes it does help. Other times it doesn't. Doesn't really matter. Get your job before they sell out again. Boom. That's the whole script. So now, obviously, you would have 3 hooks and etc. You're gonna take all of this and then pretty much just copy and paste it into the creator script if you're giving it to UGC, or copy and paste it into the director storyboard if you're giving to the editor, or do both if you're giving it. It doesn't really matter. You know, however you want to give it to your production team, that's how you want to do it. But that is the entire script written. We now have this whole script done. You could give it to UGC Creator. You could go put in 11 Labs, make an AI voice, and it is an effective script. You know, it's backed by research. We changed it and made it into our own. It's great, bro. So that is pretty much walk through all the way down how you make a script. And I hope this helped for you guys. Obviously, then you come up with ad copy, headlines. But you see how quick it is to do with AI. Like, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to test like multiple ads per day. Because the more ads you test, the better your results will be. So, because you'll also know what works better over time. But essentially, like with AI, you can test more solution where you can test more pot. Say with the same messaging. Like sometimes what I'll do for ads is like I'll make an ad, like an example of this one here. Feeling young in spirit, but the skin doesn't reflect the same. This is a specific messaging. It's problem aware. But I was like, why not, bro? I'm gonna make a completely another batch with the same exact messaging, but do it in solution aware. So I'll just change like the way the things are worded, and literally that could just make a completely different ad that has a completely different vibe that is worth testing. So that my guys is how you make an ad from front to finish. And yeah, I hope this helped out for you guys.
All right, boys. So in this video, I'm going to be teaching you guys how to source UGC. How to source content and custom content is going to be very, very important to when it comes to scaling, because not only do you want content that shows, you know, your branded product, but you also want content that is effective, because at the end of the day, visual content is very important for the consumer. Like, they have to see things and be convinced not only with what's being said in the ad, but what they see. So visual stuff is very, very important. So this is how you source your content and creators. Because now that you have a brief made, all we need to do is find creators to make the content for us. So we can just put it all together and have a final ad. And there's essentially 3 ways that you can do this. You can go for actors and in-person shoots, which is you doing it, or like hiring a team to do this. I don't recommend doing this in the beginning. There's literally no reason to. I just put this in here just because like this is something that a lot of big brands do. Hiring actors and in-person shoots is it's literally not necessary when you're a small brand. But doing it yourself is also another one I meant to add in here. Filming your own content. This is one thing that is cool, but you're a business owner. You shouldn't really have to film your own content. You shouldn't have to go find your friends and your mom and your sister to do your content. I mean, if you want to and if you think that's the best thing for your product, in some case scenarios this is good. And it's something I've even done before. But I don't really like this. Those are the first 2 options. And then the second option, or the third option, would be creators making the final ad, which I'm actually going to get into in this method here. But having your creators make the entire ad and include editing is a good approach for some people, because they don't have to pay for an editor. They don't have to, they pretty much just give things out and just let the creators do what they want, which in some cases can be good, which like I said, I'll explain when we get to this part. But you have no control. You have literally no control or little control as to what they do in these videos. You have little control how fast the editing is, what the hook is like, all that stuff. Like, you don't really want to do this. I mean, it can be done, but the best method is giving a creators a brief with the script and the B-roll section filled out, so that your creators can literally just go in and just film that part, and then if they upload it to the drive, which the editor will go in and make the video and edit it the way that you want it, because this has the most control. This is also the cheapest because it's little work. All they're doing is recording talking head and B-roll, and this is what I've done to make my briefs, and this is what most big brand owners do. So I say the best method is to do this method right here. And yeah, and then where to find creators. There's literally so many places to find creators. I don't know why some people have a hard time finding UGC, but there's literally UGC everywhere. You literally go on Twitter, go on Fiverr, go on Upwork, type in UGC. There's tons of creators, tons of UGC creators on there. You can literally just even tweet out, yo, looking for UGC creators, and you'll have tons of creators comment under you. You want to look for creators that are that look like your avatar. So an example for me, I sell to older women, so all the women that I go for and all the creators I go for are women over 35 who have good skins, because you want essentially to pick creators that, if it's like a beauty product or if it's a health product, you want to have someone that looks healthy, someone that looks beautiful or fits that. If you're selling a pet product or like an anxiety product or anything of that sense, or gifting products, you don't really need it as much. It doesn't really matter who's doing the video. But when it comes to beauty or health products, it does matter. Another place that I've been to is Backstage. I'm actually going to show you guys this really quickly. This is a really, really good place to go to. So what you want to do is you want to go to Find Jobs. So what you want to do is you want to go to Find Talent, go to Actors and Performers, and then what you do is you want to sort it by, you know, your avatar. So essentially for me, I have females above the age of 35. This doesn't matter, and ethnicity doesn't matter unless you are targeting a specific ethnicity, and just pretty much to click search. And as you can see, there are literally tons of UGC creators, or these are really actors, but what you can do is a lot of these are actually UGC creators. So she says I'm an actress, blah blah blah. She doesn't say she is a UGC creator, but some of them are. Like, here you go, UGC example. As you can see,
I was wrong about
that is a UGC video right there. And yeah, this is a really, really good place. Now, a lot of these people, like, it costs money to message people on Backstage. So what I like to do is I literally like to just do this, search on Google, and a lot of times you'll find them on Instagram and literally just DM them here, or this looks like their resume. They might have their email in here. Sometimes they do. I mean, it's not hard to find them. Facebook, LinkedIn, bro. Message your creators here, and then literally you want to have like an Excel sheet where you have the creators listed out. So like an example, I'm not going to show you my Excel sheet. It has their numbers and stuff in it, but yeah, this is a really, really good method of finding creators. A lot of people don't talk about Backstage for some reason. There's literally like a gold mine, and you can literally sort it by exactly what you want. And then obviously, you guys know how to do Fiverr. You guys know how to do Upwork. Type in UGC Creator, you'll find them. Twitter, same thing. Facebook groups is one thing I've used in the past. I don't use it all the time, but I do like to go on there sometimes. You could go into groups like related in your niche, say in the pet niche, go in there and look for Facebook groups and say, post in there like, hey, looking for UGC creators for this and this. You could find some good talent in there. I've even been in acting Facebook groups, or like their UGC Facebook groups. There's literally tons of groups out there. Just find one that fits. Incense Billo, these are paid. I heard they're really, really good. I've actually never used them, but a lot of people have recommended them to me. They are expensive, I'm pretty sure. I think one of them is like $500 a month. But from what I've heard, there's tons and tons of talent in there. TikTok and IG is another good place, similar to Twitter. And Googling UGC creators, there's literally like no shortage of creators. There's so many creators out there looking for work. So essentially, like, there's no reason to not be able to find a creator, especially exactly what you want. So that's how you find them. Now, managing creators, always negotiate. You want to get the best prices. I say a good price is in the very beginning when you haven't found a winning ad and you haven't had profit. I say try to get a video, like try to get every video below or at $100. There's tons of creators out there that would do that. Whenever there's like more profit in the business, if you already have profit now, don't be scared to spend $150, $200, $250 on a creator if they're worth it. Only do that if you've seen like their past work, like they're proven creators, they have good energy, they have good production, they have good turnaround time. That's when it's okay to spend $200 plus on per video. And it's very, very important to have at least 3 to 5 creators at all times ready with your product in hand, so that whenever you have a new brief, you could pretty much just send it out to them and then give them 2 to 4 days to make the video. So essentially in the very beginning, you won't have any creators. Reach out to tons, send out your product to them, and pick out the 3 to 5 best ones and make sure that those are the ones that are sticking with you. It's very important to have them on standby at all times. And if they perform badly, stop using them and replace them. You should always be doing UGC outreach. It's something that should be constantly like being switched around, because I hope you know the creators is actually a big variable in the success of your ad. So definitely you want to be trying to test new creators as much as you can. And then the good creators, always reward them with giving them tons of projects. You will have no shortage of briefs to give out, because you guys are making tons of briefs and you guys are testing heavily. So the ones who are performing the best, give them all the briefs, all the best ones, and they make more money and you make more money. So it's a win-win situation. And and this is for some people. Not everyone needs to do this, but this is for the people who like have long shipping times on their product. Sometimes it takes a week or 2 to get the product to your creator. You don't want to wait a week or 2 to get content. So in some cases, what you can do is you could hire the creator, and then either if you already have ripped content of the product, or you could go film content your own of the product. You could essentially tell them to do an entire talking head batch, no B-rolls, and overlay the product when it comes to editing. So that way your product's still in the video and they're still like making a custom script. So it's like a win-win. And then what you can do for that is tell them, hey, I know while you're waiting on your product, these extra little videos are going to be a little cheaper because you're not doing any B-rolls at all. So maybe negotiate them down half price. If you're paying them $100 for a video, say, hey, for these talking head videos, since they're so simple, so easy, $50, and the rest of the video it will be edited with your product B-roll. So this is one way to get it in the very, very beginning, where you can start pretty much getting content today or tomorrow. This is the way to do that. And then there's this new method that I found, or I didn't find this, I was told this by another e-com guy who's doing like millions a month. I have yet to try it, and I'm actually like very interested in trying it. but I want to put it in this video because this is knowledge that I've gained recently, and apparently this works. And this also does make sense for people who are just starting out with, and you don't have any content stored up. Pretty much go on X, Backstage, or Facebook group and below and say, hey, free product with the opportunity to get a monthly retainer. And what this can do is you could literally just have a bunch of creators like get free products if they like your product and they want it, and tell them to make a video for you. And pretty much tell them to make a free video. Even if it's not free, tell them like 20, 30 bucks, make a testimonial. And what you can do is just let them have full control of the entire video. Just say, hey, make a video, what you think about it. Maybe give them an idea based on research, like, hey, this should be the pain point, this should be the wants and desires. And literally just tell them that, and tell them to make a whole video, tell them to edit it, launch it up. If it does good, then you keep that person as a retainer. Now, more than likely, since they don't have the research, I haven't, like I said, I haven't tested this, but I will soon. But more than likely, the video is not going to do good because it's not structured the way you want it. It's not edited the right way. It's not, the hooks aren't good, or like something about the video isn't good. So more than likely, it's not going to do good. But if you find that one creator that makes an actual good video by themselves, because the point of this is to get volume. You could get tons of creators literally for no cost, except for a product. And you can literally get tons of creators to make a video for you. And that one or two or three creators that actually like get spend in the ads manager, you could literally send them, pretty much put them on a retainer. You could say, hey, your videos are good. We love your videos. You are a good creator. And now you start sending them briefs to make videos, under your control with a talking head and B-roll videos. So that's one method. And like I said, I've never tried this, but I heard this works. And pretty much, yeah, that's how you do it. And it's also good because it's more authenticity. In the very beginning, like these creators are not getting scripts that they're reading off of. They're just saying what they want to say. So social media does love authenticity. Sorry, Meta loves authenticity. So this is good. It's cheaper. You could get tons of creators out there, tons of videos out there. You could find proven winning creators. That way, whenever you're testing new batches, there's only one variable. It's the batch versus the creator or the batch. Those are two variables. So you could get rid of the variables using this. And then not only that, you could just have more clips of people holding your product, more clips of people talking about your product, and yeah, just showing it off, which you could use on your website. You could use that in social proof in the rest of your ads. Storing as much content as possible is always going to be the best thing. But yeah, that is pretty much how you guys should get content, source content, find content, hire content. And yeah, that's it for this video, and I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Alright, so whenever you do get a UGC creator, obviously you'll send in the brief. In the brief, you guys can edit this however you guys want, but this is just a general layout of what I put in there. You guys can change it, but essentially it's just instructions. This is how they should film, blah, blah, blah. The reason this is important because you want them to make the video good, especially if it's an inexperienced UGC creator, they don't know what they're doing. You do want to have good videos and good clips in here. Pretty much tell them how to move correctly, make sure the sound's good, the lighting's good, and how to follow this right here. You also want to make sure that they know what they're delivering. Talking head scenes, B-roll scenes, all scenes should be separated, and raw files and unedited. The reason that these instructions are important is because if they don't do it correctly, you could say, hey, either redo it, it's in the instructions, or I'm gonna give you a discount, or give me a discount. Well, you don't ask for a discount, you just pay them less and say, and justify it with this. If they accept it, obviously don't make bad relationships, but essentially this is just the instructions for the UGC creators, which will be very, it'll make the videos a lot better for you. So yeah. Alright boys, so in this video I'm going to tell you guys how to hire an editor. An editor is going to be mandatory if you want to be getting a good amount of creative volume out. Obviously, we can make 10, 15 ads per week, from scripting to planning to editing the video and sourcing the B-rolls. We can, but you don't want to live like that. I'm telling you guys, it's too much work. And obviously if you miss the days, then you're going to pretty much, your business is going to suffer from it. So you want to have leverage of an editor. Editors are not expensive as some people think. The best place to go to get a good, cheap editor is on Online Jobs PH. I don't really recommend going anywhere else. Obviously there's places like Upwork which also have some good talent. But I like Online Jobs PH. This is where I found the best editors at. These are like agency editors. And yeah, so pretty much what you want to do is you want to come here and just like pretty much fill all this out. Job title, editor, type of employment. I'll start off with part-time. Obviously, you can just say in the very beginning you're a part-time editor, especially in the training part, because what you want is you don't want to. You're gonna have to kind of train them up. You're gonna have to train them how to edit how you want it. Obviously, a lot of them are already experienced, but you want them to be already like you want them to know your business. You want them to know the type of editing style you like. Especially like if you've already edited videos and winning ads and you found out what works, you want to be able to tell them how to do it. So do part-time in the very beginning. And then here you could put like 100, and then number of hours per week, you could do like 20. And then email your person. Here you want to do editing and marketing. I would just do marketing right there. Doesn't really matter. What matters, the secret sauce that I use when trying to hire somebody, is what I'll do is I'll come in here and say, hey, I'm looking for an editor who's experienced in e-com or in Facebook ads. And then you could just yap on here to say what you need. Say like 1 year of experience required. And then here's the secret sauce right here. This is how you're going to be able to filter out your editors. In the very middle of the job description, say this right here. You want to put in the beginning of your application, say the word, and you put a random word here. So like it could be like, I don't know, edit. And then continue your job application from here. So the reason I do that is because you want to filter out, there's a lot of bots and people on here that just go and just click apply. You want to filter those people out. You want to pretty much take away all of the people who aren't serious and who just like are just spamming stuff. You want people who actually read the job description. So then you can continue your thing. You can say things like, let's have good internet, good can speak English well. And then here you could just put looking forward to hiring, to speaking with you guys. Simple. You just post that. You're gonna get tons of messages. As you can see, I had a graphic design thing up here. You're gonna get literally tons of messages and just filter out from the ones you like. Obviously, as you guys can see, I have some people here, like the word that I had here was picture. This is for graphic design or whatever. And then you just pretty much, after you just filter through all the ones you like, pretty much just message them like, hey, give me your WhatsApp. Hit them up on WhatsApp, give them an interview, check to see if they have, good internet, can they speak well. I'm gonna give you guys this doc here to give to your editor because this is like the job description. I'm gonna change this obviously. But you're gonna tell them you could change the pay here, you could change it to like $80 a week for the first 3-4 weeks, and then after that, when they're trained up, give it to like 100 or 120, and then tell them like all this stuff right here, what their responsibilities are, the day-to-day roles, and qualifications. Pretty much, editing is having an editor is not hard to get, but you do want to have someone who's good on your team, someone who's reliable, someone who you can trust with the edits and are also fast and good with the edits, because I think they're making your ads, so it is kind of important. But yeah, that's pretty much how you hire an editor. All right, boys, so in this video, I'm going to be teaching you guys how to do retrospective. This is after you've launched up your ads. Retrospective is a very, very important thing because this is how you're going to make sure that your ads continue to grow and become better and better. Because remember, we're testing with intent, which means we not only know what we're testing, but we learn from what we're testing so that as we continue to make more ads, our ads, continuously have a higher chance of becoming winning. This is why I call it a momentum scaling strategy, because this is what makes it have momentum. Because once you get something that works, you continuously know, like it's important to know what works and then continuously repeat it, because some people sometimes will get a winning ad or an ad that is like doing really, really good for them, and they won't even know why, because they don't do any retrospective on it. So this is how you make sure that you know what is happening. And I'm gonna explain to you all of this stuff right now. But first, I kind of just said this already, but this is the reason your ads will constantly become better. Because in a lot of cases, in your first 10 tests, you don't even know what you're doing. You're just testing out different angles. 1 or 2 of them may work, and from those 1 or 2, you continuously use that data to move forward. So essentially, once this will make it to where when you find a winning ad, you'll be able to know what element of that ad, whether it been the hook, whether it been the visual, whether it have been the framework, whether it have been the creator, you'll know exactly what it was, and then from there you just make iterations. So essentially that's why retrospective is important, and then I'm going to show you guys how to do it now. So when you launch a new batch and you're ready to test, there's only 4 things that can happen. This is why we test CBO, because it is very, very we're going to be very, very aware of what is working and what is not. So only 4 things could happen. You could either get an ad that doesn't get any spend, you either get an ad that gets barely any spend but it's converting for you, it's making tons of sales for a good CPA. You can get an ad that gets tons of spend, but it's not getting like any conversions and it's kind of unprofitable for you. Or you can get an ad that has, a lot of spend and a good CPA, which is what we want. So essentially, I'm gonna go over all of these and pretty much what you do. This page right here, I'm gonna give this to you guys so that you guys can understand, what to do whenever certain things happen. So boom, let's start off with low spend, bad, no results. So this is when you make an ad, it's not good. The reason that CBO works, like I said in the ad testing strategy module, the reason that CBO works is because if it doesn't get spend, that's Facebook telling you that this is not a good ad. I don't think this resonates with people. I don't think that this will convert for you. That's Facebook telling you that. It's saving you money instead of throwing it into an ABO where it will spend and it's going to literally just be horrible for you and you'll lose money doing that. But thankfully we do CBO. If it gets no spend, you just save yourself, $50 to $100. So when this happens, what this means is it appeals to a small group of people and doesn't convert. And what you do when this happens is you just move on. Test another concept, ignore that angle, try another hook. That hook doesn't work, okay? Low spend, good CPA. This means that it's a bottom of funnel ad and it appeals to a small group of people, but the messaging of the ad is good. It is a convincing ad. It is something that someone would see and it does convert, but it's not getting a lot of spend because Facebook doesn't know who to show it to get you the best CPA. So if this happens, what you want to do is take that ad and try to turn it into an ad that, can get spend. It has good messaging, it has good elements that are convincing, but maybe the hook doesn't appeal to a broad enough amount of people. So you could change a few things within the hook. You could either change the text, change the put a caption that calls something out, call out your audience better, intrigue curiosity better, and that's what you want to look for. Is you want to figure out how could I intrigue more curiosity and imply my benefit better. In the visual, maybe try to make the visual call out a person better. Maybe use another creator. Maybe put a better visual hook. Try to get a scroll stop. Because like I said, this ad works here. You just need to figure out how do you make it spend more. All right. So what you want to do is you want to start off with just researching the desire more and trying to understand better hooks from it. Make the hook more broad. Call out your target audience, but still make it broad, and then iterate and then test it again. And this ad will have a higher chance of becoming a winning ad. Okay. Boom. So if you get a high spend, but you get a bad CPA, that means Facebook thinks that this ad is really good, but your ad is not convincing enough for someone to go purchase. So maybe it could be your CTA. So essentially that ad appeals to a big group of people, but maybe you're not convincing enough. Maybe you don't sell enough. Maybe you don't handle enough objections. So you want to analyze the hook. Are you using a hook that calls out your target audience and filters out people we don't want? And then the landing page. When this happens, your ads could be a winner, but maybe your website is not good. Maybe your website doesn't convert. Check your conversion rate on your website. Maybe you're getting tons of people to your website, but people are not purchasing because maybe your price point is messed up, your offer isn't good enough, or the website is good enough. Also ask yourself, is your website a continuation of what your ad said. Because always remember, your website, like obviously this is not a website building course or a conversion rate optimization course, but in a lot of cases, your website does affect your ads because your website should be it should be the following of what the ad is so that they go ahead and purchase from you. And then, pretty much ask yourself these two questions. Does it follow the same messaging as my ad? And does it pick up where the ad leaves off? And then also analyze the rest of the ad. Let's look at, is it clear what's being sold? Do we show our product well enough? Do they know that that's the solution to their problems? Does it demonstrate, like, does your ad demonstrate that this will solve their problem? And did you handle the objections well enough in the ad? And yeah, this is what happens if you get a ad that is getting tons of spend, but it's not converting for you. Facebook thinks that it's working for you, especially if you have tons of ads. It thinks that this will be the best one for you, but it may not be. Facebook thinks that this is the best ad that's most likely to convert for you, but it may not be because you may have problems within the ad, hook, and the landing page. Now, if you get an ad that has high spend, good CPA, this is a winner ad. Obviously, by this point, you'll be scaling up and making more and more money. But what it means is it appeals to a big group of people and it converts. So what you want to do from there is go ahead and start creating variations. So what I like to do whenever it's time to create variations is I'll go ahead and take the exact same ad and make 3 different variations with different hooks and also 2 variations with different visuals. This way that you could maybe even try to get a better scroll stop to make another variation of the ad, because something about this ad is really, really good. In fact, probably everything about this ad is good. The hook is good, the CTA is good, and the whole script is good. So pretty much just remake it, make more variations. You're more likely to come up with more winning ads whenever that happens. And obviously, like I said, you guys understand, once you got one winning ad, this will last you for a minute, but you don't want to stop there. You want to keep making more and more so you could continuously scale. So take all of the messaging of the ad, take the concept, and maybe make it feel new and exciting with a new ad. So the ways to do that is new hooks, better B-rolls, new content, new creators, a new script format, or an overall new script that holds the same messaging and awareness level. And that way, once you know what works within that ad, you'll continuously be able to do it over and over. And just here's just more like details of what to like look at whenever you're making variations. Obviously, the messaging, the hook, the B-rolls, content. I'm really just saying the same thing over and over, but you just want to remake that ad over and over because that is something that works. So this is the basic retrospective diagram that you should look at whenever you're trying to learn. So whenever you're trying to do retrospective, say you have an ad here and this ad is done, or let's say the status of it is collecting analytics. I would say always do retrospective 7 days after you test it. I wouldn't do it before 7 days because you want it to run long enough to understand so that you want it to run long enough so that you could understand like exactly where it falls. Yeah, maybe in the first few days your ad may be getting high spend, bad CPA, but just let it run for at least 7 days because it may turn into a winning ad after Facebook really understands who to show it to. Once the algorithm understands who to show it to. So always do retrospective after 7 days. Say it's been running for 7 days, it's time to do retrospective on it. What you want to do is you want to come in here, click outcome. There's only 4 things that can happen. Say it was high spend, good CPA. That means it's a winning ad. You want to sit here and say, this messaging works, and I will make variations. Get into depth. This messaging works. This awareness level works. You could even say, I think this UGC creator is a great creator. I will make variations using the same but with different. And then literally, once you guys understand like what this ad, if it's a winning ad, you can literally just take this and copy it and then go into a new batch and then put that as a thesis and then make a whole nother ad that keeps the same messaging, keep the same awareness level, same creator, etc. Right? This is how you could replicate your success once you do it one time. Now, let's say it was a poor spend, poor CPA. This concept doesn't work because
and you want to look at your ad and watch it over and over and just try to sit down to understand, why does this concept not work? Why is this ad not working? Maybe the hook was garbage. Maybe people get lost in the ad and they don't know what to do. So that would be the reason. Let's say it's poor spend, great CPA. The messaging works, but hook doesn't appeal to a big enough audience. Next ad will be better hooks. Boom. And literally, guys, this is how you're going to always have ideas with ads. This is how your ads are going to always be good. This is how your ads are going to always become better. You know, just by doing retrospective, this is a very, very important thing to do. Because remember, you guys are not only, you know, spending money on ads, you guys are buying data. Because the more and more you run, the more you'll know what works and what doesn't. So it's only a matter of time until you get winning ads. So if you guys know that your ads are going to continuously get better, what's one way to find a winning ad? Make more ads. It's that simple. There's no secret to it. You just make more ads. Over time, if you continuously do learnings and you take those learnings and apply it to your next ads, all of them will be better. It's only a matter of time until you get a winning ad, which will scale you to $50,000 to $100,000 per month, right? Now I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to explain to you guys, what a hook rate is and a hold rate. And I'm going to show you guys how to read that, okay? All right, boys, so whenever you guys are in the ads manager, this is how you guys are going to be able to make a hook and a hold rate. This is what it is here. This is a very, very important metric to look at. It's not super important, but it's a good way to understand your ads better. So what you want to do is you have to make a custom one. It's not actually in here. So the way to do it is you go into custom. Here, actually, let me go ahead and make a new one. We'll do performance. So let's say you're in here, right? And you want to make a new one. You go ahead and click customize columns, and then say you want to do a hold rate. So the way to do that is you're going to go into here, click custom, create custom metric, and you're going to name it hold rate or hook rate. Let's do hook rate first. So what you want to do after you just name it, you're going to turn it to a percentage, and then what you're going to do in here is type 3-second video plays, and then click divided by impressions, and then click create metric. And what that will give you is the hold rate. Now, when you're trying to do a hook rate, you're going to want to name it, when you want to do a hold rate, you're going to name it hold rate. And then what you want to do is 100% video plays divided by impressions. 3-second right here. 3-second video plays. So this will give you the hold rate. Wait, is that the right one? 3-second video plays. So this is supposed to be divided. Hold on, I don't know why I did that. So video plays at 100 divided by 3-second video plays. This will give you the hold rate. And essentially, I'm not going to create it because I already have it created. But what that's going to give you is it's going to give you the hook and hold rate. And you'll be able to see how many people of your video get hooked in. This tells you how good your hook is and how good your video is. So what you can do with that is you could come in here whenever you're trying to do retrospective for an ad. You come here, click view charts, scroll down. Click view charts, scroll down, click on your ad. And as you guys can see, you'll see this chart here. Now, obviously, there's always going to be a big, big dip, but you do want to look, as you can see, 3 seconds in, it's, at least 49 people. And then you want to see where the big drop-offs are. So you could actually watch the video and see where people are leaving at. So obviously the hook is going to be a big leave, but as you can see, there's also a big drop-off here. So what I can do when I make another ad is fix that drop-off. I could say, hey, when I'm doing my learnings, I could come in here and I could be like this. So when I see this big drop-off right here, or say this from this point to this point, I could say, okay, where was that at? Boom. Let's go into the learnings. Let's say big drop off at product intro. Make that section better for the next ad. So an example. So an example, if you guys can see here, I'm not going to turn the sound on, but this right here looks like it's where the product intro happened, right? When I showed the product, it seems like a lot of people left. So I just need to come up with more creative ways within the script to introduce the problem a lot better, because people clearly got bored and just clicked off from there, or they were uninterested when they saw the product. So, I could improve that part. And this is how you're going to always improve your script. You're constantly getting feedback from Facebook. So yeah, with that, there's literally no reason your ad shouldn't be good as long as you learn from each and every single ad. They're literally, it's impossible to not make a winning ad whenever you consistently look at what your ad's doing. So essentially, the way I like to look at hook rate and hold rate, if it's below 35, the hook is horrible. I'll literally just completely write a different hook. Obviously, in a lot of cases, you guys already know it's not a good hook if it doesn't get spend. But say it does get spend and it somehow is below 35, you can literally just refer to winning hook formula and try to make a better hook, maybe in the same messaging or maybe try different messaging. And if your hold rate's below if your hold rate is below 10%, what you guys do is go back into what I just showed you, the retention graph, and see where the drop-offs happen. And then for the next one, change that part of the script or B-roll and pretty much just make better content from this. So this is how you guys will know if your ads are good or bad. And yeah, that is how you do retrospective. This is a very, very important step, so don't skip this over. Every time you test a new ad, let it sit for 7 days, do retrospective on it, and then from there, you guys are just going to make better ads. Winning ads are going to happen guaranteed as long as you continue to do retrospective. So that's how you do retrospective, and I'll see you boys in the next video.
I know that was a lot of knowledge, and congratulations for watching all of that. I know that was a lot of sauce, but I do want to tell you guys something. This new Ecom Labs program that I just created is probably, I would say, 10 times more saucier, because not only is it going to be the new stuff like the ugly image ad strategies, but I have a bunch of new research methods. I have a bunch of new processes, a bunch of new resources, documents, all that stuff, guys. On top of that, we are going to find your products for you. We build your offers. We build your websites, everything you guys need. So if that is something that sorry, the lighting is horrible over here, bro. If that's something that you guys want to be a part of, go ahead and click the link down in the description, because I explain it a little bit more. And I just know that if you join Ecom Labs, you're going to make a lot of money, right? So obviously you guys have the knowledge now. Let's go ahead and implement it, especially if you want me in your corner, you know what I'm saying, to be able to hop on calls with you and show you how to do things and have you ask the questions that you need to ask. But, there's not really much else to say. If you guys want to join that, click the link down in the descriptions, all right? Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hope you guys enjoyed all the knowledge that I'm sharing. It's going to be a lot more knowledge to be shared on this channel, so go ahead and subscribe as well, all right? See y'all.